This is absolutely S tier.
Boys, good morning. I hope you're all having an absolutely beautiful day on your end. The heat has broken, the rain is coming in, and I still think our air quality is better than quite literally every one of yours everywhere else. I don't know what's going on with you guys still with the whole foggy air quality shit. But let me tell you, we do not have that here. It's a beautiful goddamn day. It's slightly rainy. We going to the beach tomorrow. It's gonna be a gorgeous one. I had a weird morning myself. I woke up today and my vision was all blurry. And I couldn't see shit. I was awake for a couple hours. And I was hoping that it would get better. And it just, it kinda didn't. So, I came home, like we went out to the store, and I was hoping it'd get better just like if I went outside a little bit. And we came home and it still wasn't better. And so I laid down for a little bit and just like closed my eyes, and I figured I could recalibrate the peepers maybe. And it's still a little bit cooked, but I think it's better. Does he go blind? No, I think it's because of how I slept last night, basically. Like, I lost my eye mask. And I usually sleep with an eye mask because I'm really sensitive to light. Because I have delicate baby blue eyes. And, I basically, like, I've been wrapping shit around my head. And I think last night it was too tight on my actual eyes. And it, like, I don't know what it did, but it caused some issue being too tight on my eyes over the entire night. So sleeping a little bit and just like, well, not even sleeping, but just like closing my eyes and laying down helped a lot. And I think it was just because I wrapped something around my head so goddamn tight that it kind of like squished my shit. But I'm not quite sure. We'll figure that out. I sat down and I was about to start stream at like 2:30. And as soon as I sat down, I looked over and I literally like, I couldn't read my monitor. And I was like, oh shit, this isn't the greatest eye strain. Yeah, it'll go away. It'll go back to its own. But like, I was really weirded out because I have really good vision, and like my shit's never blurry. And I woke up and I went to check my phone and my eyes were blurry. And I was like, oh, I'll just wipe my eyes, just give them get a little open up. And my phone was still blurry to the point where I like barely could read the text with my phone in front of my face. And I was like, wait, what the fuck? Am I dying? And I figured I was just, you know, tired, just waking up or whatever. It just didn't really go away. So I think I might have fucked up the peepers a little bit. But it's probably just temporary. If it keeps up, like, after tomorrow, I'm gonna probably go to, like, an eye doc and get it checked out. So thank you for the 120. I appreciate you. I'm gonna probably go to an eye doc and get it checked out if it, like, persists through the day tomorrow. But I'm hoping with good sleep tonight, probably goes back to normal. Welcome to that Vision Club. My membership's temporary, and I'm hoping to get the fuck out of here. Because even still, like, I can see just fine. It's almost like part of the reason why I think it's just strain and why it's gonna just go back to normal after tomorrow. Like, once I focus on things, it's perfectly fine. It's just like my eyes are slow to focus if I'm moving around a lot right now. Which seemingly is just like a temporary, you know, a temporary thing. Does your monitor have a yellow light mode? Probably not. It's old as shit. It's old as shit. A lot easier on the eyes at night. Yeah, I mean, it's probably not even my monitor, rather the fact that I have a couple lights as well. But I don't even think it was a stream setup because it's usually, you know, not a problem. I think it's literally just how I slept last night, having something over my eyes that was also applying a lot of pressure to my eyes. I think I deadass just have had too much pressure on my eyes, so it couldn't really. That's cute. Wait, what the hell? What incarnation? I might need that. I might need that. That is an actual W. Didn't think of the lights too. Yeah, it's a little bit of a situation. So I'm hoping again, it'll probably go away. It's already got a little bit better over the course of the day. Like, dude, it was bad this morning. I literally thought that I was blind when I was taking my morning dump ski. I thought something was actually wrong. Now, clearly something is wrong, but not the worst, if I'm being honest. I'll probably just go back. I cataracts in one eye because a friend threw an apple at me and it hit my eye. Yikers. Yikers. But that's like hard impact as well. Love doing stream, the first thing I hear is dump. Well, technically it was dumpy. But we're talking about my eye strain. I slept last night with something covering my eyes that like put too much pressure on my eyes, I think, and my face in general. So I woke up today and my vision was blurry as shit and I couldn't really see anything. And over the course of the day, it's like, it's gotten better, but it's still not perfect. So I'm hoping after I sleep tonight, I'll wake up tomorrow and it'll be better. But like, I came home and I like, that sounds miserable. Yeah, it was really weird. It was really, really, really weird. I woke up and my vision was just blurry. And I have really good vision. And I don't wear glasses or anything, no corrective lenses. So, I woke up and I just couldn't see shit. I couldn't see my phone in front of my face. There was like, I felt like an old person because there was a certain range where like my vision would hone in. But it's almost like if I switch to something fast, it takes a second. It takes a second. But we're good after that. This one had good vision like 10 years ago. You gotta eat carrots, dog. Take care of that shit. Everything degrades over time, naturally. I mean, we're the same way as a car is. But at the same time, you can also take care of your vision. Realistically, I should probably have, like, lenses for streaming. If I'm being honest, I should probably wear some fucking fake-ass glasses. Not even from, like, a corrective standpoint. Just from a standpoint of attempting to protect my eyes from getting absolutely fucking shit blasted. Because if I'm being honest, that's pretty much what happens all day. I got a monitor here, monitor here, monitor here. Light here, light here. It's kind of cooked. Here's a 20/10 vision. Now I have glasses. Had a lot of pressure on my eyes apparently, and that's why I need glasses now. What do you mean a lot of pressure in your eyes? Like physical pressure, or just like your head's too big or something? Check out Gunner gaming glasses for just that. I'll probably look at some companies and then see who wants to send me a pair. I feel like that's typically the go-to. It's like, I like your product. Can I have it for free? And I'll tell everybody that I'm wearing it. If yes, sign the dotted line. If no, well, we'll try again later, or I'll just end up buying one. Used to go to the eye doctor twice yearly, and they said that my eyes had a lot of pressure. Yeah, I haven't been to the eye doctor recently, which probably would help to go visit, but like I said, I'm thinking this is just gonna be temporary, and hopefully I wake up tomorrow and we're absolutely chilling. Also, all my early lads out there competing for the first in chat with Leon. Good try, Leon. Thank you for the 18 months. I saw that come in there. We had Brian with the follow as well. Kong said Odyssey will win movie of the year. Bro, the Odyssey was really fucking good. Like, the Odyssey was really, 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 really fucking good. It was unironically one of the better movies that I have ever seen. And the length that it was, while having the constant excitement and like grip that it did, bro, it was crazy. Actually very hard to pull off, if I'm being completely honest. Like, that shit was phenomenal. Phenomenal. So the pig part? No, that was like a necessary part. That was a very big thing, and also I did really enjoy that part as well. The like no spoilers of course, but like the entire scene building there and leading up to everything, it's really nice. Pressure on your ocular nerve can be a result of extra fluid on the brain. It could be a sign of a serious issue. You should get that checked out. Oh no, it was just because I had something literally wrapped around my head last night to sleep. So like, I put pressure on my eyes from the front because I didn't have an eye mask. I bought an eye mask today, so that'll help. But I put literal like pressure on my face to have like something. I looked like Illidan basically, and I tied shit around my face like this, where it was like a headband but over my eyes, so that way I could sleep. And it was too tight. And I think my eyes basically just have to like pop back out of my head. It's like they gotta, it's like I pushed them back in a little bit too much. So now from the side view, I probably look like my face is a little bit flatter. So What class you playing? What happened to Ashes? I play a Guardian Luminary as my spec, and Ashes itself, bad things, dog. Bad things happen to Ashes. It's currently in a federal court case. Honestly, probably one of many that it will go through. And I don't see it ending that court case anytime soon. It is legitimately in the thick of it. No KSI. It is unlikely to ever see the light of day as a video game again, if I'm being honest. And pretty much everything Ashes, I think, will live on as a either fond memory of a game that could have been, or a, you know, I told you so moment for the masses. Regardless, I don't think we're seeing it again. I don't think there's a singular way. Trying to the dungeon event. I would like to get it done, yes. Keep in mind with Dungeon Rush event, if you're trying to craft Legos, you, I think, need something that comes from dungeons anyways, because the Dungeon Rush event gives, if we go masteries, bonus events, Dungeon Rush, this gives your Tales of Dungeon Delving, and I think you need like a few thousand Tales of Dungeon Delving to be able to buy something for your, like, for your legendary crafting process. I was doing a little bit of looking into it yesterday to see what was up with it, but yeah, it seems like we'll want to be doing dungeons at a certain point regardless. We're up tremendous, plus 450 Astral Acclaim. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I just player base restricted to lawyers. Yeah, honestly, I don't even know if the lawyers are playing that shit. Dungeons drop gear or anything, or just like what drops in fractals. I don't even know. I think dungeons are supposed to be more introductory than fractals are, because fractals are kind of like your Mythic Plus system where it keeps going up in difficulty. I think dungeons themselves are primarily for narrative content, and then you're looking at CM fractals, your challenge modes, and CM raids and shit like that, and then achievement raid grinds for your hard stuff. And I think from what I've gathered, I don't know if it's infallible. So basically, this is what a lot of people go for in terms of like PvE. So you want to do every single wing without any person in your squad being downed. And if a boss has a challenge mode, you have to complete the challenge mode to earn credit for the achievement. And they literally, like, they force you to do it within the time limit with nobody being downed. So infallible is like your large, god damn, excuse me, your large PvE grind. That's what a lot of people are going to be shooting for. Dungeons are all we had for the first 3 years of the game. They're much easier content than fractals. Yeah. I think they're just meant to be pretty, like, pretty chill content, narrative building stuff. And I think with the power creep that exists in today's game, it's also probably quite easy to do. Again, I haven't done any yet, but I think same thing with, you know, with PvE Rush or Fractal Rush. A lot of people will probably just want to get those shits done by any means necessary and not be stuck in a, you know, a challenge, so to say. Except for Aetherpath and Twilight Arbor, that is the most random dislike. That's it. Fuck people. Weird. So there's actually one that brings in some form of challenge along the way. We're gonna need basic mats for our next upgrades, because we need to get the guild to level 18 anyways. These will get 35 guild XP per. But if we can get these up to level 18, then we'll be able to get another upgrade for our mine. And then Streg's miners will be generating even more Ethereum for us. So it'll be beautiful. Still just trying to figure out what to play. Shit, I mean, that's one of the hardest decisions. But I would personally say don't sit there and think on it too long, because switching is so incredibly easy. It really, really, really is. There is a lot of progression that can be opened up, like account wide, basically. There's a lot of shit that you can do account wide, and leveling your alts just gets faster and more efficient than leveling your first character. It's most definitely meant for people to switch and people to try stuff and people to explore and experience different things along the way. So personally, Hold on, I'm checking which eye is blurry. It's getting better. It's getting better. But yeah, personally, dude, I would just say look at what interests you and hop the fuck into it. It is very, 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 very accessible and very, very, very friendly to new players, players that want to switch, players that want to try out a lot of stuff, casual players, everything. So, almost started Thief last night, but people steal my names. Or are you gonna be Grandpa Thief? Is that what you were going for? Once you've been playing Ellie, it's not friendly. Yeah, I mean, for a first character, unless you come in with a lot of background and familiarity with things that can be pretty high APM and you've played a lot of, you know, you've played a lot of MMOs in general, it can be a little tough. Get one shot all the time. Are you trying to PvE or PvP? Because in PvP, let me tell you what, you can just find yourself getting fucking one shot regardless. PvP? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, with PvP, you will probably find yourself getting one-shotted for, if I'm being completely honest, a couple weeks of PvP. It's very tough to get the concept of. When I came in for my first 2 weeks, I was... Anyone want to do dungeons, by the way? Anyone for Dungeon Rush event? But when I first came in, I was playing a Willbender, which is more of like a, you know, a melee guardian type, more assassin-y. And it was rough to learn, man. Like, you, especially if you're playing something like a, you know, a berserker armor set that's all damage all the time, you can be squishy. And a lot of your mitigation is active mitigation in this game. It's not just sitting there and being incredibly tanky. You have to press something, you have to do something to actually have your mitigation be impactful, valid, and meaningful. And with that, it's very easy to find yourself as a new player absolutely getting your shit rocked. And really, I would say just be patient there. Try to, every single death, figure out what you're dying to, look at the class, and then look for any animations and abilities that might be, you know, standing out to you, right? So a lot of the time, your super punishing things will either have an audio cue or a visual cue or sometimes both. And there are some very important animations that you can look for, very important abilities that you can look for in general that will allow you to survive more and also find better kill opportunities. I didn't have my tea this morning, so I'm dying. But yeah, there's just a lot that you can learn along the way. I think that'll bring a lot of benefit to you as a player, especially in PvP. There's, you know, a large laundry list of reasons why the game can be a little bit difficult. But at the end of the day, the tankiness that comes in just from learning your class and other classes, it really is a large game changer. All right, how do we even do dungeons? Tab up here. PvP. Bro, I actually haven't done a dungeon yet. Is there just an entrance, like, globally over here for them? Or is there, like, an interface somewhere? Might actually hop on and try to play today. Still football game wise. I mean, I feel like you just need to kind of find the same way everybody does right now. You gotta find the passion with a game. And you gotta find, you know, what you want to do, what you want to spend your time on. And effectively, if you don't have that passion and you don't have that, you know, that resonation with it, it's gonna be, oh, right here. Okay, cool. I think it's gonna be quite hard to get excited about games. And I think everybody has to find really what, you know, what they're looking for. And it's not gonna be the same for everybody. It's very likely gonna be vastly different for everybody. And that in itself is probably gonna be a large thing. Oh, I got you puffed. But, you know, there's a big element right now where we're trying to get the community up in a place where we can provide more of that feel that we did in Ashes, where everybody always has something to look forward to. I guess we just worked through the list, huh? Let's see. Enter story mode. We're gonna walk to him. I think one person just has to start it, so let me make sure I have my PvE gear on, because I did not have my PvE gear on previously. Okay, let's see. And then I can probably just blast everything spammy for you guys. and then we'll be vibing out there. Let's see. Let's see. Do I want Wormy? I do love Wormy. My little Wormy, best little Wormy. You start with story mode, then open up explorable. Okay, so enter story mode. Does that teleport all of us in? Or what's the deal there? Once you complete a dungeon, it opens up explore mode that has multiple other dungeon runs on the same map.
That fool Norn Air.
So we have to do the story mode first?
Let me brief you. This place has a history.
Yes.
I don't want your ignorance getting us killed.
Okay, checks out. Checks out. Hold on, let me grab my coffee. Because I left out
the humans pushed us out and built Ascalon on top of it. Over 200 years ago, we took our land back. The human king Adalbern watched his soldiers panic as we breached the city gates. Facing certain defeat, the doomed king refused to surrender.
Retreat? Retreat is not an option.
Adalbern smashed his ancient blade Magder and cursed Ascalon.
You will not abandon me!
The blast incinerated the attacking legions and turned the defending humans into vengeful.
I went to grab a drink and I was like, yeah, damn. I done fucked up. Alright, so this is basically...
They show no mercy and no weariness.
We're invading Hades. We're fighting all of the shades.
Adalbern's hatred.
Alright, bet. Why angry Char?
Into the dead king's lair.
Okay.
Mess. We're going after her. She's causing trouble, and I don't want anyone dying because of her foolishness.
So are we kicking the shit out of air? Are you healing? Yeah, I don't really think we need a healer. But like, I just press a bunch of abilities and give you guys alacrity. So like, that's my entire goal. How do we enter? I think you should have got a prompt, right? What legendaries you need to do dungeons for? PvE build, not good. Hold on. Under achievements, you can go legendary weapons. And depending on which you're looking at, I don't know all of them, but craft the legendary weapon Meteorologicus. I don't know if this is all that's needed for it, but I'm assuming it is, and stuff like this. It's, you know, your precursor, Gift of Meteorologicus, Icy Runestone, Gift of Energy, which is...
Ni hao.
Artificer, Yofunda ni hao, hope you're having a good day. Artificer rating, Armorsmith rating, and then Gift of Knowledge is 500 Tales of Dungeon Delving, which I think we get 500, like, at least from doing this. So with the bonus event, go down here, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. You complete all 5 tiers of this, and GG, you immediately have your legendary purchase for your gift. Outside of that, you also get more, I believe, from hitting these. Granted, these are just like, you know, 10x whatever, but can TP to me. Yeah, I think you guys can TP to us. I don't really know though. We could always go back out and then restart it, maybe. I don't know how we could get everybody in, but I didn't. I feel like that's your fault. Looking for our update yet? I mean, looked into, yes. Have I had time to go play? I have not checked it out yet. I really have a lot with Guild Wars that I can just like constantly be doing, if I'm being honest. And it's been a little bit, I don't know, a little bit difficult for me to get excited about, you know, going over to play other things right now. Now, that's not to say that I'm just like not gonna play Forever at all. I most definitely will play Forever at some point. It's just like, when will I basically find the time to go play it that I'm trying to figure out. Because I'm still excited for my indie guys. I really am. And I do want to continue to provide some coverage to them. But man, it's hard when you get into something like Guild Wars. There's so much to do all the time, you know? For some reason, you're a comfort streamer for me now. Hey, listen, I don't know how I fucking comfort anybody, but I appreciate people showing up. I will say, I genuinely couldn't stream if it weren't for the entire community just showing up on a daily. And I do always remind people that whether it's, you know, a lurk, whether it's the people that, you know, show up in Prime or T3 or gift a bunch of subs, or the people that just pull up a tab throughout the day, man. Those are the reasons that I can do this. And it's like the entire community as a whole. So, obviously, I think every streamer wants to get to a point where they can stream anything at any given time and people will show up and they have a bunch of viewers. But for me, I really just like being at the spot where I can stream really whatever I want to, and people are always excited for, you know, what I'm streaming now and what the next move may be, right? So that's, it's a cool thing. Having people that are like, hey Dusty, when are you gonna check out, you know, this game again? It's nothing where I'm like, oh man, what a stupid fucking question, fuck you, bitch. It's like, oh, you actually want me to, you know, go back because you enjoyed my content for that game. I take that as a huge compliment as a content creator. And I really wanna, you know, I really wanna try to find myself in a spot where I can grow the channel enough, you know, in the first place, but also be consistent enough and, you know, confident enough to just hop around to whatever I, you know, truly want to stream. If I want to take a day to do a smaller MMO here and there, take a day to do a smaller MMO here and there. But I sometimes find myself getting very focused on one game or one type of game. So, Cheryl, what up? Hope you're having a good day. It's the first dungeon, bringing like memories. I know, I figured we'd just go through them in order. I felt like that would probably be the easiest set of circumstances for us. What's this? I don't know what we're supposed to do there. Oh. Okay, word. Well, we win. I done did it. I saved us. You know all the dungeon passes are just one per? I think probably start with one per to check it out, but depends on, like, if it's fun, you know? I haven't done dungeons before, so I don't even really know, like, what they're going to play like once we get the actual modes unlocked. But I mean, I don't know what the rewards are, I don't know what there's to look forward to. I definitely want to find myself, you know, playing a lot of the content that's available within Guild Wars. But there's just so fucking much to do, dude. It's like, it's almost hard to hone in on just one thing that I want to focus on. Yo, Biko, what up, dude? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Clouding on greens, keep on their BL. Wait. We were clouding on green? What the hell do you mean? We're in two groups, one large, one small, seems kind of good.
What are you doing here?
Wait, what's that? For World vs. World? Because hear me out. What if you run two groups?
No one disturbs our
One large, the other large.
leave me no choice. Attack! Protect the king!
That's a little bit better than one large, one small. Last night after I got off, Coin was wrecking people. I'm shocked that they kept it up without the Dusty diff. That's a scary thing to try to take on. Did they mention that they missed me a lot and really noticed that I wasn't in those fights after I left? Were they like, man, when Dusty was here, it was just a little bit easier. Golly, he was so handsome and good and fearless. Such a smart leader too. Supporting everything. I bet they didn't even notice I left. Hello, noob! Hope you're having a beautiful day, dude. What you be up to? Small group was just doing shit like breaking walls and capping while the large is fighting. Oh yeah, I mean, you could absolutely have a little, like, a siege unit that goes around. And really, hear me out, once we get into a more organized spot, we could always take everybody that's over 60, and instead of just telling them that they can't play the game and to go back to bed, old man, we can just put them in the siege unit so they can live out their dreams of, well, back in my day when I was on a tank. Well, what if I told you that you could be the tank? What if I told you that you could drive a siege golem, set up catapults just like you did in Desert Storm, old man? You could get a trebuchet back out, like Korea. There's a lot to look forward to there. And I feel like you just gotta give people their incentivization. Sign me the fuck up. Take you right back to your roots, big dog. I don't think it's order, mostly because they changed maps with more content. So it was harder without DustyWhy there. Soulframe made out, and it's been pretty fun so far. Is Soulframe single player? I don't really know much about Soulframe, if I'm being honest. It's like Warframe, but less like crazy Warframe movement. Or like, what is Soul Frame? Single player in the sense of like Elden Ring. Where you can have like invasions and shit like that. Or you could have like kind of like co-op-y RPG type stuff. You see ghost / have co-op. Oh. Yeah, I mean, those are the games where I'm typically like, I don't know, it's outside of my wheelhouse a little bit in terms of things that are more single player. Like when I played Forever, for instance, I was like, oh, this is fun. But it's definitely way too single player-y for me right now. Bro, my eyes are tweaking. But it's definitely too single player-y, you know? I like to be able to do stuff like this where I'm doing shit with the community, where I'm engaging in content with, you know, you guys and just hanging out, which single player, I can still do like Let's Plays and stuff like that. But I think that's the equivalent of taking your dog for a walk and being like, okay, buddy, do you want to turn left or right? And then you just wait for the dog to start to walk one way and then you go that way. I don't think it's really like, you know, sentient decision making. I think the dog just wants to keep moving. Feels like a single player game for sure. I don't know how the co-op is. Yeah, I worry a little bit about things that don't necessarily have the, I don't know, the multiplayer element nailed down for me, but that's just because I'm such a multiplayer fiend, you know? Up. Excuse me. Keisha. Is this Keisha? I think that's Keisha. Yo, Stoff, what up, dude? You ever doing any raids and or teaching raids? We do. We actually have 2 nights of guild raids right now that we run scheduled. We do 2 2-hour blocks. So we've been working on prog there for a few weeks now. And as we keep building up and bringing more members in, we only have 1 group going consistently, but we'd love to get like more groups going and get more people active within the raids. Those are currently Sunday and Monday night. So you can just show up to those as you want to type shit. In terms of teaching raids, I probably shouldn't be the teacher right now, but I will be. I will be when the time is right. But for right now, me teaching somebody raids would be the equivalent of probably like Helen Keller trying to help somebody defuse a bomb. And like, I heal and I support and I provide alacrity. I know my role, and I know everybody else's role. And I know when we die if it's my fault or if it's somebody else's. That's where I'm at with raids. I am learning though. Soon we will be teaching, and we do always bring new players into our raids too. We have quite a few people in the guild who are very familiar with Guild Wars stuff that are kind of like mentors for us right now. But we do also bring so many new players in. Shit, I mean, I myself am a new player when it comes to all of the content over here. I am now, I think I'm above 300 hours, finally. Yeah, I'm at 311 hours. So, at this point in time, I have finally ascended man. But, definitely still so much to learn along the way. I am, not exactly the expert that I may seem like on television. Progressive learning raids? Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I think I'd rather have raids where everybody's just, like, learning along the way and having fun. And we're figuring out together. Instead of everybody just, you know, we go in, we stomp the content out, everybody's worried about speedrun this, speedrun that. Like, we can work our way up to doing infallible content and infallible clears, but that's going to take some time for us to the point where it's likely... Oh, are we done? That's, you know, months down the road until we're doing infallible attempts. So, with that, I think we just are in a spot coming into a game that already has a ton of content, because a lot of us are new, where we just learn. And we have so much kind of like uncapped learning that we can do, you know? Some of my best memories in MMOs, progressive content learning. Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And some of the worst memories in MMOs are when people actually start to get their gear taken care of. And everybody starts to realize like, oh, I'm almost bis. I need to get this thing or that thing. And then it becomes like the loot hoary, the, you know, the cutthroat, the everything there. So dungeon tokens from explorable mode are needed for Gen 1 legendaries. So those are the things we're getting from Dungeon Rush though. These things, the Tales of Dungeon Delving, right? So we literally don't even have to, technically we don't even have to do the pads because this will level us as we go through. So I think to start, we do all of the, like, just normal modes. And then I think Deputize for dungeons. Speak with Lady Camilla at Fort Mariner during the Dungeon Rush event. Oh, what a bitch. Dungeon delving. Word. Okay, deputize for dungeons is done. We're up tremendous. I ordered Ren Fair costumes. What if they don't let me bring my sword? Am I gonna be down bad? I'm sure they will. It's like an actual sword. I'm gonna try that armored MMA type shit. I bought you a holster for it. For my sword? Wait, but I already have a holster. It has a... I'll just have to wear a belt, because it has a belt loop, or like a back loop, and then it also has... I guess that would be the most valid. But yeah, it has a loop right now, so I could like, depending on what we have going on, I could like put it on my back, and then we could like loop it on somehow. I don't really know what the play would be, but I got you a holster for it. Like a hip holster? It's a back holster. Okay. Yeah, because this thing's long. I'll look like Link. I should get a shield. And then I could just go around screaming the entire Ren Fair. Just spin in a circle, scream, and then anytime there are clay pots or long grass, I just cook it. The soap? What, the sword? Yes. Yes. I need to sharpen it and, like, clean it.
There. Target
I need to get this bitch all shiny, if I'm being honest. Like, it's older, and I haven't really, like, taken it out for any reason. Nobody's invaded the house. What do you want? Are you showing me this? I'll look like a witcher. Okay. Yeah, I feel it. I feel it. Yeah, we can just clip this in, basically. Right. Right. I do need to clean this, though. I don't know. It could be shinier. Maybe we get some, like, stainless steel polish before the Ren Fair, and then just polish the ever-loving fuck out of it. Oh, yeah.
Your Majesty, I'm not sure you and the ambassador should have come.
Imagine defending your house with a massive sword in 2026.
That's ridiculous,
Well,
Captain.
I would prefer a cannon.
This is the perfect place to celebrate the détente with the child.
I want to.
There are separatists
when
that want this
I
treaty
eventually
torn
get
apart.
my life.
For all we know, Codicus is in cahoots with them.
Minister Codicus is loyal to the crown.
I want to, when I eventually like build a house down the road and get my, you know, get my long-term home type shit. I want to have a functioning cannon mounted in the long peak of my home, near the door that's most likely to get broken into. So that way, if anybody ever does break in, then I can just scream "Tally-ho, lads," and then I can just blast them off the face of the earth. Like, imagine you break into my house to try to hit a lick, and you hear "Tally-ho!" and then you just get blasted. Blasted. Like, just actual cannonball to the chest type shit. I feel like home defense comes in many forms. Rumors gathered. Bro, what is this? Just gossip simulator? The fuck am I playing? What are we doing here? Are we just trying to like start fights? Okay. Okay. Where are we at? Are you doing IRL stream for the Ren Fair? Probably at least for a little bit of it. You could cameraman it as well. So we could bring like the stabilizer and stuff. And then you could cameraman and then just walk around type shit. And what with sharks with laser beams? With freaking lasers. Yes. Yes, yes. We absolutely could. Looking as there is a threat against this queen who is also here. Wait. Whoa, wait. So there are threats.
What you've told me, this
Logan is threatening the queen.
I disagree. The
So now Logan and the queen are about to fight? Okay.
Then we should confront both of them.
Fine.
Am I on Logan's side?
That's the plan. We should check.
Logan has heard there's a threat.
First.
Oh, okay. Okay. So we're basically with Logan trying to stop the queen. Logan is banging the queen on the side.
I must speak to you of a threat to the queen.
So basically he's a simp. More or less. So he's porking the queen, and as a result, because he's porking the queen, and he doesn't want the queen to die, now we have to protect the queen. That's kind of fucked up. I feel like we shouldn't have to do his dirty work and he should solve his relation issues himself. Sims are the ones who don't get a bang. Oh no, no, a lot of people will absolutely fuck their simps just to keep them simping. No, there is a, you know, like the relationship meter in games? There's an entire thing with like managing your simps where you basically have to figure out what level of simp it is and what you're willing to give that simp. So even if a simp is handsome and you let them hit, if they buy you a ton of shit just because you're letting them fuck, then you're still getting simped for by that person just because you're letting them fuck. Whereas if you previously weren't letting them fuck, then maybe they go simp for somebody else that actually lets them fuck, right? Simping comes in many forms, and just because you get the cat doesn't mean that you're not chasing pussy the entire time. This isn't right. I feel like we left. I feel like I was just out in the actual world again. You left. Something terrible has happened. I don't know how I turned around. Like at all. Dusty Dungeon Guy now. Dusty, the worldwide multicultural phenomenon of Tyria. Here to embrace all forms of Tyrian culture, including these dungeons that apparently are just giant-ass mazes for no reason. I got lost already and ran completely out of a dungeon. So I'm at a point where I'm like, okay, we just keep working. What up, Logan? I bet you know exactly where the queen's room is, huh? Don't you, little Simpington? Yeah, you little simpy ass bitch. Yeah, we gonna go protect your girlfriend. Your dommy mommy.
We're coming through.
Yeah.
No one gets in here.
Yeah. Is that what we're doing, Logan? Are we defending your queen? So now we're killing a poor guard because he's just trying to do his job. Hey, how accurate a portrayal of Logan this is? What, he just gets to hit so he simps? I mean, listen, man. Listen. I've seen a couple people in my time that are like, nah, man, I'm not simping. I get to fuck. And I'm like, how much have you spent? And they're like, we go out to dinner 4 times a week. And I'm like, what you think she doing the other 3? And they say, oh shit, you right. Simping ain't easy. Because motherfuckers still live it. We all simp in some kind of way. I feel like...
You fools! My plan has been revealed! You have the queen and the others! Now save me!
What's my form of simping? Maybe like making nice meals, but like even then, I like cooking. I like cooking. Carlo is simp though. You don't simp for me. I mean,
Move them elsewhere.
do I? I'd say I'm quite considerate. No, I buy you stuff. I throw my wallet at you from time to time. I let you get a bag of hot Cheetos at the store every now and then. But that's also, that's not with the intention to hit. That's because I feel like if I don't give you hot Cheetos every now and then, you go through withdrawals and you become a different person. That's more like, you know, like a methadone clinic? It's like that for Cheeto addicts. Probably gets that leak skin from time to time. She pays for her own leak skins. I don't support her shitty habits. If it was something for like, I don't know, work or something that would further her life, then like I would definitely pay for it. But like, not league skins. Not league skins. I don't support that shit. She doesn't buy my weed. I'm not buying her league skins. I was trying to help you out. Listen, I'm not here to spread libel and slander. I think it is possible to love while setting boundaries and acknowledging that League of Legends is one of quite possibly the most terrible things that somebody could ever do for themselves. And if you're supporting that, then what are you supporting for that person? Do you really love them in the first place? And I think loving is different than simping. My help is establishing firm boundaries. And those boundaries are league skins. You buy those. Buy weed. I buy that. Something cool. We buy together. Addicted to League? I don't even understand how people get addicted to League when you can literally just play Dota. Just, I don't know. It's a little strange to me, if I'm being honest. I just never really understood that side of things, but to each their own, I guess. It is what it is. I wish I understood. I can't say I do, but wait, how do we get outside? How did this happen? Let's start this argument. Well, it's not much of an argument because an argument implies that there's a way for there to be two right answers to the situation. And a truthful statement isn't an argument. A truthful statement is just education. And I think everybody in the world knows that Dota 2 is the far superior game, but League of Legends has the best marketing department in the goddamn world. Bar none. Like, oh my god. And if I could choose a game to be #1 in the world at, it would be Dota 2, because Dota 2 makes exponentially more money from the professional scene than League of Legends does. Again, from the game itself, outside of the marketing. League's marketing S+++++ tier. Plus. You know there was a Dota 2 show that came out before Arcane came out? Like, Dota beat League of Legends to the punch of having a show out about their game. It was called Dragon's Blood. It sucked. It was terrible. It wasn't terrible. It was mid. It was mid. Dragon's Blood was okay. You want to know why that's not a good thing? Because League came out and League was fucking phenomenal. Because Arcane came out and Arcane was fucking absurd. But it makes more from what? Its entire esports scene. The only thing that an esports, athlete, whatever we want to call them, a pro player in League would have a chance at gapping a Dota player in is sponsorship money. And if you look at esportsearning.com/players, you can see the difference in scale between Dota's professional scene and anything else in terms of its earnings. Dota 2, Fortnite at 23, CS at 36 and 38, CS, Dota, CS, Call of Duty, CS, Dota 2, Arena of Valor, Dota 2, Fortnite. Faker is 76th in terms of tournament earnings, but Faker is far above $7 million in terms of his actual personality and in terms of marketing and in terms of sponsorships and in terms of his worth, because League is a culture. League has broken the fourth wall between video games and IRL, and people in League I think have more celebrity status than people in Dota, but Dota creates a lot of money for its professional players on the high end. Mr. Lee, what a dooski, brother. What you be up to? Faker's a go. And your GOAT is still 76 on esports earnings. And dwarfs me. Let's see. How much does Faker beat me by? Faker has approximately 1.9 million in earnings, which means he beats me by about $1.9 million all time. So he's got a little bit more going than I do, to say the very least. He's got a whole lot going on there. Close. I'm inching the gap by the day, really. And technically, if you take all of my stream earnings from all time and count that as me technically playing professionally, then that could close the gap to maybe I don't know, 1.75 million. Maybe it's only 1.75 million instead of 2 million. So I feel like there's always a little bit of hope. There's always just some there. Oh, Deadlock pops off. Deadlock is going to be a very good game. The thing that I worry about with Deadlock is that Deadlock is going to be far more niche than certain competitive titles, primarily because of the capabilities of the movement system. Part of the reason I feel this way is because of the skill evolution of Fortnite. And when Fortnite first came out and it was simplified and everybody, you know, was just throwing up a wall around them and then peeking out their wall and shit, and a ramp rush was something crazy, and Tyler Blevins was fucking pawning and shit, like, that was a different era of Fortnite. And then as soon as the skill evolution of Fortnite started to go absolutely fucking crazy, people started to fall out of love with it because they were able to they were no longer able to keep up. They saw the extreme gap and they were unable to, hold on. Crafting or TP, I think. Maybe some, I don't even know if there are rewards for stuff. Dota players get super low salary. Depends on their organization. Certain organizations make an immense amount of clams as well. But keep in mind, League of Legends doesn't pay a pro player a salary. Dota 2 doesn't pay players a salary. The organizations pay salaries. And where does organizations' money come from? On average, about 70 to 80% of an esports organization's money comes from sponsorships. Esports is taking money and it's lighting it on fire. And again, that's the marketing side of League that provides so much more. Now, top-end Dota players can still find themselves getting beautiful salaries. Beautiful salaries. But in terms of, like, sponsors and in terms of organizations, that's, again, another advantage that League has. Also, Kira, what up, brother? You liking this game? Oh, yeah. Guild Wars is very fun, man. Guild Wars 2, very fun. Guild Wars 3 on the horizon also gives us a lot to look forward to. So, personally, always a lot to be doing. Right now, we're just working on some, you know, some events that are available. Just some... Okay. Wait, how do we start this? Hold on. Goodbye. Goodbye. Alright, I think we just start. I'm gonna just hoof it, maybe? I think we just run. This place sucks, IRC. I remember people talking about this one with certain different paths being a little bit weird. But yeah, man, there's always a lot to do with Guild Wars. Always a lot to learn as well. Combat system's pretty fast-paced in terms of PvP. A lot of stuff that's not just a matter of I go in, I ooga boogie you. There are a lot of buffs and debuffs that are very impactful that effectively, you know, extend your health pool multiplicatively. It's quite nice. A lot of active mitigation stuff. How's combat and movement? Was always interested, but never resource game like that compared to like BDO or Ashes. I would say probably more similar to a BDO than an Ashes. I am nowhere near an expert on BDO combat system, but the similarities lie in terms of like APM and whatnot. I think far further from an Ashes, which was a little bit more, you know, slow pace. You'll notice there's no global cooldown on any of my abilities. Your basically, like, your animations are your cooldowns. So you can just literally take your keyboard and, like... And honestly, that wasn't the worst set of combos that I've ever done. So really, with Guild Wars 2, it is very possible to actually just roll your face across your keyboard and press a lot of buttons all at once, then be okay. But on the high level, there's so much that... I mean, I play a support, for instance. So these are just buffs that I throw out on us. Buffs are anything from... My forehead kind of warm after that. I won't even lie. I was going hard on that. Buffs can be anything from things like CC immunity for a certain number of stacks, a certain number of instances, to movement, to quickness, which is like action speed, like a haste. Defensives, offensives, reduced damage taken, more damage done, crit chance, you know, you fucking name it. There are also certain classes that are built around cleansing debuffs, stripping buffs, converting buffs to debuffs. There's a lot of, you know, a lot of movement potential within classes. I'm by no means playing one of the, you know, one of the zippier classes, but they have a thief class where you can, if you really like movement, you could go something like a daredevil. If you really want to play something rangery, then you can play ranger and you could find yourself going Gale Shot, which Gale Shot's very meta in like the small scale PvP right now. Very, very, very bursty, some good movement, just a lot of damage as a whole, and some of the damage can be pretty hard to dodge even through good players because it comes from abilities that aren't the most telegraphed. So Gale Shot itself is, you know, pretty in the meta, but there are a lot of things that are super movementy. Small things with the movement system as well. Like, something that doesn't seem like a lot right now, that when you play more, you'll start to understand the validity of a little bit more, is about facing. So about facing is effectively just a keybind to turn your character because they don't have freeform movement, right? So instead of having freeform movement like a normal game would, they basically came up with a keybind to do about facing. So personally, I would just prefer freeform movement if I'm being completely honest. Let me unlock my camera and just turn and run whatever direction I hit. I think about facing is kind of like an extra step because they don't have freeform movement, but that's a little bit different of a discussion. But with them not having freeform movement, about facing is really solid, like really solid tech. So you turn, and if you're not holding anything, it turns your camera with you, but you can left click about face and then right click back. As long as you're holding your W key, it's a way to instantly turn your character, which again, if there was freeform movement in the game where I pressed W and my character went forward, and I pressed A and my character turned and strafe ran, or I pressed D and it turned and strafe ran there, or I press S and it turned and strafe ran, then that would be different. But with freeform movement, you also typically see directionality not having an impact on movement. And you can see here, if I'm running forward versus running sideways and strafing, there's a little bit different of a system there. Action cam is freeform movement, but it affects tab target ground effects. Yeah, I mean, action cam in itself brings a lot of inherent issues with something that's this heavy in terms of ground effects. Something as simple as, you know, if I'm on action cam and I'm in PvP and I want to drop a wall on my staff, right? If I want a wall, I just switch off my staff, funny enough, when I came out of that because I thought I had my mace out. But if I want a wall and I'm on action cam, then I would have to effectively take where I'm looking at, flick my reticle over there, make sure I have the right angle, and then drop the wall. Whereas on tab target, I just... GG. Walls down. Literally wherever I need it to be. If there's a high ground, I put my camera up to a top down, and then I try to get an LOS so I can cast on the high ground, and then I can find myself peeking up on high grounds because of that. So there's like, you know, Ashes of Creation also had the, you can play tab or you can play action. And with any hybrid, I always feel like there's just more precision in your actions playing a tab than there is in action. When it's full, you know, full freeform action combat for everybody, that makes it just a smidge different. I think we go this way, guys. I think that makes it a smidge different, but without it being full freeform action combat for literally everybody, I feel as though tab kind of just has a pretty large advantage overall, you know what I mean? How's the work assassin or whatever in this game, especially meta-wise? Remember Ashes, works not effective as it could have been a large scale. Oh, large scale, if you're trying to go solo and cook, you're gonna have a bad time. Now, like, there's a roamer role in World vs. World, but that's not what people will tell you it is. Some people will hear, I want to roam, like, I want to be solo in World vs. World and have an impact, and they'll be like, oh, you want to just roam and take 1v1s? And you're like, no, I want to hit the back of a, you know, a clump and try to find their squishies. I have terrible news, that's just not going to happen. So, in terms of World vs. World meta, you play in a very, very, very tightly packed, very tightly condensed ball at all points in time. And if you're not playing on that very tightly packed, tightly condensed ball at all points in time, then you're just kind of leaving yourself out to a lot of death. What about a kill squads? Kill squads don't exist. So, here's your World vs. World. It is groups of 5. And those groups of 5 are set up to buff share with, oh shit, I don't know where I went. Buff share with not only themselves, but with everybody else around them in different groups. And I'll explain how that works in a little bit. But there are also target caps with every AoE ability. So, let me see if I can find a fight here. I don't actually think the contest is here. Excuse me. Let's see. I'll try to find a little bit of a fight so we can actually see combat. Okay, here. So basically, there's a commander. That's the guy with like the purple tag above his head. And the commander, where'd y'all go? The commander is who we stay on. So effectively, you'll notice I play a support. We are all going to be working in like this. And then as we go in, the commander tries to move. They're over here to try to find an option for us to get picks and kind of like get into their back line and separate them and push them off. But it's very deathball-y all the time, and it is like everybody sits on the commander, stays on the commander. I'll follow you guys. And effectively, like, you try to go in, bait out abilities. Once abilities are baited, then you find an opportunity to swing back around and hit again. So, there's no skill because it's just first clump. Seems like gear difference. No, it's horizontal progression. There is an incredibly large level of skill within this as well, but it's also a different skill than you going out and just completely trying to 1v1 press more buttons than somebody. Because, hear me out, with 1v1s, a lot of the time, if you say there's a skill difference there, but you're playing an assassin class, and you jump a class that's not made to deal with assassins, that's not really a skill difference, that's just a class difference. So in PvP, there's always a differential of something, and there's very little to no gear differential in Guild Wars. It's very much a matter of you're looking at maybe a 5% difference from intro gear and the top level gear. So it's not gear difference. In terms of what you're looking at, you have a commander who needs to know all the movements the same way that you have a group lead in New World. The same way that in New World's meta you had a sender and a caller. You still have that. That still happens. It's the same thing. In Ashes, you still had group leads, you still had people that were target calling, you still had people that were throwing a mark out. You still have your lead, and you still work in your own role off of that lead, but you get extremely punished the second you step out of the ball because of buff sharing, because you have active mitigation, because so much in this game is ground target, place it where you want it, dump AoEs, and this is open world. So there's nothing that really says, you know, you have to step on this objective at any point in time like there were with Ashes, Sieges, or New World Wars. So if people want to rat out, they can just rat out and they can run from every single fight that they ever find. I think at a certain point we stop getting fights because we're rolling people too much. I'll go back earlier and see if we can find some big fights. Because keep in mind, World vs. World is also all PvX. So it's a giant map that you're going around and you're trying to take objectives, but you're also trying to find opportunities to like fight others within it, and you're trying to find opportunities to again create space to go push objectives and shit. So let's see. This will probably be a pretty solid fight. Green's actually pretty solid. So with equalized gear too. Well, World vs. World isn't exactly equalized gear, but the gear differential in World vs. World is not very high at all. Full legendaries, again, which take hundreds of hours to get, will get you approximately 5% more power than gear that takes you an hour to get. So you can level and hop right into World vs. World with very introductory gear, and you can be impactful and you can be just fine. I don't have full legendaries or anything like that, and everything is perfectly functional with it. But again, a lot of it, it's kind of like defense, then it's kind of clumpy to a certain extent. There's a noodle and Liberty kill squad's made a big difference, and they're all dead now. So hear me out. All of those games are dead, and Guild Wars 2 is alive after 13 years. They're making a comeback. Let's not let our personal biases get in there. But yeah, personally, I think with the combat system itself, looking from the outside in, you had the same reaction that I had when I first saw like very high level World vs. World play. And it effectively, it looks, feels, and plays a lot differently when you're within the ball, because it does still have the same structure that you would want from a kill squad fight or a clump versus clump fight in New World, where you still have effectively your pulls that are on the outside. You still have your supports that are buffing along the way. You still have your strips and your CCs. Video has way more players than Guild Wars 2 World vs. World could ever dream of. So are you comparing an entire game to one side mode within Guild Wars 2, you chimpanzee? You small brain mongoloid. Do not let your personal bias get you made fun of here, Keyboy. Because I swear to God, you are actually bringing up mongoloid comparisons. The only important mode in Guild Wars 2. I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna put you in timeout since you want to be an actual fucking idiot. I don't have the patience for you today. You are brain dead as fuck. And when you think that that is the only actual impactful mode in Guild Wars 2, you have to realize PvP is a side mode in every successful game. and your most successful player bases are PvE and casual player bases in every game. And I say this as someone that's nearly a PvP exclusive player in most games that I play. PvP is not what sells games, and if you're gonna come in and you're gonna act like an all-knowing beast and try to devalue something else because you think something is cool, then go do that in somebody else's chat, bro. I don't care if you play with BDO, BBC, BBL, VCR, FIBA. I don't fucking care, bro. I don't give a shit what you play with. But the second you come in and you start trying to prove your point by shitting on something else, which is a game that you're actually watching,
I'm done with your games.
It's
and I'm finished with you.
a little bit,
Dear heart.
We shall see, dear.
a little bit interesting,
We shall see.
if I'm being completely real. Tried BDO and found it very annoying. BDO from the outside looking in is the same thing as Guild Wars, where if you don't play BDO, then you will look at BDO and you just don't like it because you don't understand it. People that didn't play New World looked at New World PvP and they said, I don't understand this. People that played Ashes understood things that people that didn't play Ashes didn't understand about PvP. It all looks different when you actually play it. And if you don't play it, you don't know all of the abilities, you don't know the movements, you don't know the interactions, the class makeups, the compositions, the ground effects, why people are stopping or going forward or anything like that. And I think when we close ourselves off to things and we literally just say, I don't understand this, so it's dog shit, it's like looking at a new food. Yo, Mark, even 2 months, dude. I appreciate you. It's like looking at a new food and being like, I've never had this food before, therefore it's immediately dog shit. And I've only had this food, so it's all I'm going to eat. We make fun of motherfuckers with chicken tenders and fries mentalities IRL, but everybody in gaming has a fucking chicken tenders and fries mentality where if it's not what they know, they're not gonna, you know, ask or anything. So, I think BDO has the most advanced combat mechanics out of any MMO. It's very in-depth. But you couldn't tell me the combat mechanics of Guild Wars 2. So how do you say it has the most advanced combat mechanics out of any MMO when you don't know every MMO's combat system? That's kind of what I'm getting at. Everybody takes their personal bias and says, my thing, best thing, the thing that I'm doing is the hardest and I'm the best at it, so I'm the coolest. But that's not true. And you literally, you can't sit here and say, it's the most advanced combat out of any MMO. You can say it's the most advanced combat out of any MMO that you've played, but you don't know. And people pretend they know when they don't know. Speaking in terms of high APM, depending on the class. What's the highest APM class in terms of Guild Wars 2 then? Can you tell me that? Because I don't think that you can articulate what high APM classes in Guild Wars 2 are and the fact that those typically play 150 plus APM on a high level. So like again, I feel like people just, out of any I've played, yeah, and I appreciate that. I deal with it a lot now where, you know, as I've played a lot more MMOs, people come in to an MMO that I'm learning or playing, and they're just like, they look at the PvP for 5 minutes, and they're like, oh, this is dog shit compared to this game that I've spent 5,000 hours in. And I'm like, brother, can you tell me what's happening on the screen? And people are like, no, but it's dog shit. And I'm like, where does this come from? If I watch somebody else's PvP, it's gonna be dog shit. You know, it's... Wake Nova and Ninja was like 200 APM. That should cure my ADHD. Hold on, I'll show you, let me show you. Voyle sent me some clips a while back before I started playing of a lot of like higher end World vs. World, and this is more like scrim stuff as well. So in terms of organized stuff, this is a little bit older, but this is playing, I believe Voil's playing an Ellie. So you're effectively looking at, in terms of, look at all these circles that are going out. So when they walk forward, you'll hear calls for wells and whatnot. And with those wells, you're trying to go in, have abilities built up, have a bunch of like buffs built up. And then when he calls for wells, they're having necromancers strip the buffs, so all of these buffs off of enemies, and then as soon as wells go out, you basically want to try to spike as much damage as possible as soon as the well call goes out. So within this, everybody tries to stay directly with the commander tag. Commander tries to set it up. There are clashes in the middle, and during these clashes, every single support. So you can watch Voil's buff bar and his HP. So as they move, you see a bunch of buffs go out from the supports, but you also see a bunch of buffs getting stripped. So right here, the reason why his buff bar goes full empty full is on this clash. As soon as stab comes in, strips happen, CCs happen, wells get dropped, just a bunch of trades happen. And as soon as your buffs get stripped, or you find yourself slightly away from the group, like this far away from the group, dead. Now, you have a down state within Guild Wars where certain classes have res abilities where you can just drop a res or, you know, get what's called a stomp, which is basically the X on your kill. So, in terms of like, once you get into a cycle of not having your buffs or anything, you find yourself in a really rough spot trying to recover. And with Evoker, which is what, that was part of the rotation, Evoker downstate rotation. But with Evoker, you're cycling through your abilities here, and then you also have these different combos and these different things that you can evoke to go through multiple different bars of abilities depending on the situation. So, I mean, theoretically, you could just sit back there and blast shit. But looks like Bard's getting rid of them. This isn't even a Bard though. This is a DPS. This is a caster. So like, this is all damage. But yeah, with the support stuff. So like that's kind of what I play. Not that we have like necessarily a true Bard. We have what's called a Troubadour, which is kind of Bardy. But supports are a huge thing. But with that, the ability to counter those supports and stop them from having their abilities going out, their buffs staying up, and all of that, bro, it's just a different level. So effectively, you need to have, from me as a support, I put out stability and resolution, which is anti-CC, and then incoming condition damage, which is debuff damage, reduced by 33%. Quickness, which is skill and action speed, like a haste. Fury, which is increased crit chance. Super speed, which is super speed. This is a different build than I run in PvP, but in PvP I put out more stability, which is, again, anti-CC. I put out protection, which is damage reduction. This is a big heal and cures debuffs. This is a wall, so I literally have a wall that can CC 10 targets. I have might, which gives people more power so they hit harder. This gives swiftness and also sets a combo field, so certain abilities will have combo finishers and combo fields. So if I just press those separately, it heals. But you'll notice if I put down my combo field and then my heal, area cleanse condition. So this is a combo field. This has the combo finisher blast down at the bottom. So when I put that down, it cleanses a condition or a debuff. So that's another really strong interaction. Then every class has 2 different weapons type shit. So you have a lot of switches and every weapon does something different for every single class. And every class also has a ton of different specializations. So like I play a Luminary, but I could play a Lumi DPS. I could play like a bunker super tanky Lumi. I could play a support Lumi. I could play a hybridized Lumi, but I could also play like 6 different builds on a Guardian, which is my class. So you can change a lot of that up. The effects of having a greatsword on a Guardian versus a greatsword on a Warrior are 2 different greatsword kits as well. So there's just a lot. Oh, so I'm gonna unban that guy. He was just fucking annoying me, bro. I hate when people puff out their chests like that. Jesus Christ. Just can't stand that shit. Actually can't stand it. He needed a 10-minute timeout. Trying to have a valid discussion over here. Mara, thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I think video combat just built me because of a mix of MMO with fighting game mechanics. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And like, I think, you know, from a perspective of an outsider that watches BDO, I see so much flash. It's actually in the video you were just watching. Sorry I banned you, by the way. I have a short temper today. I'm trying to have a goddamn discussion. You're good? I appreciate you, dog. I appreciate you. Usually it's a 10-minute timeout. Usually, sometimes I'm just like, okay, I can't fucking deal with this right now. I gotta talk without getting angry. Also, I woke up today and my vision was all blurry. I've been wonky today. I've been a little bit weird, doc. GS on Res fun. I think greatsword's a really well-designed weapon in general. But yeah, I wonder how many people just watch the stream that are banned because I've just been annoyed with them. No, I just don't use the timeout enough. I've actually thought about this. I should probably have a timeout button instead of a ban button, because usually I'll get annoyed with somebody and I'm just like, okay, I don't want to deal with this motherfucker. ban, and then the next day, before I get on stream, I'll unban them. You know, like if they show back up, they can exist. But sometimes I'm just like, I don't know, man. Waking up with a blurry vision. No, so I usually sleep with an eye mask. But last night, I didn't have my eye mask because when we traveled to Tampa, we left the eye mask in Tampa. We fucked it up and forgot. And from there, I wrapped something around my head to sleep last night, and it was too tight on my eyes. So when I woke up today, I took my fucking Illidan visor off, my little Illidan headband, and my vision was blurry as shit. And I was like, oh, sometimes I wake up and I just need to you know, clean my eyes, get the gunk out, right? And with that, I gave it time. I gave it a couple hours, and my vision, I'm talking I have very good vision. It was blurry. I was stressed all morning. We went out and did our morning stuff, and then from there, we came back home, and I was still fucking. I went to sit down to start stream at 2:30. I couldn't see my chat. It was so blurry. I looked over and I was like, what the fuck? So I went and laid down for a little bit, just covered my eyes lightly without pressure and laid down. Woke up, felt a lot better. That was after half hour, so I'm assuming after sleeping tonight will be a lot better. But that's how it starts. Yeah, I did turn 30 recently as well, so that's efficient. I know. No, it's getting better throughout the day. I think I just need to put some Manuka honey on my eyeballs or something after stream, and then I'll probably be fine. Oh, I was gonna say too, for Kira as well, who was talking about the combat system a lot. Part of the reason why the boon ball, as it's called, is so important, right? So first things first, you'll notice that they have subgroups here. So part of why support's really good, on top of just giving buffs and healing, is because they have a really smart over heal and over buff situation. So say in New World, Sacred Ground healed every single target that was in it. You could throw 1,000 people in a Sacred and you'd be good, right? Say Sacred Ground could only heal 5 people, right? And there were 7 people standing in it. If some of those people were full HP, that Sacred would just ignore them immediately and it wouldn't be any concern. So effectively, with healing and buffs, say this Druid in group 2 goes to heal and his group is all full HP. That heal right now would overflow to group 7, Freak, because he is in raid as a second priority, but he's low HP. So every buff, every heal basically checks to see, can I apply to somebody in the group? If I can't apply to somebody in the group, then it overflows to somebody in the raid. If it can't apply to somebody in the raid, then it overflows outside a raid to friendlies. And if there aren't players, then you can also overflow to pets and shit like that after all players. So they have this hierarchy where overhealing gets distributed. So stacking up more heals, stacking up more, more buffs and everything, more security is really important. Past that, you'll see a lot of abilities that are like this, where Symbol of Faith, you'll see the 4th little row down, number of targets 5. So effectively, everything in this game will be target capped for AoEs. So with that, you're gonna find yourself frequently 5 targets per AoE. If you were running, say, a 5-person kill squad and you were out here trying to get back here, they could just turn and be like, everybody just dump on this 5-person group, kill them real quick. You're not going to have as much buff output or reapplication. So if there's a strip that comes out and they take your buffs, if you only have 3 supports for one group versus 15 for 5, then you're going to have a lot less of a chance to reapply the buffs to the people that had theirs taken. So you want to be in a group to minimize the damage, make sure that there's a lot of damage spread going out to other people and not spike. And then you also want to try to keep that as tight as possible. So you're sharing buffs, you're sharing ground effects, you're getting all that overflow. So there are still other ways to play as well. Certain groups, especially in World vs. World, they have a pretty cool setup with it. So World vs. World's a 24/7 concurrent mode. And with World vs. World, let me pull this up real quick. NA has 4 different groups or tiers. So effectively, with all of these tiers, how is red winning? Jesus Christ. With all of these tiers, you have 3 teams in each tier, red, green, and blue. And then every Friday, the bottom team moves down and the top team moves up each tier. And then once a month, teams get completely redistributed at random. So with that, you have groupings and effectively common, familiar enemies to fight against. So green that we're fighting against, we're in Yolan Haven, which is blue in tier 1. Green that we're fighting against can sometimes do what's called clouding, where that is almost like more like New World Kill Squad-y type stuff. So with clouding, if you were to take that giant clump that we saw earlier, right, and you were to take this, clouding would effectively see this, and they would bring one group here, 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 and they try to kind of like surround it slowly and engulf it, and they try to find an opportunity to get picks from the outside of this. And then as soon as this ball would move towards a part of the cloud, the entire cloud just goes yeet and splits and then runs away and then regroups. So you actually may like seeing... What is this? My dog's on the bells. But with clouding, you may get a little bit more of that like familiar kill squad feel to a certain extent. But with clouding, it typically requires some better organization. Nabes, did you want to run as well? I think we had a slot open up. But with clouding, there's opportunity to effectively play very skirmishy, very guerrilla warfare-y, very, you know, kind of traditional kill squad. Personal knowledge on everything is super important with clouding. Yes, I think clouding has a much higher skill floor that's necessary than playing in the boon ball, 100%. And the boon ball is very forgiving, which is why I think a lot of groups have gone to that, specifically because there's so much carryover of healing and buffs, and it's almost like idiot proof. Like Kier said earlier, not that there's no skill in it, but having a commander to follow around does absolutely lower the agency of every single individual player to the point where you're thinking about pressing your abilities and getting the most out of stuff and your invulns and your iframes and all that. But having somebody to just take the element of, do I have to move left or right out of it, is something that's really imperative with the boon ball, where a commander, I think, has a little bit less of a, you know, a full control over that type shit. Have a seat? Ooh. Hold on. I don't know if I can have, like, a more efficient seat somehow, but I don't think I can fit in this. Can I? I think it's too small. I think it's far too small. I appreciate you, big dog. I hope you've been well.
Hello.
If you decide to come through, free to play base game. You ain't even gotta pay. You ain't even gotta pay. And with a base game, you can also just level to 80. You can do SPVP, which is a 5v5. And if I'm being real, 5v5 has a lot more skill expression individually than World vs. World. A lot more. There's a lot more opportunity to feel like you're mechanically outplaying people, I think, in 5v5s and in the small scale, as there naturally is. But even in small scale, you can find yourself getting absolutely fucking nuked. Just destroyed. Wherever my forehead on my keyboard takes me is where I go. You might enjoy Guardian then. There's a chance, I think. Oh, wait. We can do a little photo shoot here. Cute. Where my dog's at. We can do a little summer school photo shoot. Or not summer school, but like, you know, summer before school photo shoot or after school. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna fill up my coffee, and then we gotta finish up these dungeons so we can get into some World War or some PvP today, because it'd be fun. Go to I'm playing Dual Pistol Thief. Fuck yeah. I feel like Dual Pistol has so much aura, if I'm being real. I just, like, I know New World had like blunderbusses and muskets, but like the guns over here just have aura. It's really strange. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. Un momento.
Pleased to see you.
I didn't see you there.
Welcome.
The Legion calls. Speak. Let's hear it. Out with it. Let's hear it.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
The Legion calls.
Compact is defense, then offense.
The Legion calls.
Search for knowledge? We know so little.
It's tough to prosper nowadays, but we try. Welcome.
Good day, soldiers. Yo, big peep. Thank you for the follow, brother. I appreciate you. Also, Michael, what up over on YouTube? How you doing, my friend? New to the game, are dungeons good, worth doing for endgame? So, dungeons have a few different, like, elements to them type shit. So with dungeons, they were, as far as I know, I'm pretty new myself as well, so not quite the historian that I'd like to be at some point. But dungeons were present for the first like 3 years of the game as really one of the only things to do in your post game, like your I don't know, kind of like your instance gameplay. So in terms of dungeons, some of them can be regarded as pretty easy, and it's not like they're the, you know, the hardest thing in existence. There are fractals as well as challenge modes, which fractals are effectively like mythic pluses, if you're familiar with those from World of Warcraft, where you can select the level and they get increasingly difficult as you go. And there's a little bit of like a verticality check with fractals called agony resistance, which you basically just end up getting slots. Oh, I don't have any right now. You basically just end up getting slots that are a certain rarity gear that you can put these infusions in, which give you this stat here and stops you from taking extra damage. So fractals are a little bit more of like the true endgame vibe with it. But with that, there is still validity to doing dungeons, because if you're trying to get the highest rarity gear, which is legendary, then you'll want to find yourself crafting these bad boys, and with a lot of these, you'll find yourself needing a gift of knowledge, which takes 500 tales of dungeon delving, which you get for completing dungeons. So right now, there's an event up that's called Dungeon Rush. So you can go into your achievements and your bonus events, and then Dungeon Rush here, and you follow through these events, which, if you're wondering how to get here, you go to Lion's Arch, which is a big city, and then go down to like the south side, and you'll see that there is Lady Camilla here, who you have to talk to first, and then you get the dungeon transport guy here. So you can go into your achievements, under bonus events, Dungeon Rush, see which you've done. So we've done Caduceus's, Ascalonian Catacombs, and then Arbor. So now we're gonna go over to Sorrow's Embrace, and then we just kind of pump through these as we go, complete them for the event, and by completing those, we're gonna find ourselves getting the, you know, the things that we need to purchase that gift to make the highest rarity gear. So there's always something to be doing, and there's always, in my personal opinion, a lot that you can do to make progression on your character, but their progression also does a good job to not make you feel like you're just missing out if you don't do certain things. It's a really cool balance. So with dungeons, definitely would recommend checking them out during this event, getting yourself a little bit familiar, and then if you're really looking for challenges, I would say going in the route of going fractals after you get some dungeon stuff done. Be nice. Hey there, everybody. Let me get this done for World War Sword. I mean, shit, I have no problem going in and helping people do it. We can also organize, when does Dungeon Rush end? Because I can organize a guild event as well, where we can have multiple groups meet up around peak time and we can go through. And we can just run all these dungeons with a bunch of groups. I think that'd be nice. We could plan maybe Tuesday for that, because Sunday and Monday, we have raid night. And I think there are signups for raid in guild Discord. I want to say Zal's got those up. But there should be a sign up in LFG. So Tuesday, we will plan on, hold on, let me update the guild message real quick. Hold on. Sunday, Monday, raid nights, sign up, discord.gg/cats with abs, guild dungeon rush night, Tuesday, 7. What's the date on Tuesday? God fucking damn it. This is why I have people do this for me. God damn it, dude. I haven't had to do this shit so long. The 21st. Tuesday, 7/21, and then we'll do, I think we'll start probably like 7 o'clock. Actually, we'll do 8 o'clock p.m. EST. And then, what else should I even put here? I'm sure there's something else that I should throw out here. Oh, also, for gathering / donations. Except, all right, we're up. Everything's beautiful. So we'll do that Tuesday, and we can probably make Tuesday just like a general event day. Yer! What up, Jorm? How you doing, brother? What you be up to? So we'll get that situated. I'll help organize that on Tuesday. Over here. Over where? Oh, over here. My bad. My bad. But yeah, I'll get all that organized on Tuesday. We'll make sure that everybody gets an opportunity to go through the dungeons. I'll hop in and heal another group, even though I've already done them. Not the end of the world to run some more. And we'll do what we usually do. Same thing with raids and whatnot. We'll meet up in the guild hall and see how many we have. So that way we can, you know, hopefully get multiple groups together with it for whoever needs it. If people do need it, then we're good. If people don't need it, then is what it is. I'll show up to help, and if other people are showing up to help as well, then we're up tremendous. Yo, noob, you want to know what's crazy? I actually emailed the WeHype people.
He's here, isn't he? He's running things
like
for
just
the inquest.
Straight up. I emailed the WeHype people with a suggestion about like allowing streamers to activate when the giveaways happen, because they're automatic and it's by hours streamed. And I was like, hey man, I stream a lot, and a lot of my giveaways just happen like automatically. What are the chances that I could have like what are the chances that there could be an implementation where streaming the threshold of hours unlocks the capability to give that thing away, and then we actually give that thing away when the streamer activates it, right? Because we're already done the giveaways, bro, and that's all I had for the month. That'd be sweet. I would love that, because then I could actually build it up and I could be like, giveaway 5 p.m. EST, you know, tonight, whatever it may be. but basically half of the giveaways just happened at the start of streams because I stream 8 hours a day and each of the giveaways were like 8-hour thresholds. So half of the giveaways happened in my starting soon screen, bro. 2 of them are still waiting on the items. Yeah, they usually take like 3-ish days. I got a mount skin from the last one, and that took a few days to get here and then just pulled up. So it is pretty cool though. I really like that they do that in general. Well, the hell me not getting anything ever? You have to win a marbles race before you can actually win a giveaway, Leon. Some say you must reverse the curse that has happened long ago. Take cog. Okay, I'm taking the cog. What do I do with the cog? Yes? Do you need this? Nope. Run! Everybody save me. Everybody save me. Put in machine by allies. Oh, I just have to... Okay. Okay. I put my cog in the machine. Hurt a little bit. It hurt a little bit. But yeah, so I emailed the We Hype people. And they haven't got back to me. But I hope at some point somebody sees my email and they're like, yo, that's actually kind of fire. Because really, I blew through those giveaway periods, bro. Like, I actually just streamed too much. Because it was, what was it, 7 or 8 options for the giveaways. But it was 8 hours per giveaway, I think. And a couple of them might have been 6. So, like, that's a week of streaming for me. That's like 1 week of Christmas, and then everything else is just, hey, go fuck yourself. So, I'd like to be able to hype it up a little bit more for you guys in the future. You're under the vest? Yeah, my fucking bad. My bad. Next month, I'll just take some days off stream. 7 items. Yeah, I got like a week out of it, bro. Because I stream 8 hours a day. When I saw that it was 8 hours per giveaway, I was like, oh, that's something for me. That's a whole thing that I gotta keep in mind now. So, you know, it is what it is, but hopefully my email gets seen. I would really enjoy that. But the fact that they even have these giveaways every month is actually kind of like really cool. I don't know many games that do it this way as well, where it's like directly supporting the content creators that are in it. I think that's quite nice. Trying to get everything to start raiding with y'all. Yo, honestly, raiding's chill, Jorm. You're gonna show up, bro. You don't even need to have crazy gear. You don't need agony res. You literally you show up, bro. You'll get ascended gear from the raids like crazy as well. So, need to be on a We Hype track that's like 4x the one you were on. Yeah, let me rock a repeatable set of giveaways as well after I've completed the main set until the end of the month. Skill have any kind of requirements for joining? I mean, don't be an asshole and don't be surprised if at some point I yell at you over something small and then we just laugh it off later. Pretty much the two rules. I can be the only one that's an asshole in the guild until Zombie comes back. Then we have 2 assholes. But at that point it becomes a lot for you guys to deal with. But yeah, no, I mean, the biggest thing with the community, if I'm being real, it's a lot less of a thing here. But in the games that we played before, we pushed very high-end PvP content, like the highest level that was available within the game. And the games that we played, New World had a little bit of a reputation for, how do I say this? Swiping. And like, basically going on certain websites and paying gold sellers to buy a bunch of gold and shit like that. And it wasn't exactly the most organic thing. And it really annoyed me because a lot of the time too, it gave the actual good players a bad reputation because everybody thought that all the good players were the ones that were buying gear, when I can say, as somebody that was warring across multiple characters, multiple companies, guilds over there, it was actually the dads that thought that the gear was a separator between them and the 20-year-old crackheads that were G-fueled out for every 30-minute war period that they were going up against, that VOD reviewed the entire time that they were working their 9 to 5 throughout the day. And so you'd have a lot of dads that were like, oh, I'll just spend, you know, half of my paycheck on gear and then I'll be able to defeat these young whippersnappers. And it didn't work out like that. So then everybody was just like, oh, all of the warring players are the ones that are swiping, blah, blah, blah. So, first things first, that annoyed me. Then, in Ashes of Creation, Ashes was in development. So, naturally with a game in development, there is a very real element of, you know, bugs existing, to say it bluntly. Unintended shit happening. Taking advantage of that shit for a competitive advantage versus finding something and reporting it to the game that we all signed up and paid money to test, I think are two very different things. And we had a very, 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 very clear and, you know, concise, we're not here to grief other people, and just because we can kill people that are below us doesn't mean that we need to. We try to, you know, basically, if I could describe our alignment, it was chaotic good. Like, we would very heavily try to grief the griefers type shit, and then make it possible for other groups to play. But with that, we had a very strict, you know, no duping, no exploiting, no abusing bugs thing, where we had multiple people in our community that found dupes and game-breaking bugs, and we had direct channels to the developers to pass those things up the ladder and actually get them, you know, taken care of. So we did that many times, and there were public ban lists that were put out, and we were the only guild that was on the level of competitive that we were on that didn't have anybody banned in any of the ban lists that came out. We were the only one that was clean out of the entire top end of PvP. It was sad. It's very sad. Actually, no. Pyongyang was good too. The pumpers were good too. My Korean lads, they didn't have anybody confirmed banned, but they were in an alliance with people that had people banned, like a lot. So, we don't know how that went. The Slur Alliance, as they were called, because they liked to slur. That was the only reason they called it that. No, like, you know, guild name, pun, or anything like that. They slurred. So they called themselves the Slur Alliance. Nice guys, though. They didn't slur when they were in my chat, because they knew I would have banned them. So that's cool. I guess it was only, like, you know, in DMs when they were killing people, so... At the end of the day, still bad, but, like, at least they could turn it off, I guess. Peculiar guys, though. But for whatever reason, Pyongyang didn't actually exploit, from what we've gathered. You're in development? Oh, Fubo, it hurts. It hurts. The Black Side of Genesis for Ashes. Feel like that's had a pretty good rep. We tried to, bro. We tried to. It was something that we took very, 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 like, zero tolerance approaches to. And there were multiple scenarios where there was an accusation that came out, and we would legitimately message our people immediately and pull them into, like, an interview call for discovery, where we'd be like, hey, what happened? You know, somebody's saying this, it's coming back on the guild and me. What gives? And we'd get our people's side of it, and it came to the point where, you know, over time, you know that some people are newer and are at risk of doing stuff like that. But we had a very, very, very good rep because people knew we were so serious about it. Some people thought it was absolutely stupid how serious we took the whole nobody exploits, nobody griefs. But really, that was one of the core components to our guild and why we had 2 full guilds and a multi-100-person waitlist. And we kicked anybody from the guild that was inactive for like over a week. We had multiple hundreds of active players over there. It was remarkable. And that was like everyday actives. It was really cool. And I think there were, again, many times where we had to show that we really meant what we were saying we were about. And people didn't even bother, you know, attempting to join the community if they were looking to just be nuisances and like the Jack Dohertys of the game, because they knew they would just find their way right out of the community. It was a cool thing. So I was always really proud of what we built there, and effectively the same things carry over here, right? I myself, I'm a passionate person. I'm a yapper. I can be a dick sometimes. But at the end of the day, I think the intent of the community remains very true to one thing, and it's to bring people together to enjoy video games and try to cut down on elitism, tribalism, and, you know, the my game, only game that matters, my game, best game, every other game, terrible game, and really, you know, just remind people of the enjoyment of gaming as a whole. Was he missing effects, or is his neck really that skinny? But I really want the community to stand for that and be a testament to it in MMOs, where, you know, over the course of weathering the storm in so many MMOs, I think a lot of communities have really forgot, you know, what MMOs are supposed to be about. And it's not necessarily just clearing content, it's about bringing a lot of people together to complete that content. Wait! Oh my god! Generic boss in the ground with no legs surrounded by a circular pedestal. Holy shit, Guild Wars 2 has one as well. There are truly no exceptions in the world wherever you go. What the hell? I hadn't seen one yet, and I almost thought that we were gonna find ourselves in a spot where we weren't seeing generic no-leg boss in ground surrounded by circular pedestal. Yet here we are. It's truly remarkable. It's like, it's an honor. It's like seeing Bigfoot in the flesh. It's like, you know he's out there somewhere, but, you know, like Metal Rag? Well, okay, it's not just Metal Rag, it's also like Belial, the Lord of Lies from Diablo 3, oops. It's also Chartis from New World, who was, get names! Yo! The prioritization diff there is crazy. Absolutely wild. But I feel as though in my life, I have encountered far too many of these bosses where it is, where it is legitimately just like, yo dog, we heard you like standing in one area. We made it so you could stand in one area. I hope you enjoy. What are we even supposed to do here? Like, do we just hit him? Oh. Why are we not hitting the boss? Lads. Lads. Lock at the free kid. I don't even do damage out here. Throw the rocks at him. Oh, wait. Hold on. He's trying to eat my ass. No, I don't want a res! I want the boulder! I don't care about the dead Asurans, man. Doesn't fucking matter. So many Asurans die on a daily basis. Why is this one special? Literally makes no fucking difference. I just want to throw rocks at big mechanical thing. I want to complete boss. It was a Chartis later beam. It is all Chartis all the time. Yes. Give me the rock! Alright. Alright, apparently that one's a fake rock. I pulled legendaries out of stones, yet I cannot pick up that rock for whatever reason. My disappointment is truly immeasurable, and everything feels terrible. How hard does that actually hit? Because I think we could also just, like, do damage to him normally, no? I feel like we made that far harder than it actually had to be. Why was there just a picture of some lady above somebody's head? What happened there? Is there a phase 2? See, giving us a thumbs up. It's poetic. That's so poetic.
I can't believe
poor guy. It's almost like he wanted to die.
Shell of an ancient dredge creation.
That poor lad.
What did you mean when you said he perverted Snaff's
So,
ideas?
perverts. I'm out.
Another proud
Nice try, Diddy. Nice try, Diddy. T2? Bro, the last time I watched Terminator movies, I had to have been younger than 10. Like, I don't think there's any way that I was over 10 years old. Papa Mitch, thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome. I don't know if there was any way that I was older than 10. When did the Terminator movies come out? When was T2? And was T2 the one that had, like, the metal case?
The Legion calls.
Because I remember I had a Terminator movie when I was a kid. Back in the day of DVDs and Blu-ray competition. But one of them had like a metal case. I specifically remember that. And I cannot recall which one it was. Terminator the Classic, I almost watched that the other week. God, I wonder how poorly it's aged. I remember...
What?
I was terrified watching that as a wee lad. Banana pudding, creme brulee, candied pecans. Okay, so Texas toast, cut a toast-tussie, stuff it with banana pudding, and then creme brulee it? Or did they put banana pudding down and then put sugar and creme brulee the sugar on top of the banana pudding?
Welcome.
That sounds nice regardless. I do feel like... Oh, God. It's like, would I rather have banana pudding under a creme brulee for a French toast? Or would I rather have them just immediately creme brulee the French toast, get a crispy outer shell on the French toast, and then do a... I don't know, like a whipped cream cheese icing or something. You know, something with a little sweet that'll almost melt down on top of the creme brulee. Banana pudding stuffed in the bread-o-see? See, that's nice. I think that's nice because then you get the hard outer shell and then you get the soft, gooey interior. Yeah, I do think that could slap. Candy pecans be nice for the crunch as well. I respect that. That sounds like a solid French toast. What are the cost of these French toast tussies? So we just did what there? Sorrow's Embrace. So we are on Citadel of Flame. Oh, this one's level 70. Wait a minute. Yo, thank you for the 3-day right here. I appreciate you, dog. Much love, much love. Yeah, I mean, crunch is very nice. Candy pecans do fuck. I'm not much of like a nuts in my mouth guy. But like when it comes to candied pecans, those nuts can find a way into my mouth. $15, but it comes with coffee, protein, and potatoes. Not the worst. Not the worst. I don't know the serving sizes. But I mean, it's a healthy protein. Oh yeah, a healthy portion. That's good. That's good. And for things that actually, you know, if you're getting bread that's made in-house or is like bakery fresh at least, and it's not just generic sourced like Cisco white bread, and then you're getting like effort in the dish, then that can actually make a large difference in a $15 setup. I will say 1000%. That can be a big thing. Bakery fresh for sure. Oh yeah. I mean, that in itself, I think, can actually make something worth that. Like when Carla and I went to Oxford Exchange when we were in Tampa, it was, you know, a lot of people say that it's overpriced for what it is. I don't think it is. We left with an abundance of leftovers, and everything that we got was, you know, that level of quality and effort into it, where it was like, oh, you could tell that they, you know, they really valued putting out good, high-quality ingredients. And that was a large thing. So I got a chicken sandwich, and I actually would call this healthily a chicken burger because they took the chicken meat, ground it down into a patty, added all of their seasoning components in with the patty to make sure it was perfectly seasoned, and then like reconstituted the patty, grilled it up type shit. And it was actually like a ground meat chicken patty, and it was so fucking flavorful. So flavorful. Oh my god. But the bun was fresh, the veggies were amazing, the sauce was made in-house. It was really solid. And then their fries, even the fries were just like, oh fuck, what do you guys do? It was like they lightly battered their fries. It was nice. It was nice. And that for me was a $15 dish. We paid, I think it was like 40 bucks for a brunch where Carla got like a really good French toast that had like a fresh fruit compote and shit on it. It's just delicious, really good. And then I ended up with my chicken Sammy with fries and sweet potato fries. I got a cappuccino, she got a tea, and it was like, dude, it was well worth it. Dusty food reviews when? Yo, unironically, I thought about that. Like, I love food. And I could just record little, like, food review shorts type shit. And then I could write off any food consumption as a business expense because of the food reviews at that point. So, like, I could just go out to restaurants and then just order at a restaurant and then deduct it. And then hear me out. If I get large enough doing food reviews, you know places will be like, hey, can you eat at my restaurant? And we'll, like, give you, you know, we'll give you food. Only positive reviews go hard. That's the thing with short form content. You just slam out good reviews. If you don't like something, you just don't post the video and you act like you never went. It's easier when you're smaller too because you can slip in and out of places. But if somebody brings you in, you just talk about what's good and what you liked. And then it gets into the positivity algorithm on YouTube Shorts. And then it fucking blasts. Good thing about food content too is it cross-posts well to the dad sites, like the mom and dad sites, like Facebook and Instagram Reels. Facebook is actually for people that are, well, also TikTok, but Facebook in their creator fund is paying out the ass monthly if you have a large following on other websites to simply cross-post your content to Facebook, but they don't take Twitch into effect, unfortunately. It's only like TikTok and shit like that. But they'll literally pay you monthly just to cross-post to Facebook. It's really strange. So I always think Facebook is burning money. Y'all remember when Facebook thought they would get a leg up in terms of the whole like contract content creator race by signing Corinna Kopf to a contract? And then she just like stopped streaming after they gave her money. That was an interesting time. Back when like Fortnite pros would basically just pick the lady of their choice and then start playing Fortnite with them and then also make them like Fortnite Insano style. And then they would just break up and then lady would start streaming Fortnite as like a high tier player. She had an OF if I'm not mistaken. After her and Tfue broke up. Yep. So basically timeline is Tfue is best Fortnite player in the world. Tfue starts dating Corinna. Tfue increases like the size of her, you know, Twitch and stuff, which was already sizable. She already was an influencer before the Tfue relationship, but like Tfue basically within the Fortnite scene, like got her cracked and like personally coached her in Fortnite and made her like pro level in Fortnite, but also a lot of his Tfue's, that is, viewer base at the time was like college and earlier Gooner base. So as they started playing more together, the Gooner base started going towards Corinna, and then Tfue stopped streaming. They broke up. Corinna got the Facebook contract while, I believe that was while they were still together, and then went over to Facebook and started streaming there, and then like stopped streaming, and then I fell out of the keeping up with everything after the Tfue stuff because I stopped following the whole Fortnite scene at that point, especially once Tfue stopped streaming. And then basically where I stopped knowing her was when she had the OnlyFans stuff. So I think you picked up where I left off, basically. She then started dating the kid from Good Golf. Yo, unironically, we could tell a pretty good Corinna narrative. We just need to get somebody that knows what happened before Tfue, and then we might have a pretty solid wiki. I know the Tfue time. You know after Tfue. I don't know how up to date you are on things, but like that could cover a solid time frame as well. It's basically like once the boobas came out, I was like, okay, this is no longer a video game content creator. Thank you. Have a good one. I'll see you if you start streaming again. Bye. And then I just stopped, I don't know, I stopped watching a lot of the Fortnite content creators. Some dude named Dave before Tfue. Wait, before Tfue. Oh wait, David Dobrik, the dude that jumped a Tesla. Wait a second. What's David Dobrik doing now? Where's David Dobrik? Did he just make zillions of dollars and then like leave the internet? Cause good for him. Honestly, fucking goals. Like genuine goals. My, like, you know, I never thought I would go full time with streaming in the first place. And streaming is such an up and down, and I may never hit this point, but I get to live a dream while I'm chasing it down. But my end game with streaming, where it's like, Dusty, if you could have anything happen with stream, what would you pick? I would average tens of thousands of viewers for a couple of years. I would effectively capitalize on my YouTube presence. I would generate a lot of evergreen content. And then I would have bandos coming in. I would have so much money. You're not gonna believe this. He started a podcast.
He's got to go.
He basically defended a sexual offender. Who, Nina Lynn? Wait, who'd David Dobrik defend? I don't keep up with this stuff. All I know is he jumped a Tesla, and then he was friends with Corinna, and then I stopped following everything. I don't keep up with the internet these days, but I'm assuming he still made zillions of dollars, and then kind of like disappeared. Does his podcast still go or no? Because realistically, the baseline still probably stands true, as it does with so many other content creators, where it's like, you make a shitload of clams and then you just disappear from the internet. Like, that's a lot of people. Apparently he did some Nickelodeon stuff. Okay, wait. When? Because according to Carla, he was linked up to a not so good person. And then he got linked up with Nickelodeon. Not like that stuff. Well, no. Like, actually with the network Nickelodeon. Right. Like, actually did collaborations with the TV network Nickelodeon. Right. Which, again, probably paid him out the ass. Probably out the wazoo. Actually, hear me out. My goal, on top of just generating evergreen content, would also be to take like 17 million sponsors and then make like generational amounts of wealth off of the sponsors and the companies that for whatever reason just throw money out to streamers with, you know, with viewership. Well, I shouldn't even say streamers, but just any YouTuber with viewership. I would take their immense amounts of wealth and then I would just run away and I would easy. You ever start a golf YouTube channel and be the talent? Yo, on God, we could play scrambles and shit. Cause like, I could probably teach Carla how to golf relatively baseline, and then you could probably get her cracked, and she could be the Lady T ringer. Cause like, she's short, but I feel like she's got a good base. If we really like muscled her the fuck up, maybe got her on like a test cycle or something, you know, put some hair on her chest, I feel like we could probably get like 260 off the tee from her pretty consistently. It's just a matter of like, can we get her to hit it straight? Because I don't think she's ever played golf before. But I feel like she also has the aggression factor. We just gotta get her angry. Squad does one scramble on Wednesday and I want a long drive. You won long drive, or you lost long drive by 5 yards, but won long drive. I have faith that you actually won the long drive. But let me tell you, man, the number of times in scrambles and shit where you look at the person who wins the long drive and you know that you absolutely outdrove that motherfucker because you watched them drive on 3 holes before and they're putting it like 210 in the rough. You're like, you didn't fucking do that. You did not hit it 290 down the middle. Your group finished 13 over in a best ball scramble. Let's stop literally moving the goalpost, big dog. Oh, sneaky long. I used to swing out of my shoes because I'm very lanky, and I had a baseball swing where I would basically just try to knock the fuck out of the ball. And I realized if I sacrificed like 15% of my distance, that I could actually shape my shots. And I stopped trying to hit a driver for multiple years, and I teed off with a hybrid, and I would basically put a hybrid down the pipe every single time, like 255 off the tee, and I would just play that because I can go pretty long, or could when I was playing consistently, I could go pretty long with my irons. So I started swinging like an old man, but because I have so much length, like my arm span's so long and I can get such a whip if I get my hips through, I lowered my swing speed, started shot shaping, and one time I showed up to play around with my brother, and it was as I started to like, you know, it was as I started to learn how to control my shot a little bit more and had some control with it. And first hole, I tee off and it's just like right down the pipe, and I remember it was one of the most fluid swings that I had, and it was one of those where you just like, you don't even watch it, you just grab the tee and walk back because you know you stroke the fuck out of it. And he goes, why does your swing look so slow? And I was like, I slowed the bitch down. It works. It actually worked very well. Especially when we're tipping it out. Yeah, it was nice. So now I just swing like an old man. I can still like open up and try to, you know, try to push 3 bones. But honestly, I don't even know if I generate the head speed to put that out consistently without over swinging. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to kill this, what my dad used to say. Yeah, like, it's amazing how far a golf ball will go if you just swing like fucking 20 miles an hour through the ball. It's remarkable. How many more do we have? I think we have 3 before we're completely done. Let's see. 4. Honor of the Waves, Ruined City of Ra, Crucible of Eternity. Oh no, and then Dragon Response. 3 more. 3 more. And then we're done. Because I think there are 8. Check laundry, give me a few minutes. Yeah, you're chilling, I'll probably go smoke. Not an overly large human, so it's intensely satisfying, piping at 310, and people being surprised. I mean, isn't Rory like fucking 5'5" or some bullshit? And then he just crushes the ball like 305 every single time? Which I think is absolutely ridiculous. But it's all just, it's literally all science, and that's one really cool thing. Not a lot of people like Bryson DeChambeau, especially early into his career. But the science that he puts into his game is actually really fucking cool to read about. And regardless of whether you like him, like golf, or anything in between, he embraces every single bit of modern technology that the golf game has available to try to capitalize on making the most out of his shot and like playing his strengths. And I think his career and how he's changed himself as a golfer over time, and how he went from just being guy that hits ball long to now a guy that actually has pretty solid overall game as well. It's really cool. Really cool. We're gonna put science in the game, John Daly. John Daly put the science into the game of how fucked up can you be while still winning. Remarkable. Remarkable. If I'm being completely honest. I respect that shit so much. It's almost like, you know, I aspire to get to that point with streaming. It's like, how much can I just hit, you know, start streaming and go live and yap and smoke bowls and drink coffee and a lot of water and have people still show up and succeed? I feel like we're just flying by the seat of the pants, and so far the pants got fucking wings on them, boys, because we not stopping anytime soon. All right, here. While Shrimpy checks his laundry, I'm gonna bring my coffee out. I'm gonna grab a big old glass of water. And I just realized I forgot to take my creatine today. I couldn't see shit when I woke up. I'll be right back. Chat, how do you guys take your creatine? And am I a psycho for just mixing it into water and then downing that shit? Because everyone's always talking about these like, oh, I add it to my smoothies, blah, 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 blah. I read on the package that it was most efficient to just mix it with water and blast that shit to the dome. So I just do that. Now it kind of feels like, I don't know, I'm drinking like the world's worst Kool-Aid. But it's efficient. Boof it. So, we've talked about this before. Also, Torvo Moin. We're having a beautiful day. Basically, creatine needs to be digested. So, effectively, the breakdown of creatine is what gives you the benefits of creatine, and that's what is processed. So, if you were to boof it, you would effectively have to pour the creatine in your ass, and then you would have to take the enzyme that actually digests the creatine and then put that in your ass. Almost like you put lactase enzyme in milk to make it lactose free. So effectively, as long as you were able to isolate whatever digests the creatine and also put that in your asshole, then technically you could boof the creatine. We've talked about this before. You think we don't discuss spoofing creatine. That has happened. Yes. That was like when I first started taking creatine. I was curious. That shit's ass. I'll be real. It's like, it's not bad until you get to like the really powdery part. And then it just gets like gritty. And I'm not talking like right foot, creep, moon, walking with. Like, I'm talking like actual, like gritty. It's nice. It's nice. Or the best is warm water with some juice. Oh, some lemon juice might actually fuck. I usually do cold water, but that also probably stops it from like dissolving. But as far as I've gathered, it's not like water soluble, right? It stays as a powder. Cause like, you can definitely see where the powder was. It's like sugar that doesn't dissolve. Unless I guess I like super saturate the water itself. That could be weird, but that's the reason why I drink it. I got it on clearance. So I was like, hey, might as well start taking creatine, because I've been looking into it for a while. Because my, kinetic sand? Kind of. Effectively, like, I'm nowhere near as active as I previously was, but I still stay quite active. So effectively, within that, with creatine just as a daily supplement, I can get more out of my activity throughout the day and kind of capitalize on that. Plus, I've always struggled to actually put on weight. So with creatine bringing water into muscles, that can help with a little bit of weight retention for me too. Now, the only thing I have to be concerned of is like if my hair starts coming out. But the good news is scientific evidence says that your hair doesn't fall out from creatine usage. And I have family members that take it and they still have hair. Anecdotal evidence corroborates. So, effectively, we're just looking through, we go to a few different stores, and one of them's like a surplus and salvage, where they buy out, you know, inventories from other stores that just get rid of the inventory for whatever reason. So, effectively, they had got like just a health food or like a GNC or some shit like that. And we're going through the clearance aisle, which is like 66% off. They're already discounts. And I ended up getting like a big ass tub of raw supplements, creatine monohydrate for like 10 bucks, something like that after the discount. It was relatively cheap, like very cheap comparatively to everything else. So yeah, that's the whole thing. Can't be powder, need to completely dissolve. Creatine? Because creatine you just dissolve, sorry, you just digest. So like as long as it makes it in regardless, and then you can digest it and then break it down, that's all you need. I haven't heard anything about it has to dissolve. Maybe that helps like digest faster, perchance. But from everything I've gathered, like I researched a good amount when I was like, you know, thinking about taking it, and then I just happened to end up finding it, and I was like, oh, okay, good time to start. So effectively, what I've gathered so far is it's just the breakdown of it that's like the largest thing with us. I always want to micronize creatine so it's absorbed better. Isn't that like... Is that the one with less of the scientific side behind it? Because monohydrate has the most like actual testing and trials done with it, but also not scientist on my end, and relatively stupid. My brother could probably tell us more. He's an actual scientist with like a degree in science and shit. Smart man. My degree's not in science. Not even the slightest. Unless you consider... Never mind. Never mind. More powder than a crystal, so less dependency on having to break it down. Is this more of a crystal with monohydrate? Would a powder just be smaller crystals? Like, just depending on how you break it down? Or... Let's leave it there. Okay, hold on. I do need to bring this out, though. I just have this glass here. So, alright, one sec. Then we do more dungeons.
It's tough to prosper nowadays, but we try.
Spacers. Oh yeah. All right, hold on. When you let creatine sit too long, the carboxylic acid's alcohol group is protonated. It then forms a ring structure known as creatinine, which is biochemically inactive. So, okay, hold on. I've heard of creatinine. Excuse me. And biochemically inactive effectively means that creatinine does nothing. So, because that seems like it effectively does nothing. That's when it sits too long in water. So do you not want to dissolve it? Or like what? Gotta decarb that shit. Should I just start smoking my creatine in the morning? Like, if I just put a little bit of creatine on top of my bowl, like it's Keef, does that still have the impact that we would like it to have? Suppository. But you would need the enzyme to be able to digest it. Because you would need this to take like a day or so. Oh, okay. Don't let it sit overnight. Well, yeah, no, I just scoop it into water, mix it up, and then down that bitch. Yeah. And then you need to break it down, right? It does start to become a problem in water. Over if you're gonna, if you're going powder to cup to mouth, and less than an hour, no issue. Oh, I instantly make it. Like, hear me out. This is basically farm to table creatine consumption, brother. This is like picking a goddamn berry off the bush. Yeah, no, I make that shit and drink it as quickly as possible. I don't want it to exist. It sits in its sealed cup of misery, and then I look at it and I'm like, I fucking hate you. I want you to know. Wish I just had the willpower to go lift weights instead, but here we are taking the easy way out. Might start a test cycle soon. If I hop on one day and I'm sounding like Pirate Software, you know why. And just get on and I have a fucking lumberjack beard and I'm like, what's up, bitches? Bro, I'd be fucking brolic as shit with a test cycle.
Sharp blades, sharp mind.
I'd be out of control. I'd be walking like 6'5", 340 pounds of pure, unadulterated muscle. Are you trying to get rid of it? Sure. I feel like you're trying to pawn it off on me, but sure.
I don't want to cook anything.
Okay, well that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That works. Thank you, love you. Looked it up. I feel like that's how most people are, if I'm being honest. So, effectively, where I'm at with it
On that body. I didn't realize
is
you'd fallen so far.
basically with creatine. And this is just like quick Google search type shit so I don't misquote. But effectively, you break down creatine and phosphocreatine into creatinine. And then the waste is filtered by the kidneys and then you piss it out. And then about 1.5 to 2% of the body's creatine pool, according to Mayo Clinic, degrades and has to be replaced daily. So, during high oh, I fell. Nin, moin, hope you're having a beautiful day. During high intensity stuff, your muscles use ATP. So, effectively, creatine replenishes ATP and allows you to have more muscle, like, energy as a whole, which is where a lot of the mental clarity can get cited as well. So it helps with muscle mass off of that because it draws water into your muscles. It can give more of a feeling of energy because it helps with the, like phosphocreatine. Basically works with the ADP and converts it back to ATP. So you still end up having like more of a feel of consistent energy, which is why people take it for workouts and like sports and whatnot. If you have kidney problems, it can fuck you up though, because you have to heavily filter with the kidneys. And then outside of that,
She is gone.
We must find
I think that's pretty much everything that I have without bullshitting you. I could probably read some cool stuff. But outside of misquoting, you're basically, you just take the creatine to try to get enough of it back into your body to the point where you're counteracting what you're losing on a daily basis. And then that basically gives you more of a feeling of like energy in the long term. Also, water to muscles makes you look brolic as fuck. And I'm here for it. Just had an exam on glycosis on Friday. Yo, when I was in college, my first year was in a track, basically like an undergrad track for a physical therapy degree, which is a doctorate. I took an introduction to organic chemistry, and I got a 13 on a test. It was like a 13 or a 17. It was under a 20. And I said, I am not going to be a physical therapist. I changed my major. I left that school. Literally left that school entirely. I said, this is not going to happen. Also, Tuna! What up, brother? What elite spec do I go first? What we need for guild? The Guardian is 80. I'm locked. Let's fucking go, brother. Let's see. In terms of what we need for the guild the most, I think it's always, very simply put, more stability. So, realistically, Lumi or Firebrand, I think on the high level, a lot of people are preferring Lumi to Firebrand, specifically because Lumi is capable of keeping up with Firebrand's stab up time. If played properly, we bring unstrippables, and we bring so many other buffs as well. Now, Firebrand, I think, has a little bit more of a hybrid DPS spec, where if you're looking for the actual true support, then you go Lumi on the high end. But if you're looking for something that's support and DPS, where your groups are going to play a little bit tighter and a little bit less dependent on the supports, then Firebrand can have something that's, I believe, stab providing on a high level while also bringing in valid DPS. Now, there is still the very real element that we will need DHs. Phenomenal DPS, and a block DH in our caller group is a huge thing too. So, you know, regardless of whether we have one or not. Dragon Hunter, yeah, that's another good thing. So, Dragon Hunter, for perspective, is you can play it as a block Dragon Hunter, which is really a one-off in your caller group. But block DH is supporty and has a Reinhardt shield, so you do a lot of like projectile stopping and shit like that, and can be, more or less be like the provider of, you know, projectile block and shit for the group. But DH on a DPS side as well, I believe you go Spear and Greatsword, and since DH is constantly dropping traps and whatnot, you find yourself, you know, controlling areas really well, getting a shitload of AoE damage down. And I don't know what the changes have done to DH. I believe a lot of the changes were just in SPVP that I can remember, in terms of the combos, and how those have changed. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, my experience, lads. But I still believe DH is a very good DPS option, too, for World vs. World. I just think right now a lot of people err towards Zoo meta, which is more Druids and Necros, but also with the Untamed nerf, I don't really know if people have shied away from Zoo meta. There was a balance patch? Oh, yeah, there was. Now, some of the changes people are saying are a lot less impactful than they thought they were going to be, but there were absolutely a few things along the way that were like, oh shit, these are pretty impactful. Untamed, which was, you know, bringing in a lot of strip, a lot of invul, and a lot of DPS, a lot of pretty much everything, I think was one of the largest losers. Outside of that, it was, what, like, Ellie Spear, basically? I think Untamed and Ellie Spear, if I remember correctly, were the two largest losers. And then outside of that, Druid was the largest winner, which it's kind of crazy that Druid was, I mean, from a World vs. World perspective, really already sought after heavily and got better. But it was from a, you know, from an SPVP and from a, you know, from a PvE perspective, from what I've gathered, it was less than sought after. So they buffed it for all modes, which honestly, I think it was already really strong in World vs. World, but all things considered, still not a terrible thing. So Druid definitely up tremendous. Guardian stayed about the same. Troubadour stayed about the same. They tried to bring in some changes with Bladesworn and effectively give like a little light Bladesworn revamp and allow it to cast some of its shit while it's moving. I haven't really seen too many Bladesworns as a result. I figured I'd see more following up on that. But I've heard from the few that have played it that I know that it's a little bit, you know, underwhelming to a certain extent. So don't exactly know what's going on there as I haven't played it, but another 90+ degree day with 70% humidity. Oh, you poor summer child. I have all of the windows open right now, all of the fans off, and it is like beautiful rainy day outside. It's just sprinkling enough to keep the ground and everything wet. So you got like wet roads. The plants are getting some, you know, some nice water as well. It is... Haha! 69 degrees. We have an air quality warning because our air quality has reached 30. Oh, I need help. Our air quality has reached a 37, which is, I think, the highest I've seen it in a hot minute. So the smoke is starting to come for us. Surely doom is inevitable. But I also think most of the smoke is probably going to get carried out by the jet stream. Bro, I have a bush right outside of my stream room window, like a little fern, and it's getting long enough now where it's like grown up to the stream room window. And since I have the window open, like I have the shades open, and I normally don't have the shades open, so I can't see outside because I get distracted. And out of my peripheral, I keep seeing like, woo! And I keep thinking it's somebody like in the window, but it's a fucking bush because it's so tall now. I look over and I'm like, what you want? Because I just sit here yelling and like the window faces the road, so I always figure that somebody's gonna walk by and be like, what the fuck is going on in here? So, it's 36 right now. What, Celsius? You said it's almost 100, right? And humid? So like, hear me out. Don't go outside. I know that might be wild tech. But like, what if stay inside? Oh, that was an accident. I may or may not have fucked up. I'm not. Oh, okay, yeah, that's good. Like, that's always my recommendation for heat waves. It's like, what if you just stay inside? But then you have the areas that get hit by heat waves that literally don't have like air conditioners and shit yet because they haven't been hit by heat waves because global warming's fake. Now let's say you don't have an AC. Oh yeah. So then it's like, maybe, I don't know, one of those like fans and you just waft air on yourself. Maybe some towels, try to get some evaporative cooling going, because that's basically like the best play if you don't have cold air is moving air. But man, that shit that happened in Europe, fucking devastating. So we kind of deal with the opposite of that in Maine sometimes, where, and it's actually really sad, but basically like old people sometimes will forget to fill up their heating oil. And if you forget to have like, you know, heating for your home in the winter, when temperatures get very low, old people will freeze and die in their homes in the winter because they don't have the capacity to always have their oil. Some people can't afford their oil. So you'll see a lot of house fires in the winter where people will be heating their homes through like their fucking oven and shit. You'll see people that will literally just, you know, not be able to refill their heating oil for any reason. So we have, you know, unfortunately fairly common cold snaps up here where the temperatures can get to a real feel of like -30, -40, which in Canada gets even worse than that. But like up here, it's also an element of like, man, when it gets cold, and if you live in the cold, you know, your house starts creaking, bro. It literally like, it sounds cold. Really, it's like, it's a different element of shit. It's so weird. 90+ and 100+ humidity is like a daily thing in Kansas. Yeah, I mean, there are areas where you're just like, what the fuck, man? Because when we went to Tampa, right? I was walking around in like clothes that were supposed to keep me relatively cool, and I was sweating my dick off, and it was like 95 and humid as shit. People from Tampa were just like, oh yeah, it's a nice day out. Everybody could tell that I was not from the area, specifically because I was sweating so much, and getting inside, it was like fucking respite for me, brother. It was beautiful. But like, I was, whoo, dude, it was hot. And it was on that day that I realized, like, I give a lot of people shit for not being able to like deal with the, you know, deal with the cold. But I would not want to deal with that heat, bro. I would not. That shit was constant. as well. Like, I understand why when people get really rich, they like summer in Maine and winter in Florida, because that would be like the perfect carryover. That shit would be like the mix of all mixes, bro. Unfortunately, I'll be doing it all up here. Like, honestly, summers in Maine and then winters in Arizona would be dope as fuck. Winters in Arizona were beautiful, bro. That'd be a nice goal. Cause Arizona dope as shit. Phoenix was cool. I actually really enjoyed Phoenix. 90 plus feels like 100 plus. Close to 110 in the summer. In winter, it gets minus 20 here. Oh yeah. Heat and humidity's crazy. There are times, and like usually for us, the really hot days, we had a pretty big heat wave here recently. I don't remember if it hit 100, but we had multiple days in the mid to high 90s. I don't think it hit 100 where I'm at though. But we had humidity and heat come in, and let me tell you, it was just tough for the ACs to even keep up, man. It was sweltering here, and usually we get a few days above 100 degrees a year. It's nothing too wild, but like there have been times where Carla and I, between last summer and this summer, because last summer was our first summer up here, we've gone for walks, and like the humidity feels like you are walking through, like, you ever have a hotel that has a pool and you walk into the pool room and it's like the water in the air and the chlorine and shit, and it just sticks to you? It's that feeling as soon as you step outside, and when there's no wind and nothing can dry off of you, it's fucking terrible. Like, unironically, awful. It's here all the time. It's stretching hard to breathe in. And if there's no wind and you're just in like a super flat area where nothing's moving, then there's nothing to even like start the evaporative cooling process. So you just find yourself getting fucking clobbered by that shit, man. When we go for walks and it's hot, anytime there's wind, we're like, oh yeah, this is beautiful. This is easy as shit. Anytime there's no wind,
let's shake a leg and take him down.
This is wrong. So
absolutely crazy. I hate it, bro. Anytime the sun's directly on me and there's no wind is my enemy. We're going to the beach tomorrow morning, and like, my ultimate nightmare is that it's not gonna be a windy day, and my hope is that it's the... Wait. Was I not supposed to go with these guys? Oh shit. Oh shit. Thank you, love. Oh, I probably don't need it. Love you. My AC unit would implode at 120. Bro, just let it happen. Just let it happen. Just embrace the heat. Everything's fine. Hey, yo, Saint. What up, I go? What up? I hope you had a beautiful stream, dog. Thank you for the raid. Boys, did I go the wrong way? I feel like I went the wrong way, but I also feel like you guys went the wrong way. I don't know what we're supposed... Nabes, did we fuck up? You went the wrong way. I feel like you guys went the wrong way, but I'm gonna trust you. I'm gonna trust you. I'm gonna come back to you guys. I'm gonna give you a chance.
Advance.
Yo, Saint, I hope you had a beautiful stream, dog. What do you get up to today? Raiders, welcome in, my guys. If you guys haven't been here before, my name is Dusty. I stream every single day, typically starting around 2 p.m. EST-ish. I usually stream like 8 hours a day. I've been streaming Guild Wars now for like a month and a half-ish. I just hit the 300 hours mark this week, actually, so still quite new myself. Just checking out dungeons here for the first time today for the Dungeon Rush. Trying to get that shit taken care of before I get back active in some more PvP throughout the day. So it's been a fun day so far, just running these bitches, yapping a little bit as we do so well. And soon we shall be blasting, because I think this week has actually been super active in World vs. World so far. Granted, day one of the recess, we'll see how that shapes up, but Cinders, what up, dog? I hope you're having a beautiful day. We got a couple of dungeons left, and then I am done with the Dungeon Rush event. Okay, maybe you guys were right. Next week's Wolf Rush. I know. Does that usually get World vs. World active? Like, what rewards do they typically give?
Reporting. What is the
That'll be busy. Is it that worth?
Oh, hello, Zojo.
Might be checking out Arizona in December for Christmas. What part? Like Phoenix?
I have a small
Cause like
golems on my side.
Bro, Phoenix
Do you
is sick.
expect your pathetic golems to deter us?
Like, Phoenix is really cool. I like spending time in Phoenix. I like visiting it. Now, summers in Phoenix, fuck that shit. Nope. But a winter house in Phoenix, that might just be doable. But yeah, that shit's real nice in the winter. And if you go to Phoenix, there's a lot to do in the city area. There's so much public transport, and sporting events in Phoenix are cheap because they're ass at every sport, which is nice. Granted, the Suns aren't even like, okay, the Suns are pretty bad now, but the Suns aren't even like that bad. They're still watchable. But I don't know, it's just nice to go there. It was a fun thing. A lot of good food, and quite possibly one of my favorite coffee places that I've ever had. I miss it to this day. I think it is actually like #1 on my definitive coffee ranking tier list. Slightly edges out Starbucks. That's a joke, by the way. That's a joke. But it was a phenomenal place. Love Phoenix, great city. It is nice. It is very, very, very nice. Phoenix was cute. And, like, I don't know, it was commutable, which I think was one of my favorite parts. I think as I look at the other cities we've gone to, the value that Phoenix brought in with having like the public transport and the light rail that just meets up in the center of the city. And like, the center of the city is the center of the city, where you have so much to do right down there. It just kind of made sense, right? It felt like a really well laid out area. Fair and a hot ass city. We just don't go outside. And the thing about Phoenix heat, if I'm being real, like, Phoenix gets hot. Granted, we were there in February, and it was like 95. But 95 in Phoenix genuinely feels like, I don't know, Carla, what would you say? Like our 80-degree days up here because of the humidity? Because I think Carla's been up here enough now to understand like how draining the humidity is. And I feel like it's two different types of heat entirely. But I feel like 95 in Phoenix was more tolerable than 80 and humid. I don't know how much I'd like 125 in Phoenix. But, you know, the cooler days were nice. The winter's great. But even with it, like, since it's just dry heat in the sun, you just, like, bring an umbrella. One difference is Phoenix 120 days constantly and it just burns. Yeah, that's definitely a big element. The sun's a lot more intense there too. Like, you guys get more sun, your UV index is higher than ours. There's not like a break in the heat at all. There's not rain. You've probably seen more rain this week, and it's rained like 3 times, I think, than you see in a year in Phoenix, which is a crazy thing. Like, every day in Phoenix is just the same weather. And that weather is hot.
You call those protection?
It's almost like it's a desert. So rain maybe like 5 times. What happens when it rains in Phoenix? Does it like rain a lot, or is it just like fast? Because I would have to assume there's not a lot of like infrastructure to handle the rain. Also, Carla, where's Cottonwood? Shrimpy is going there in like December. Apparently, it's in Phoenix. Apparently. 98 degrees, real feel is 110, and my AC just went out at 90% humidity. Wait, what? Where are you? That's fucked. Like your AC just got cooked? Because it's too humid, too hot? That is not good, Mr. YouTube chatter, sir. That is not good. Arkansas. Where the fuck is Arkansas?
Don't go through there.
I'm really bad at US geography. You're like in the Midwest, right? Something like that. Chat, where the fuck's Arkansas? It's unironically not actually near Kansas, right? Or is it near Kansas? Oh wait, we're not supposed to kill those. South, just north of Louisiana. Oh! Oh! So they have like the heat, and then they also have the water right there. So they're getting like triple humidity. Are you guys getting wildfire shit too? Like all the way down there? Surely not. I don't know how far smoke goes. Also, tornadoes. So like, I've always wondered this.
Me down. The light renews.
Uh-oh.
Stand your ground.
This isn't good. Why don't we just have really big fans in cities that we can turn on to counter tornadoes?
Nothing can bring
Like,
me down.
because tornadoes are actually just moving air. So what if we just push air back at the air with really large fans, and then off of those really large fans, the extra wind makes them stronger. But no, shoot the wind in the opposite direction, so it generates friction.
Nothing's exploded, right?
Like, because if tornado's going this way, then we go this way. It'll suck it up. Not if the wind's strong enough. It'd be like a Harry Potter fight, where it's like the tornado's beam of doom is over here, and our beam of doom is over here. It'll be this like super conflict, or we just angle it upward and then it blows the tornado back up into the sky. I'm not trying to like reinvent the wheel or anything. I feel like we have the capabilities for all of this already. Make an ultra tornado. Well, if the tornado's in the sky, then it's not really our problem. Solved. Yeah, tornadoes literally aren't a problem anymore. The fans would get scooped up and flung. Brother, we have bolts. How does everything else not get picked up and flung? Oh, wait, hear me out. No, the fans wouldn't get picked up and flung because the fans are at ground level. So you know how basements are immune to tornadoes, and they basically have like high tornado resistance in basements? So you basically just like dig like a casing for a giant fan that can angle, and then you lock it in, and then you effectively have like an L shape, right? So it pulls air from a vent that's like, okay, hold on.
There. That's the
Paint.
central data repository.
Okay, hold on. So effectively, oh shit. I got knocked for this in game. This is tragic. So you have the ground right here, right? And basically,
This is where they go.
hold on, I gotta get res. Okay. Everything's fine. Everything's not fine.
Can the chatter.
Wait, we're both dead?
I need to concentrate.
Everything's okay. I think we're out of the shit here. Oh, thank God. Okay. So basically, you have a fan
Kudu has perverted
that
Snap's
sits like
research.
right
He wants to
in
make his
here.
own
I should make this
data
thicker.
Can
You have a
stop him,
fan
soldier?
that sits right in
Shut
here,
this place down,
and it can be
and I
angled.
can steal all
And
of their
then
research and shatter their data
you have it in a
systems
very
beyond repair.
reinforced trench
Sending a copy of
that's
this to
dug
Arcane
down
Council will kick off a firestorm for the inquest.
over,
Now there's a plan.
and then
I can
has
get
a
behind.
vent where it sucks in air over here. So then you have airflow being pulled in from here. And then the fan blows the air out this way after sucking it in, thus creating a tornado trap where if it surpasses this, the tornado gets sucked down here and canceled. And then if the tornado is coming at it, it basically blows the air at the tornado to then push it away. And we have a lot of these that are constantly creating friction, because we get mile-wide tornadoes that make a really big fan. I feel like this is all just a scale thing. It's like, how much work are you willing to put into the really big fan? Because we had a discussion recently as well about fans that had the CFM, which is cubic feet per minute, to dollar value. And realistically, we found a couple of really solid opportunities there for some good fans that move a lot of air. So, like, if there's ever, you know, a state or federal government that's interested in consultation, we could definitely get you guys on the right route with this. Tornadoes form when warm, humid air collides with cold, dry air, creating intense instability. Clash triggers powerful thunderstorms featuring wind shear, where winds at varying altitudes blow at different speeds and directions. The shear creates a horizontal spinning tube of air within the storm. Right. So we just blow vertical air at it, and then it cancels it out. And then we blow them back up.
The power of the dragons.
Sweep the legs.
Under my control.
What in the Conor McGregor is this? What are we doing to this old man? Please stop exploiting him for money. He's gonna grow a mohawk and then blow out his leg on the first kick, isn't he? It's not just wind, it's temperature and pressure. Okay, so you have a cooling unit. And then that adjusts the air temperature that you're blowing to cancel out the temperature. If we can control the weather, you think we can't make a fan that controls temperature? Come on, man. They can make a fan that does what we need it to do. This may have just solved everything. Also, why don't we just make really big fans in hot areas to move the air? And then global warming doesn't exist anymore. I don't know. I'm not even a scientist. But like, fans, man. Fans. It's all just fans. Trying to sell them would be such a ridiculous amount of money. But would it be more money than getting absolutely pillaged by tornadoes? And how much money can you assign worth-wise to security of knowing that you're not going to get reamed the fuck out by tornadoes? What is that worth to you as a human? Because I don't think that there is a value in that. How many people have been swept up by tornadoes since the year of our Lord 1806? I guarantee at least 100. What are those 100 people worth dollars-wise, Nin? Can you put a price on that human life? Because, hold on. Median net worth of person. According to Google, the average value of a human life, that's household, actually. Let's see. The average net worth of somebody, actually I shouldn't say average because that would be mean. The median net worth of somebody under 35 is about $39,000. So if you die in a tornado and you're under 35, then probably you're worth about $39,000. So probably a lot of people would need to die for tornadoes to offset that. Choose a race. What, in terms of this? Not them. Not them. Actually, fuck it, let's go Surin. Let's do it. Yisa. I think it might be the play. I think it may be it. Too random to have those fences that are and have AC cooling to have everywhere. How were they random, but we literally have a place called Tornado Alley? Just put up a tornado crossing sign like we put up the deer and moose crossing signs, so that way the deer and moose know where to cross the road. Because like in Maine, there were a lot of crashes in certain areas because the deer and the moose didn't know where to cross, and then they put up a bunch of deer and moose crossing signs so that way the deer and the moose would know where to go, and it really helped cut down on crashes outside of those areas. Statistically, there are a lot more deer and moose crashes in deer and moose crossing areas than there are outside of it, which is corroborative evidence that deer and moose know where to cross the road because of those signs. Data interpretation, chat. Data interpretation. So if you just put tornado crossing signs out, then the tornadoes will know where to go. Tornado Alley spans 6 to 8 states. So why don't we just sell 5 of those states to Canada and then buy states that aren't in Tornado Alley in Canada? We can just convince them that we have like oil or some shit that they want, or like maple syrup, maybe. What states would we be able to sell in Tornado Alley? Like, what's that comprised of? without having much of an impact on things. Because I feel like if you're getting pelted by tornadoes, then realistically, you probably have at least one season where your state's pretty useless for farming stuff, right? Most of your farmland. Right, but what if the farmland's just getting fucking NATO'd constantly? I feel like that's kind of not fair to the plants. What's in Manitoba? Is that Winnipeg? Winnipeg, Manitoba, or something like that? We give them Oklahoma? Oklahoma for Manitoba and Saskatchewan. Oh, I feel... Oh, that wasn't me. I didn't do that. I blew up none of those. I'm in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Get absolutely fucking geo-rainbolted, dog. I saw 1 pixel of your window and knew exactly where you were. Is there anybody else there with you, or is it just you holding it down? Because, like, Winnipeg's supposed to be a city, right? I'm assuming your city's in Canada. Like, I've only been a good old Quebec. But, I'm assuming the cities in Canada are pretty much just like the cities in Maine, where it's like, we call them cities, but everybody knows they're not cities. It's like saying, hey, get ready for this big girthy donger, and then you whip out a little 2-incher. Also give them Arkansas. Arkansas, Missouri, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, and Texas. Oh, we could absolutely try to ship Alabama, but also Alabama in NBA terms is kind of like John Morant right now. I don't really think anybody's willing to trade for it. I feel like Alabama's too much of a locker room issue, considering it's going to bring its family members into the locker room and try to fuck them. So I feel like Alabama would probably not really fetch the most in terms of immediate trade value at this point in time until we kind of like de-Alabama it. No one would ever take Alabama. I mean, it does have that one song, but like West Virginia also has a song, and you don't really hear shit about West Virginia. I feel like West Virginia is basically Alabama without the cousin fucking, because they both have songs that people know really well. They don't really do anything else other than that. I feel like they're the same thing, right? Like, what does West Virginia do? It's west of Virginia, and there's the song. And then what does Alabama do? Cousins, and then the song. I don't really know what else there is. We need to turn your power off early. Thunderstorm might do that if they actually come through, but I don't think they're about that life. The Gulf is nice if you like seafood. But like, why would I need seafood from the Gulf when I have seafood from Maine? Also, is seafood from the Gulf no longer technically imported because it used to be the Gulf of Mexico and now it's domestic seafood? We were on a flight and we were cracking the fuck up because our flight had it labeled as Gulf of America and then parentheses it had Mexico. We saw that and we fucking cracked up. What a silly set of circumstances. We didn't even have to bomb anything. It was crazy. I wouldn't be shocked if we just tried to throw a couple nukes down there to see if any mermaid were trying to contest us on the land. Winnipeg population is about 850,000. Oh wait, that's larger than like most of Maine. Wait, and that's just Winnipeg? The fuck? What's Maine? I think Maine's like 1.3 million or something? Hold on, Maine population. 1.41 million. I'm a fucking casual. Sorry, 1.41. So, yeah, I don't really know what's going on there. We don't really have too many people, like at all. Our cities, I think, are like, let's see, what's Portland? Portland, Maine population. 70,000 in our largest city. Just for perspective, did we just get wiped? Uh-oh. Something bad is happening. This is what happens when the healer doesn't pay attention for half a second. Everything goes down. Population of Manitoba is about 1.5 million. Oh yeah, you got us cooked. So, like, you have a lot focused in Manitoba, and then it gets, what, like, really just sparsely populated outside of that? Or, sorry, like, in Winnipeg? Because Winnipeg's what? Like, 850,000. So Winnipeg's, like, half of the population in all of Manitoba? Some places in Manitoba are beautiful, though. Well, I would assume because nobody's ever fucking gone there to touch them and bother them. Usually helps with like nature and stuff. We have some places like that in Maine that are quite cool. So, could trade British Columbia for Texas. What if we traded Texas to Mexico for like the area under California, and we basically just made California hang down longer? Just did like an area for area swap to up our coastline. Cause then we could bulk trade it. Where it's like, Mexico gets control of the Gulf uncontested, and they won't try to steal the name again, but America controls the ocean, and nobody else is allowed to go in the ocean on that side. It's already called Baja California, Lower California. Well, yeah, but what about, like, Lower California? Like, I'm talking California, but, like, California. Like, I'm talking like long boy. Like, it just kind of like keeps going. It's like, you know when the magician starts pulling the little, the tissue paper out of his shirt and stuff? It's kind of like that is what I'm picturing. Uh-oh. We fucked up somehow. I don't know what we did. I think it's because we stood in the poop. I'm not even gonna lie. I like how we said that the dungeons were gonna be super easy, and we're just out here like ooga boogaing a little bit. How do we get the poop cloud to go away? Do we just wait? It'd take like 12 hours to go from top to bottom. Okay, you can make a train. You know, like, you know how Saudi Arabia is trying to do the line where it's just like that super long city? Just do that with California. I feel like it'd work. Although they have some mountains and shit, right? And then also the earthquakes. Was trying. I thought they were just doing like the hyphen now. Weren't they still planning on doing the line, but they were just making it smaller? Also, what's going on with Akon's future city? Wasn't he also gonna build a city in Africa? Is he still doing that? And then you have like LeBron James School. I haven't heard about LeBron James School in a while. Mr. Beast did some shit. He was like building schools and like doing wells and stuff. Texas can take 2 days to cross. The fuck, why? What's the point of that? What's the point of that? I don't think Texas would agree to being traded to a country they already beat in a war. Hold on. Hold on. What if I told you that despite winning the war, Texas is still 41% Hispanic or Latino, and then 13.4% black? I'm just saying the culture won in Texas regardless of the results of the war. And it's basically like, I don't know, parts of Texas, I haven't been, but the Tex-Mex influence is there for a goddamn reason. The war might have been chalked up as a W, but let me tell you, the culture still stayed there, and I really want to visit and experience that shit, because I love me some Mexican food. Love. And like, when you combine those, we're up tremendous. What if the Latinos fought for Tejas? What if I told you that we can just combine the two? And it can be fucking sick. Have it every day. I'm so jealous of you. Genuinely. I want so badly to be wealthy enough to do a food tour where I just travel and like, no memes, I just go on meme rants, but like no memes. One of my largest desires in life is to be able to go around and experience food culture, because living in Maine my entire life, like, and being born and raised in Maine, we don't really have a lot of food culture up here. So places where I can go and experience like large amounts of diversity that I don't get to experience otherwise, especially within like food cultures and just general influence on the cities and shit, It's so fucking cool. That's my one large goal. And Tex-Mex and Texas barbecue are both very high on my list. And I think it's weird that Texas is known for something that is so predominantly Caucasian in terms of slapping barbecue out there. Saucy big barbecue, which traditionally shouldn't even be known as a Caucasian thing because we just kind of stole the whole flow bars and everything from like Brazilians and shit. But regardless of that, then you have the Tex-Mex influence. And then if you combine that, and I can find like brisket tacos. Just like some dude, I want to buy brisket from him, source that, and then I want to walk down to a local taco, like just a tortilleria, and then I want to buy fresh made tortillas there. What do you eat in Maine? Sadness. No, I mean, I think Maine's actually been doing a lot better with its like heritage and culture in terms of food and stuff, but Maine's predominantly white, like predominantly Caucasian. So basically blueberries, potatoes, lobster, yeah, that type of shit. But I think with Maine in the last like really 10 to 15 years, we've seen a lot more of a cultural push in restaurants and different types of restaurants opening up. When I was a wee lad, Maine had basically a lot of like small diners and like family places and then chains. And as I've grown up, we actually have a lot of different types of food and cuisine that have come in. And I think a lot of it, like, we have a solid amount of European influence, because people will come over from Europe, or traditionally did. But there's actually been a lot of African influence coming into certain parts of Maine. So there are pretty heavy, like, Somali populations in parts of Maine. I believe we also, let's see, we get European, we get African, Greek is a part of Europe, so that makes sense. Irish, isn't that still European as a whole though? Granted, European influence is just like a big blanket term for a lot of different influences. But yeah, like we have Greek, we have Irish, we have Italian. Let's see, British food influence hasn't found its way over here, thank fucking God. That war actually kicked out the culture. So, you know, there were not motherfuckers fighting for beans and toast, let me tell you. Like with the Alamo, motherfuckers might have been fighting for like brisket tacos and shit. Ain't nobody up here was like, we gotta keep the British influence here for beans and toast and high taxes on tea. Everybody wanted that shit the fuck out of here, so thankfully did not grow up with beans and toast. But, it's like 9% white, so I feel you. Yeah. But I will say, it's been cool. Maine is, I think, something that, since I have been living here, has developed a lot. And has modernized a lot. Not that you come here and you're like, oh my God, it's this super modern city. Carla comes here and she's like, what the fuck is this rural place? And everything is very rural, but when you think, God, 15 years back in Maine, it was 3 times as rural, and even like our populated areas were quite rural. So it's definitely, I think, you know, grown a lot over time, but really a lot of it up here, you can always find very good, like, if I could tell people what to experience up here food-wise, seafood is your number one. Seafood is your number one. Dilly, what am I go? I think if you're a tourist and you like seafood, you just kind of have to. I myself really enjoy seafood, but like, it's expensive. And I can just get chicken far cheaper than I can get salmon and, you know, fresh seafood from up here. Especially lobster and shit. Things that are actually truly fresh here, that you can't get elsewhere without shipping. This shit's kind of expensive still, so it's not my thing, but if you're visiting, the seafood can be great. I actually think we have a very, very, very solid Thai food scene. So you can typically find very good Thai, very good Vietnamese, really good sushi as well. Like, our Asian food culture as a whole, I think, is quite good up here. I love Thai food. I have struggled to find Thai food as good as a lot of the Thai food in Maine. So yeah, that's a big thing. Like one of my aunts is Thai and she's from Thailand. And even like from them, any time that Thai food was brought up, they would talk about how up here was some of the best Thai food that they've had, just like in the US. And I think you have a lot of good, like, you know, authentic Thai that comes out of that as well, which is great. But want some good lobster rolls? Oh, you can definitely find good lobster rolls up here. Now, the thing with lobster rolls is you can also find very overpriced lobster rolls. And lobster rolls, I think, are as much about the preparation as they are the actual lobster. They're a very simple thing, right? So ideally, you want to have an amazing, you know, quality lobster in the first place. Something that was caught same day. Something that's not too hard shell, not too large, because you sacrifice the quality of the meat when you get into really large, you know, older, super hard shell select lobsters. So you want to find something that's small to medium size, softer shell, and so you get that super tender meat that's almost like buttery. You want to chop it up really fine, and then you can either do it, you know, hot, you saute it in a pan with some butter, or you just do it cold with mayo, a little bit of lettuce, literally all you need. It's a few ingredients. Very little seasoning or anything, because you want to let the quality of the lobster meat show through, because that's supposed to be a very clean, fresh seafood flavor. And really, it's about...
Stand your ground.
I think we got cooked. It's about, like, the quality of the bun. It's about the quality of the seafood. And something as simple as, are you using dog shit mayonnaise if you're doing it cold with mayo? Or are you actually bringing in, like, you know, real mayo? Super simple. So, I'm going to mom and pop shops that are known for 2 to 3 items. It's what you get a lot of up here. Like, I feel like with Maine, it's almost like in many areas, a boutique-esque feel without boutique prices, where a lot of places, I mean, one thing that I always reference is, like, you know, the weed scene up here. When I travel, there are 2 things that I really love to try: food and weed. And in a lot of places that are far more like city-y, you have... No! DustyWhy. You have an element of everything is trying to do a little bit of everything. You have a lot of people that are there, a very large customer base, and therefore you want to offer very diverse products to attract a wide variety of customers within, you know, within your business. It makes sense. Up here, a lot of places are just like, I'm gonna do one thing and I'm gonna do it really well, and I'm gonna try to have word of mouth spread, and I'm gonna tell you exactly where you can find that one thing done extremely well if it's not here. And like, you can go to a diner and they will have a 2-page menu, but everything on that menu is absolute fire, so you can go and you can always get different shit, but it's super simple and you know everything's gonna be good. It's kind of cool. And with a lot of the small places here, you also find places that are kind of like lower volume. So it's a little bit more than just a, you know, go in, sit down in a place that's absolutely popping. They slam out all the food as fast as possible, and they don't really give a shit if it's, you know, hot, if it's sitting under a heat lamp. Like, small things like that. One of our favorite diners to go to, just something small, like all of the butter that they use is clarified butter that they clarify themselves, like, as a part of the prep work each day. All of the potatoes that they use are, you know, fresh potatoes that they cut in-house and then prep off of that for their hash browns, for their fries, just, you know, small things like that. And with Maine, we also have, you know, Rustic, the county up north. So up there, you have a harvest season where people legitimately, like, the school-age lads and lasses will get time off school for harvest, where everybody just goes and they stare at a conveyor belt for, you know, hours and hours and hours on end, and they get paid for that, but school's canceled for it because there are so many temporary jobs around it. So there's also a lot of seasonal work in Maine too. But yeah, Maine's pretty cool. It's almost like a portal into the past, so to say. A lot of things here that you just can't find elsewhere anymore, because so many areas are so populated, and once something gets populated, it can't really get unpopulated, you know, pending, like, nukes. So yeah, a lot of Maine just has that really peculiar small town feel where you'll go into a restaurant and there's like nobody there. Greetings from the county, by the way. What the fuck? Ain't no fucking way there's somebody from a rustic county in chat. What are the odds of that? There are like 6 people in fucking a rustic county in general. In what world? Nah, that's actually crazy, bro. That is genuinely fucking wild. My favorite fun fact about Maine that really makes people shit their pants is quite possibly one of the most peculiar facts for real estate investors that has ever existed. Roughly 50% of Maine, geographically and town-wise, like just, you know, in terms of the area of the state, is not even an incorporated town. It's uninhabited area called townships, where the state has effectively split it into boundaried areas. But they don't have governance. They don't have any official, like, town anything. It's just uninhabited places. So, hold on. You're lagging so bad. Are you downloading something? Because mine's not. Main map with towns. So, basically, open image, new tab. With Maine, everything you see on this map that is white in terms of like the towns is an incorporated town. So as you see in southern Maine, it's pretty much all incorporated towns with governments and stuff. So Bangor, Maine is effectively known as northern Maine. Bangor is like, let's see, where's Bangor? It's like somewhere in this general area. Let's see, that's Athens and shit, Guilford. Bangor's like somewhere in here-ish, I think. But Bangor is legitimately smack dab. Oh, wait, there's Hampton. So Bangor should be right here. Brewer. Bangor's right here, by the way. So zooming out, that is right here, where my mouse is for Bangor, Maine. Bangor, Maine is known as going up north or to northern Maine. But if you look geographically, everything in yellow is unorganized territory. Literally like undeveloped land type shit. Where if you're a real estate developer, everything up here, you could literally make Dustopia if you bought enough of the land. And you could buy up the land, develop it, start a town, start a government, and then have it be a literal, like, respected town that builds up. Which is crazy to me. It's like an RPG, or like an MMO that hasn't had people come in and take all of the objectives yet. There are, like, land claims that are available, bro. It's fucking wild up here. And people still look at it as like, well, Maine real estate market's gonna get tougher and tougher. And I'm like, brother, we're the oldest state by population age in the entire continental, like, US. Or, like, not continental, but we're like the entire US. We're like the oldest average population. A lot of people are gonna be dying up here in the next 10 years. And something tells me that all of that untouched land isn't really gonna remain untouched for too long, and we're probably going to see population overflow start to spread north and north and north, since it's already creeped up to Maine very heavily from like Massachusetts and shit. Just food for thought. From Cumberland County but live in York County now. I am shocked that other people from Maine like physically exist, if I'm being completely honest. It's like, it's very weird to me that people from Maine have just like randomly discovered the stream at some point in time. Because it's not like I'm a large stream presence or anything. And I don't know if like one person just heard about the stream and then spread it to like the 7 other people in Maine that actually watch Twitches. But it's always strange to me how people just end up here and then we're like, you're from Maine. Wait, what the fuck? Spider-Man point mean? Township range is how the federal government divided land. Many states use the system. Yeah, and there ain't fucking nobody in the townships, dog. Literally nobody. You can go up to a township And there might not even be electricity up in that bitch yet. Like, it's all logging roads and fucking nothingness. It is crazy. You could probably kill somebody in Maine and get away with it far easier than anywhere else because you could just go up to the county and, like, dispose of the body there in, like, a potato field or the woods. Like, geographically, I don't even know how many square miles are just untouched township woods, but statistically, there's at least one body out there. I'm gonna be real. Like, somebody got fucking murdered and dumped in the woods in a township in Maine. I don't know who. I wasn't involved. What's going on here? Terminal. Oh. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. But just statistically, somebody has met their cruel demise in very unpopulated woods. There's probably a spooky pasta somewhere out there about it. Probably some scary YouTuber that's trying to tell a horror story. Oh, phenomenal. I think this was the last one as well. So if we go bonus events, there we go. Dungeon Rush. Okay, 8 out of 10 completed. So technically, we want to complete 2 more paths or dragon response missions. Because we do still have a dragon response mission launched from the Eye of the North. Recommended for 80. May contain spoilers is crazy. That's cool. So we need to do 2 more things to have this completely done. And I think I'm cool with finishing it up tomorrow. Because if there's a tag up anywhere in World vs. World, that to me sounds like the most beautiful set of circumstances that I could possibly imagine. If I'm being real. Alaska would be easier. I mean, yeah, I feel like fewer people also go to Alaska to cook dinner. What are you making for dinner? I've had some chicken marinating in lemon pepper since yesterday. And I was gonna cook it up before stream. But like, I woke up with my eyes feeling all weird. So I ended up cooking before stream. Bro, that shit about to be lemony and peppery as fuck. It's about to be like we're eating a goddamn candied lemon. Just had some burgers. Oh, I'm a big burger guy. How were the burgers prepared? Like, are we talking like barbecue burgers, like a cast iron thick boy, or are we talking like a full smashy? Because I feel as though there's a wide world of burgers that you could easily delve into. Cast iron, just kind of some thick boys, make the patty, slap them in a cast iron type shit. Maine's relatively large for that northeast part of the U.S. Maine area-wise is large as fuck, yeah. Hold on. Maine square miles ranking. Let's see. Oh, apparently Maine is 39th in size, but within the New England region, it's the largest state, being almost as large as the other 5 states combined. So as you get into the Northeast, everything gets very small, but Maine is like the big boy in terms of New England states. And most of that is ass. Let's see. Wait. Is this true? Wait a second. Maine population density. Maine has an overall population density of roughly 45 people per square mile, making it the 13th least densely populated state. However, the state is highly rural, with vast stretches of northern and western Maine seeing fewer than 5 people per square mile. Which is fucking ridiculous, by the way. That's basically uninhabited. That's like a house per square mile. What about Maine just gonna live away from people? Honestly, bro, not a bad idea if you're trying to. Real estate's cheap as fuck out here, and also the market continues to just. Sorry, I went to stir my Alfredo, and I like splashed it over the edge and almost got it on my pants. I had to bare hand catch a piece of chicken Alfredo. I should probably bring my plate up.
Have you been to the market in the Western Ward? There are some shady merchants
yeah,
there.
Completely honest. Bro, that's where I am, Ireland?
Ahoy.
Yeah, but y'all got castles, huh? You guys have castles, right?
Think we're
And shit like
ready
that?
for another
Alright, hold on.
attack?
Now I got Alfredo
I
on
can't
my
wait
hands.
to spar
I'll be
with
right
that
back.
Crazy job.
I came when I heard they were hiring for the Lion Guard. It's a great opportunity.
Me too. I'd be slinging fish if it weren't for the jobs here.
We have to be ready for anything.
You realize that this is the safest city in Tyria now, right?
That's the kind of attitude that'll get you killed.
Good day, soldiers.
Think we're ready for another attack?
Is it time
Land, air, or sea.
for some PvP-ness?
Won't be caught off guard again.
Because I feel as though it may be the best time for a little bit of PvP-ness. Now, you know my immediate question. Any tags? My immediate answer. Yes. However, this tag has 7 people. I don't know the level of success that that will bring. Oh my lord. What is happening with Mosswood? They, speaking of castles, what the fuck? They have locked down everything on their borderland. Why do I feel like... Looks like Rawls might be popping a little bit. Why do I feel like if we went red borderland, we would have infinite content? Clemming. What's this? What have we here? We've got 2 tags up. We've got Clemming and we've got Nutella.
What can I do for you?
And I'm not sure which one we're supposed to run with. I'm not sure if there's one stack that's like pumping more than the other. But seems like there might be an opportunity here, if I do say so myself. Just a small one. So we'll give this this one a chance. Is there a T3 here? There's not a singular T3 here. That's kind of a shame. Because I need T3s. So I can get my last Grandmaster Mark shards. So as soon as we have a tag up. Actually, I'm gonna check Mosswood, bro. I feel like there is no way we don't have people over here right now. Like, we must have at least one, right? Like, one tag? Nah, nothing. I wonder why. Surely there is just, like, a ton of opportunity over here for content, right? Or does Mosswood just have, like, people hate desert map? Right, but look at all these T3s. Like, if we could ourselves take a T3, then that gives us Grandmaster Mark shards. I wonder if he's gonna get jumped. I'm gonna sit up here and see if that Necro tries to come through and jump this warrior. I don't think he will. Don't know the fight, man. Yeah, I just don't know exactly, like, who's around or what the haps is here. Excuse me, in terms of the T3s. I don't really know what our opportunity would be. Because, like, if we can even just sneak one, that ain't the worst. This camp has invuln for another 20 seconds. That is... Ah. Sir. Big cursor. I swear to God, that's one thing that the cursor's not great for. You never lose it. But sometimes when people get far away, this bitch does not want to click on somebody, bro. You have to learn your click point so well because everything is illuminated. Everything is highlighted. It's actually fucking crazy. All right, brother. I guess you and I got this, big dog. We shall blast it together. And I will accompany you into Valhalla if I must. Surely we don't just get cooked here, right? Surely like a whole squad of lads doesn't pull up and blast our shit. Seems good so far, chat. Seems like we might be onto something here. All right, hold on. Hold on, hold on. Don't call it a blue comeback. Don't call it a resurgence. But we might just have everything we need here for success. We might be able to take something. Wait a minute. We just gotta get the caps first. Okay, easiest shit I've ever done. Now for the T3. If I get one more Mark shard, I get an Ascended piece. Which is why I want a T3 so badly, by the way. I only get the Grandmaster Mark shards for T3s or for Stonewest Castle. And we didn't have a tag on the EBG that was looking like it was going to be able to take SMC. Watch them just have taken it. Nope, okay. Yep, figured that was probably going to be the case. So, basically, I think I'd like to find myself trying to, like, just yoink this T3. I don't think it's possible with, like, just me and this one other dude. But, like, what if it is? Like, what if we just have enough through that? I don't know if he's gonna follow. But if he does, I'll take it. No, I don't think he did. How long would it take to get into a T3 by myself? Like, say I'm just out here, uncontested, with like a cannon. Or not a cannon, like a catapult. Because I could probably build a cattle right here. And then I could start working on the walls. Because I could drop down, and then it need to be, what? I guess it'd have to be the gate over here, huh? Could I kata this? Or would I have to, like, trebuchet it? Because I feel like there's certainly a way that we could get in from here. And then after that, we would need, what? Interior gate? So we'd kind of be cooked regardless. And it might not be the smoothest thing to try to get into. Because I'm going to have to ferry mats over myself. But what if I can pull it off? Wait, we have a ballista up here. Is ours?
Defense, then offense.
Oh, I can't use that because it's not mine. Right. That checks out, actually. That when you put it like that, it makes a shitload of sense. Just kind of wishful thinking that we'd be sharing stuff here. Might be able to jump around here, yeah? Okay. Can I still get up? What about these little cutouts? No. Terrible news, I don't think I can get up there at this point in time. I might... Oh, wait. The air shrine. Duh. We don't have that. So I can start here, perchance. And then maybe find a little bit of success off of capping this. Maybe there's a chance I can, like, yoss my body over the wall out of a cannon. I don't know why I'm still here, if I'm being honest. Someone's gonna come along and just end my fucking day. And that's okay. That's okay. When it happens, it happens. But until then, I guess the solo capping is the way. I think that might unironically be my best option that I have right now. I'll see and make sure I don't jump off this edge. Because that would immediately result in me being not alive. And I don't think that's the immediate goal right now. So, we go at it slowly but surely. And everything will be just fine. I think I can pull this back a little bit, right? For chance. We're on this L. No, you don't care about LOS? No, you don't give a singular fuck? Okay, cool. There we go. A little bit more serviceable of a position. I think that'll work out better for me. And I don't think red's here, chat. If we could get, like, 5 people over here and flip a couple of these T3s, I think we're in a good spot. If I'm being honest. I think... Oh, wait. Life was tagged on green borderland. So who else is tagged right now? Was that the life group that I was just in that I left? I wonder. Because honestly... I'm just here trying to get some form of contact. Wherever I may. And it's taken a little bit. But I think if we get a few guildies in here... Hold on. Anyone want to try to yoink some stuff on red overland? Because I feel like there's a large chance that we can pull this off. And then I have... Oh, wait. I have 31 mark shards. I thought I still had 29. I can get an ascended piece. We're up tremendous. I guess last night's session actually got it for me. Didn't finish eating. What you got for food? Everyone wants to get my inventory sorted. Oh shit. I don't know how many we're gonna have. I also don't know if we want to stay over here or if we want to try to find a tag somewhere else, but homemade nachos. Are we talking homemade as in like made the chips? Or you poured chips on a cookie sheet with some stuff on top of it? Made everything. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. Okay, yeah, no, that deserves the homemade tag. God damn. That's extra steps too. That's like, if you're out here making tortillas, cutting those bitches up, frying them into chipping tins, that's a solid amount of work just as is. And a level of commitment that I'm... What the fuck? Alright. Well. Off we go. I feel as though I have served my purpose here. And at this point, I don't think there's anything else for me to accomplish. Because I'm not getting in there. I don't have the mats or the steady hands to pull that off right now. But I do think there's an opportunity. It's 7. Why is there nobody here? I've seen that one Gale shot, but I think he was just vibing. I don't see any tags over here. I understand like people don't like this map. But when there's so much prime T3 for the taking, why would we not just, I don't know, go enjoy, go have our delicious T3 poaching? I feel like it's free 99 right now, but maybe I just don't see the validity that other people see. I would like to get in with a tag though. Maybe get a little bit of fighting in perhaps, because running around all day I think makes me sad. I was having more fun in the dungeons because at least I was hitting stuff. Everything is absolutely tragic right now. I might go back to dungeons, man. World vs. World is, I think, kind of dead right now already, which is really surprising that there's not more popping off right now. Let's see, I need shoulders for my last armor slot. So I could throw that in. Or I could start working on weapons. Because I have no weapons yet. What do you look like? Bad. What do you look like? Oh, wait. That's like the one that I use right now, or was using. But it has a little crown on top. That's kind of drippy. I might just buy that one first, if I'm being honest, because it is the coolest Mog to go along with shit. So I need to grab 3 Grandmaster Weaponsmith marks. So we're going miscellaneous here, and then box of Grandmaster marks. Grab 3 of those. And then Weaponsmith off of each of these. How's Bifrost been treating you? Is good. Is very good. I feel as though every bit of healing is amplified by the might of the legendary drip. Wait, what's this? Oh, that was recruitment. Never mind. Never mind. But yeah, no, it's been great. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I wish that the particles on Bifrost itself were more particle-y. I'm having a hard time, like, giving up the scythe visual for it. It just, I feel like it doesn't have as much legendary drip as like Bolt does, you know? I need all of the particles. Like every one of the particles. And my gloves are helping. I will say, the gloves are helping a lot. Very, very much so. And I like the little flow that I have. I just feel like... Actually, I'll give it a try. Maybe I will enjoy the drip of it, if I'm being honest. But I also need to get the mace side dripped out. That's the immediate goal right now. Which, I think this shield is going to go absolutely crazy for me. Mistforged Hero Shield. Not that one. Ascended Weapons. It was this one. Ascended Shield with crown on it. Bop. Alright, we're good. How'd dungeons go? Dungeons went well. We conquered the dungeons, achievements, bonus events, dungeon rush. The dungeons have been conquered, and now I have to do a dragon response, and then one more whatever, and then I'll have dungeon rush completely taken care of. So they were pretty smooth, I won't lie. Some of them, we died, because we weren't all paying the most precise attention. Myself included. So that was, you know, that was a combined effort of goofiness. But, I will say, still very, very, very fun. I think, realistically, like, harder shit in dungeons as well. I don't know if they're, like, challenge mode dungeons or anything. But I think that would be fun to have, too. Where did that shield just go? There you are. Thank you, my good man. I appreciate you. DRMs aren't too bad now. Oh, those are the dragon response thingies. So what are these? Are they just like boss encounters? Or like what's the whole premise of those? Because it's definitely interesting to me. And I feel as though I should check out everything that's available within the game. Just as someone's curious about shit, so. Dungeons are related to game. Right. I know dungeons were like what originally existed for like, what, a year plus type shit? So yeah, I know dungeons are a bit more, I don't know, easy and introductory. Definitely get that side of things. But they were fun. They're from the dark days. Do you think as part of their revamp to content, they go through and readdress dungeons as well? And bring some dungeons up to speed that may not be, you know, currently the most caught up? Because that could be really interesting. If they increased density, redid some of the mechanics type shit, that... I wouldn't rule it out. But I also don't know what their goals are for it. Obsidian shield. That's just the skin that I was using. This one. I need my sigil. Thank you, my good man. And then we go here and sigil in. And then we're set. Okay, +1 ascended piece. And then we have to bring the shield over, and that gets misforged obsidian shield. I'm starting to look like a deck of cards. I got like the upside down heart on the helmet. I don't know, something about this is giving me like deck of cards vibes. And I don't know if I like it. But I feel like I must embrace it. Who gave it to the Bifrost? I found this in a rock while I was walking one day. I was enjoying a stroll with my papa. And papa and I were fishing down by a rock. And papa said, "Son, well, look in that there water in that there rock, son." And I said, "What, papa? What could it be?" And he said, "Well, son, that there looks like a Bifrost. But it's only available to those that are strong enough to extract it from the rock. Do you have it in you, son?" And I said, "Papa, all I can do is try." And try I did. And I removed the Bifrost from the rock, splitting the rock in two. And finding myself a Bifrost. I did the hard work. I broke the rock. And I hope to inspire you all to do the same someday. How do you find some of those rocks? I feel like the rocks find you when the time is right. I feel like it's not all about just finding the rock. There's a certain element of, in due time, when it is your time, you will experience a rock. And it may not be now. It may not be any time in the immediate future. But you will experience your rock. Dwayne? Maybe it's Dwayne. Maybe you meet him. Maybe somebody throws a rock at you. Maybe you find a legendary in a rock. But someday you are likely to experience a rock of your own. And I hope that you are ready. What's the next legendary you want? Well, I mean, statistically it would be a mace, because that would be what I could use. That's kind of fucking dope. But I feel like this would be a completely different vibe in terms of the transmog than having this out. So, for PvE, you'd want Axe as a firebrand. But I don't like PvE or firebrand. I play Illumi. What the hell? I don't PvE that much. I would get a mace for my PvP setup. Then it's a spear. But I don't use a spear. So I'd want a mace. Because I use a mace. So I use mace shield and then I use staff in my switch. So I would get a mace or I would get a shield. Because in World vs. World, I don't really... I don't have spear unlocked in the first place. But the value of both staff and mace and shield is so fucking stinky. Wova giving shield of absorption, that alone It's so good. You can guess how many acts do I have? I'll give it to you. 55k final answer. But honestly, I don't think either of these. This has a little floaty trail as well. So I guess that one could be cool. I feel like with these legendaries, especially with like Bifrost, I might have to go back to this for the Mog. Something a little bit brighter. Something a little bit more paladinly. Because like right now I'm all in the doom and gloom Mog. But I feel as though embracing the light could be very solid for me. We'll save that. And then if I wanted to throw this on, we'll say apply to equipment. It will not show in world versus world very well. That is absolutely something important to keep in mind. Yo, Geralt, what up, brother? Hope you're having a beautiful day. What do we have here? Oh, that's Clemming. All right, so let's pop out of this real quick. And let's get the drip right before we get too far ahead of ourselves here. Before we get too far ahead. Geralt, what you be up to, dude? Because I am refining my drip, which is the true endgame of Guild Wars 2. Like, it is... This is everything. The better you look, the better you play. That is exactly true. Now, the question is...
Nice day.
How do I look the best? That's what we've got to figure out. Because there are many ways to formulate your drip. And how you formulate that drip can be a make or break. Can I dye the shield? I wish I could dye the shield. If I'm being honest. Because now the shield looks crazy from this POV. But the black and white on the shield is a little bit, like, out of place. But I still think this looks crazy. The Aegis kind of looks a little strange on it. Like, just a smidge strange. Better you look, the more damage you do. Well, I don't do damage anyways, bro. I'm a mace, shield, staff, Lumi. I basically sit next to other people and I go, you can do it! And I just, like, I empower them all the time. I'm basically, like, #1 cheerleader. That's my role. I sit in the fights and I'm just like... That's my rotation, bro. That's it. That's it. I want people to feel like I am spiritually there with them. Which one of you is this? Druid. You know what's crazy? Shut the fuck up. I went back when I was playing Ashes of Creation. I went back one day just to go to New World and play some Outpost Rush. Because I had an urge to go do it, and I was like, you know what, fuck it. I'm gonna give in to the urge. And I freaked out half of my community that thought I was going back to New World. I had to explain many times that I wasn't going back. But like, man, New World in general. New World in general. I hate it. Victor! What up, brother? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. But I went back, and with New World, after 6 months of not being active on your character, your name went back into the pool of characters that are available. And I go to hop on my main, and it's like, oh, rename your character. And I'm like, bet, DustyWhy. And keep in mind, I haven't played New World for like a year at this point. Someone took my goddamn name. I was motherfucking pissed. Granted, my alter aliases, Dusto the Clown being one of my finest. That is typically my testing alias for video games, but that had to come out and make an appearance there. Or there's a fellow mainer here. What the fuck? All 6 of us are here today. It's a goddamn occasion, brother. We're throwing a fucking party. Y'all getting this rainy shit? Because, like, hear me out. Rain and not getting absolutely blasted by the wildfire smoke. We're legitimately just flexing on every single person that doesn't live in Maine right now. People want to talk their shit. Winters, whatever. A, don't go outside, pussy. B, accelerate and brake twice as slowly as you would normally and you'll be fine. But like, bro, we're chilling. We got an air quality advisory today. And our air quality where I'm at, there's an air quality alert. Our air quality is, oh no, the rain cooked us. Oh no, we're at a 60, which, hear me out, getting slightly worse. But a lot of my community that's up in like Canada, granted, they're basically face tanking a fucking fire right now. So like, I get it. But they're up in like the 130s and shit. And people have been saying their air quality is going to like borderline unbreathable levels. Our air quality was over 1,000. Holy shit. The air quality, it's over 1,000? Jesus Christ, what the fuck are you doing, brother? I feel like I could have a gas mask bong and the air quality would still be better than 1,000. Like, I take a copious amount of bong rips and I feel like I'm doing less damage to my lungs than you guys are when you go outside. Salt Lake City air quality wildfire smoke. Where are you guys getting the smoke from? Utah doesn't have anything in it. Isn't Utah literally just like, I don't know, like salt deserts or something? What? How's air quality measured? ppm? I believe it's ppm, but you want to know a crazy thing about ppm? So back in the science day, ppm meant parts per million, right? Ever since Bonnie Blue existed, it means peens per minute, which has been a crazy shift in occurrences of ppm. The measuring of ppm since like that whole occurrence, brother, completely new fucking metric that has defined generations at this point. So I'm hoping the science community wins that one out and we don't just start having ppm metrics go the other route. But man, records only stand to be broken, and at a certain point somebody's really gonna just Joey Chestnut some cocks down and try to compete with that, and I really look forward to that level of competition. I feel like there's certain parts of athleticism that should be admired. Like, yes, Shohei Ohtani may somewhat be the best hitter and pitcher in baseball right now, but could Shohei Ohtani fuck 1,000 guys in a day? Probably not. He would bitch out way before that, I think. And the level of athleticism that Bonnie Blue requires, brother, that is actually elite levels of stamina to be able to fuck 1,000 times in a day. Destroy Dick December would claim most men alone. And that's, what, a peak of 31 for New Year's Eve? The worst part about Destroy Dick December is not spending time with the family, or if you are, explaining what the hell is going on. Imagine 1,000. Brother, the refractory period alone, we'd be cooked. Out of the first 10 is easy. You know? What's the personal record out here? I wouldn't have the experience. Imagine being the 1,000th guy. Oh, you know, some sicko was excited as fuck. Like, there were opportunities to step in, and some dude was just over there like, no, you go, please. Nope, you still working on it on my end. You go ahead. I swear to God, some freak was out there, bro. I swear to God. Never underestimate. Why break the like pulling the pin on a fucking grenade. You try to walk the line too fine and you get disqualified. Fuck. Oh no. Oh no, ArenaNet, please. I would say this normally isn't how the stream is, but I don't think this is helping my odds of ArenaNet partner at any point in time. Oh fucking Christ. How do we get here? How do we devolve to this point, chat? Where did we go wrong? Bro, a year ago we were talking about how great MMOs were gonna be. Oh God. Oh fucking hell. We still got a year and a half until the beta too. Bro, we literally have a year and a half until the beta. Just for perspective, the concurrency of Bonnie Blue's pussy is higher than the concurrency of New World. Just throwing that out there. Maybe not right now, but that's the last we'll go on it. That's the last we'll go on it. I'm going to get water. I'm going to get water. We're doing PvP after. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I'll be right back.
Guard Hella. A pleasure to see you and Hauser, under better circumstances. Have we met before? I helped with a relief effort after Scarlet's attack. My name is Saya, but you might remember me as Simon. Oh, now I remember. We pulled some survivors out of the rubble together. Seeing so many die in those weeks, it made me realize how important it is to embrace life, to celebrate who we are. Life's too short to live any other way.
So there I was, atoning for my sins at church this Sunday. I don't even go to church. Probably should. Probably buy me a couple more years or something. Primarily because I'd be somewhere where I couldn't take bong rips at the time. But other than that, last time I went to church I was a kid and my parents bribed me to go there because they said there were snacks. So I went to like a youth church. And I got to the part where they brought snacks out. And then after the snacks were done, I legitimately was like, all right, I'm out this bitch. Immediately said, I'm out. What, do you go to a Catholic church or a Christian church? I don't know. I don't even know the difference. I don't fucking know. All I know is I'm pretty sure they both have the big Jesus statues. So I could go there and I could hit one of like the in front of the Jesus statue and then God would bless me, you know? They have different flavors of Jesus. Which one does baby Jesus? Catholic Jesus is brown. Wait, so do they sing more? Because that one sounds lit. And they sing? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that one then.
I don't know about you.
Yeah, that would fuck. Yeah, I feel like if I went to church, it'd have to be one of those, like, singing and dancing churches. Because, like, normal church where you just sit there and it's like, our Heavenly Father. Bro, I'd fall asleep. I'd, like, ADHD the fuck out. We gotta fucking get lit. I swear to God, if it's not a fiesta, nope. And also, Jesus' mother isn't Mary, it's Guadalupe. She make fire-ass tacos? What's the change between Mary and Guadalupe? Because I feel like Guadalupe probably makes far better food. Probably. What was Guadalupe chefing up for Jesus compared to Mary? Because I bet Mary gave him the unseasoned chicken breast and shit. I'm gonna get like the wrath of Zeus on my ass. Carly, you better hope that we don't go on any sailing voyage. We're literally going to the ocean right now and we're talking shit about the gods. I'm about to get fucking Odyssey'd. We're gonna get to the beach tomorrow, Carla, and there's gonna be a fucking raft sitting on the beach. And then there's gonna be some blind guy that's like, DustyWhy, you must get on the raft. Bro, I'm fucking dipping at that point. I'm gonna fucking throw you on the raft instead. Banger movie though. Oh god, Nin, you know what I'm saying, brother? Hold on. Anyone for SPVP or World vs. World? Let's see what we got. EBG has a queue! Since when? Since when? What the fuck do you mean? What up? God then against who's also him, to Earth to sacrifice himself for humans he created, to free them from rules he also created. Kind of a wild concept. You know what the craziest part about it is? It's basically just the largest case of neglecting your child in human history. Like, just lore-wise, he Casey Anthony'd his kid with extra steps. And was just like, hey, I don't want to deal with you right now. Go fucking play in traffic. And it worked, and he didn't have to deal with the kid anymore. But didn't the kid, like, return to him or some bullshit? Isn't that the whole lore that, like, God got haunted by his kid after he, like, sacrificed his kid or something? I don't really go to church, but abridged version, I'm pretty sure God sacrificed his kid and then got, like, Annabelle dolled by his kid and then just accepted it as, like, a happy Easter. But I'm not an expert on this stuff. It's the new age, baby. I love the stream. Tell me that's not technically correct. Oh, they're waving at me. Cute. Hi, guys. It's like my little pigeons. The lore is deep and forever changing. Yo, we just got a new Jesus lore drop. Turns... All right. How do I get there? Just as a one time. Maybe. No, not that. Maybe they just went through the gate up here? But that would make far too... Okay, lit. Never mind. Missed out on the capture, but we're up tremendous. We're perfectly fine. Yeet. We're so up. Maybe all the batter is a form of wrath. Oh, this is fine. Everything's fine. It's a form of stupidity. But we learn from it. Through mistakes and adversity, we learn, Mr. Strugma. I want to try raising your helper session structure. Let me know. Yo, hop into the guild Discord, dude. We have right now, what are we up to? 222 in guild right now. So we come from a few other games. I've been in Guild Wars myself for like a little over a month and a half about that. So before that, I mean, you can probably tell, but I played New World a lot. So I shit on New World all the time. That was like 3 years of my life. And then after that, I went to Ashes of Creation, which is now more of a legal case than it is a game. So we were kind of homeless for a while, like not literally, but MMO wise. And the community was very much in a spot of like, oh fuck, what do, where go? When the announcement hit for Guild Wars 3, we were always all on the, you know, kind of on the fence. A lot of people in the community wanted to see me hop over to Guild Wars 2 and give it a try. Oh, excuse me. But I was just like, man, I don't really know, you know, if I want to hop into something that's like, you know, 13, 14 years old as a game, you know? If the game is in Diddy range, then I'm probably not trying to hop in there if there's not a future for it, right? So, yo, Priest, hope you're having a beautiful day, dude. How's it going? Oh, it's going splendid, brother. I got my dungeon rush done earlier today. Well, mostly done. I got 8 out of 10 done there and went through every dungeon, so did a little bit of cooking there. Now I have hopped into a little bit of world versus world for a few hours, see if we can find a few fights, see what we can get up to. And honestly, for a second, I forgot we were in world versus world, and I was actually going to have to, like, press my abilities. But we're getting into some world versus world as well. So just blasting a little bit here. We'll probably get some, maybe some SPVP in later tonight. But for the time being, nice little bit of Wolfa. Thinking we'll get continued support though. There'll be a lot of cosmetic rewards. Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. And like, for me, you know, I wasn't in the point where I was like, oh, ew, Guild Wars 2, oh, gross. But I was at a point where it was like, okay, do I jump into something 13 years old and deal with constantly having to play, we're changing maps, aren't we? Deal with constantly having to play catch up, or do I try to jump into something that is in development or something that's newer and find something that might not be as proven as Guild Wars, but take a chance on maybe this works out and it's fresh? And then ArenaNet comes along with the whole, hey, homeless, not sure where to go, don't have a game to play? Well, guess what? Here's Guild Wars 2 with continued support, revamp for the OG content, Hall of Monuments coming in, and everything that they're throwing together for us in that package, and the continued support for Guild Wars 2 after 3 drops, and the future for 3, where seemingly ArenaNet learns really well from their mistakes. And I think for 3, we're gonna see far less emphasis on boons and condies as a core part of the, you know, the PvP system and honestly the combat system as a whole. Skillful movement being available to every single class on a baseline level, so character or like class skill expression is there, but player skill expression is also at the forefront. And for the love of God, please fucking give me a full freeform action combat system with physics-based projectiles. I'm not even a range player, but I yearn for full freeform action combat again. And the day I get that, I shall ascend. Leon, thank you for the hydrate. Pound me with hydrates, by the way, Poppy. Since I started taking creatine, I'm supposed to be like tripling my water intake, and I was really good at it at the start, but now I haven't been, so. Blaze Necro or Warrior, Hellville's Guardian. Guardian's really good, if I'm being honest. I started out when I was brand new. I spent 2 weeks learning Willbender. Scared me, Merc. What the hell? I spent 2 weeks learning Willbender. So that way I could, you know, come in, just kind of press buttons, kill people, blast a little bit, and, you know, learn the game and the combat system firsthand. After that, once I started to get a little bit familiar with the combat system and whatnot, I started to realize how important supports were. So I found myself playing Luminary. I looked at Firebrander, Lumi, and Lumi itself really seemed like it put together a large suite of buffs, kind of like a buffet. Sorry, my bad. But really a lot of different buffs in terms of its, like, you know, its suite that it offers, plus some unstrippables, which are also very incredible to have for World vs. World. So with Lumi, I looked at it as a, you know, I hop in, I learn support, get the emphasis of that, and really do everything I can on Lumi support. And then from there, if I really want to go back to DPS at any point, Luminary itself can double as, you know, a melee DPS very well, or a big chunky DPS. So great DPS potential, amazing support potential, like a one-off in every group between a Lumi or a Firebrand. I feel like I can give my group pretty much everything that it needs at all points in time, which is great. So I can't speak enough good about Guardian. There are also multiple other elite specializations that you can play. Willbender's valid for SPVP and PvE. And honestly, you could bend Willies in World vs. World too. It's just kind of a weird spot to throw in, because I think there are other DPS that do the job a little bit more consistently with putting less on the line, but it's still not the worst. You know, Greatsword Spear Willie could probably do pretty well. Outside of that though, Firebrand, amazing support build, and you can also do like a supporty DPS type build with Firebrand, where you almost hybridize a little bit, and you find yourself doing far more damage than I would. Outside of that, there's also DH Dragon Hunter. That shit brings in massive damage from its ground targets and whatnot. If people do walk through that in World vs. World, it's just gonna put out numbers. And you also have a one-off like block DH build, where you can take a lot of projectiles and just absorb them effectively. So that's huge. Ben's been working out. I mean, I've been getting more active, I will say. The, you know, thought of being sedentary post 30 is a very scary thought, Mr. Westone. I've heard everything starts to break really fast. So, you know, trying to be far more consistently active. And part of it is, you know, I'm not exactly bodybuilding or anything, right? But I've always struggled to put on and maintain meaningful weight. And anytime I put on weight, I typically just shred it right off. And I have to, at least in the past historically, when I was in college, I had to almost like triple my caloric intake on a daily basis, to the point where I was like engorging myself to put on like 20 pounds to play college basketball. And then even then, as soon as practice started up, I shedded 15 of it and built 10 back in muscle. So like, I've always just stayed very thin. So I'm hoping that the creatine could be a good way to have some form of like, you know, weight retention and muscle retention along the way. Oh yeah, we're going to Mosswood, baby. I'm hoping that that's kind of like a good intro to some weight retention. And as I do, you know, continue to get more active, right, I want to start working in some more flexibility shit and kind of like a pre-stream routine that I want to get into. I want to just do some light lifting, some outside time where I'm like going for a run or a long walk type shit, and then some stretching before stream, just so I can get myself in a good mentality. Because like, I stay productive, but there are definitely days where I am lazier than I should be because I don't have the routine that I'm just like, okay, you go through this because you go through this every day. So I'm trying to build the routines right now, and I think as I get into a better spot with that, I'll also see a lot more payoff. So yeah, creatine's more of just like a general startup. Also, I've heard that it's very good for like, you know, combating mental fog, and sometimes bong rips don't help. But man, what the fuck? Why do these things hate me? Maybe it is the wrath of the gods. God damn piece of shit. Where are we going, Mr. Commander? Where are we headed, big dog? So anyways, I'm hoping that's kind of like the startup of what I need to put on some meaningful weight and actually retain it. But we'll see how it all goes. We'll see how it all goes. I am intrigued though. Like, what is the implication of creatine bringing more water to the muscles on, like, I don't know, things like your tongue and like your heart? Do those also see a shitload more water, and are they going to like swell as a result? Like, am I gonna wake up one day with like a fat puffy tongue because my tongue's getting yoked because of the creatine? I don't really know. Like, am I just gonna start saying certain things like really passionately, and like I say a T and I like push my teeth out? Like, I'm scared, brother. I don't know what level of strength I'm gonna possess with this Whetstone. I'm really worried. You know, the graphics, to use some reshade plugs. I actually play on mostly low graphics. Funny enough, most of what I run is low, and I try to cut a lot of like unnecessary things out, so that way I can see meaningful stuff. But I will say, in terms of stream quality, I'm very thankful to be able to put out a very high bit rate. So, whatever, their map swap? Yes, map swaps. So, sometimes you'll want to take a look if people just start disappearing. If the boxes go gray, your commander is the one with the little icon. So, like Guardian Clemming in group 2, that's our commander. If his box goes gray, it means that he's on a different map than we are. So you can hover over, find which map he's on, and then end up in that same spot. But typically with map swaps, like this got recapped by red, which indicates that there's some red here capping shit. So I think we're trying to go around and find a little bit of content where we may be able to find ourselves, you know, getting the fight or two. We don't really know how many red are here or like what led to the flip itself, but there were enough here to get in, cap this, and seemingly they're going around doing some more capping right now because they just took Roy's, which is a camp north of here. So by all means and measures, it could just be a smaller group that hit the dip set as soon as they took the boss, and we might just be chasing ghosts out here. So, over to with you. I appreciate you, I appreciate you. We have, I think, a very fun community, man. A lot of people that really want to learn Guild Wars as a whole. A lot of people that put in demon amounts of time. I have been here, like I said, for, I think, like a little over a month and a week. It says 42 days. I did some travel. I did like 5 days of travel. So probably like a month and a week-ish. And I got 315 hours. So we're getting there. And there are some people that are putting in more work than I do. Like, it's crazy, bro. We have so many people that are learning. We got a few people that have stepped up as mentors as well right now. So where we're at now, we're getting 7 nights of guild events scheduled. It's one thing we're really known for in our previous games. Always having shit for our community to do. So we do Sunday, Monday raid nights. You mentioned raids earlier. If you're interested in those, Sundays and Mondays, 8 p.m. EST, we meet up in Guild Hall, and then we split up into groups. We've only had enough for one group so far, but we have got to the point, excuse you, we have got to the point where, you know, we have extras. So we're trying to get to the point of having 2+ groups, and then just keep building off that for the Sunday, Mondays. Tuesday, we're gonna get a bunch of people together and go through dungeon runs, and then blast off of that. And then probably, like, I feel like Thursday, Saturday for Wuvwa would be a really solid combo. Friday, break in some general PvE shit, and then Wednesdays maybe scrims in Guildhall for PvP stuff in the arena. So we're trying to work out exactly what the schedule is going to be and where we're going to form up with it, but within the next couple of weeks we should have that all ironed out and hopefully have peak time content literally every single day as a guild, which is kind of what we're going for. Keep on ranking my alts. Yeah, everything's account based over here. One of the many quality of life improvements. On top of that, whenever we invite somebody to the guild, we're inviting their entire account. So everything is retained on the alts as it would be on their mains, which is kind of cool. Kind of cool. LMFAO's Party Rock Anthem has 2.5 billion views. LMFAO's Party Rock Anthem was played at Lil Wayne and 2 Chainz Bangor main concert that Lil Wayne didn't show up to by the DJs during the 3.5 hours of DJing. So, my summary on that, Zop, keep in mind, it was 2 Chainz and Lil Wayne. Their DJs are 2 Chainz and Lil Wayne's DJs, right? Bro, this concert looked like it was snowing in the middle of the summer. It was a goddamn white out there. It was crazy. Crazy. And like, the DJs come out and they do a little set to try to hype up the crowd. And like, I shit you not, it's 2 Chainz that's coming out first. So the DJs try to play some Atlanta rap. And they try to get the crowd into it. Like 5 people were vibing. I was one of them. I was fucking with it. A lot of people were very old and very unky and had no idea what they were listening to. And at a certain point during the opening DJ set, they were trying to put on like fine songs to throw on to catch the vibe. And at one point, I swear to God, Party in the USA got thrown on and they started laughing to each other, the 2 DJs that were on the stage, because everybody was like, woo, yeah! And then they started like dancing to Party in the USA. Bro, it was awful. It was one of the roughest experiences that I have been to in a concert. Not only because Lil Wayne didn't show up, but also because the DJ sets went far too long. Obviously Lil Wayne's fault. But the DJs tried and actually had very solid sets that they were putting out. But the crowd was not receptive and the crowd was not a vibe. So that broke down. 2 Chainz came out and actually put on a pretty solid show. He had very high energy. But even then, it wasn't like 2 Chainz came out and had everybody in the crowd singing along with him. Like, he would hit parts in his verses where they'd cut out, like, he'd stop and, like, put the mic out to the crowd. Maybe, like, 3 people, again, myself included, fucking screaming at the top of their lungs, but you couldn't hear shit because all of the other people were just trying to follow along. It was an experience. An experience. And 4 hours of concert. To hear that Lil Wayne didn't show up. Rumor mill has it as well that he was in Bangor, so he like actually made the trip up to Maine and then went out to get food and stuff instead of doing the show. I don't know why. I have no idea why. He put out a statement that was like, I had a headache, and as you guys know, my epilepsy is triggered by headaches. So he was like, since I had a headache, I couldn't do the show. And I'm like, brother, how much weed do you smoke on a daily? Still? What? If I did a blood test right now, what are we pulling out of there? And a headache is what we're worried about, Mr. Wayne. It's like Sailor Moon, but it's Taylor Swift. And also Zop. Wait, Zop, what are you doing next Sunday? Brother, come up to the Ren Fair. There's a Ren Fair in Maine that we're going to. Sailor Swift would be perfect for my maiden there. I could protect you. I will have a sword. And I'm gonna polish my sword. I'm gonna be, swear to God, bro, I gotta clean up my sword. So I'm gonna be like out on the couch later, taking like polish to my sword, trying to get it mirror finished. Like I'm an actual blacksmith. I'll probably hit it with a hammer a couple times just because. If I'm being real, I feel like there's not much reason to not, just to get involved type shit. Get myself really immersed. Go to the one in Michigan. If you're bringing a sword, they've gotten very strict about policy. Yeah, I don't know how the one in Maine is about a giant sword. That's like an actual stainless steel sword. I think Carla said they just have you zip tie it, usually, so you can't, like, you know, pull it out. But probably won't let you bring it in without a sheath. Oh, yeah, hold on. She's all... The gnome's not a part of the sheath normally. But yeah, she's all sheathed, and it'll be on my back. So it has a little thingy there. So yeah, so it's all like strapped in. They make you zip tie props now too. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Also, hear me out. A zip tie is no match for my massive creatine-fueled muscles. But yes, yeah, listen, I don't necessarily expect to be pulling out a fucking live sword during a Renaissance fair just because it's a Renaissance fair. Would that be fire? Yeah, I'd knife the shit out of somebody. But totally understand the whole risk of decapitation and how that is probably like... Chat, any insurance people in chat that could tell me exactly what... you know, the premium is if your business has a risk of decapitation? Because I feel like probably a pretty solid premium at that point that you might be looking into. I guess it all depends on like the statistical chance. Like maybe it's an anomaly where the risk is actually quite low, but I feel like any chance of decapitation is probably from a... you know, from a standpoint of insurance, probably any, you know, high enough of a risk. Zodotype. What's the theme of the week you're going? I didn't know there was a theme. I ain't about to lie. I didn't know there was a theme.
Nothing can bring me down.
Carla's been doing the planning for that. She's in league right now, but we might have to interrogate. The one in Michigan does a different theme every weekend. Oh, I don't think this one's like up every weekend. I think this is more of like a one-time thing. I'm not quite certain as I haven't gone before. But we shall see. I'll have Carla look into it to make sure that we don't end up... There's 3 weekends. Oh, fuck. Wait, what's the theme our weekend then? It started this weekend. Is there a theme that we're supposed to know then? Are we fucking amateurs? Are we cooked? Because I feel like we might be cooked. I don't think so. Where do we figure out if there's a theme? Because are we gonna look out of place if the theme is like, I don't know, medieval and we show up not medieval? Or like, how deterministic are these themes? Uncheck? Yeah, you must check. Because like if the theme is imperialist China, and I show up without a hwacha, I'm fucking throwing. Actually throwing. Also, I feel like our outfits would need fireworks. Just at that point in time. One in Maine looks to just be medieval. That's what we thought. Which is where the sword would come in pretty well. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of what we were thinking. Granted, I'm still not an expert on all things, you know, immediately medieval. So Carla's handling the fits. I'm just getting in that shit as soon as it's time to depart. Pull up Zoppington. I mean, what? Michigan's only like an 8-hour drive or something from Maine? Like, it really isn't that bad, no? Enter the Enchanted Realm. So if I have a sword then we're fine. Is what I'm gathering. Sword equals good. No sword equals not as good. What are we? I feel like we're getting stoned right now. I don't really know the historical significance of like what it feels like to have a mob throwing rocks at you. But I feel like this has got to be pretty fucking close to an angry mob throwing rocks directly at your goddamn head, man. They're just people standing up on the high ground everywhere, just like pelting us with shit. And it's not really enough to get any of us killed. It's just like, oh, fuck, stop, man. Like, I don't really understand how we've gotten to the point that we're at with this. I feel as though there are many better options for the scenario. What's your closest airport? My closest airport, Portland, but I could also pick up in Boston if there's not a non-stop to Portland, because Boston's only a couple hours from Maine as well, and Boston has some pretty dope lunch places. Plus, we have room. Like, we have a bed in the basement. I know that sounds like we're gonna murder you, but our basement's like semi-finished. So we have a bed in the basement with a chain on it. Chain's optional, but like if you're really trying to get the full immersion experience, I do recommend. Will cost you an extra $23.99 for the cleaning, though we try to keep it sanitary. But yeah. But Portland, I don't know if Portland does direct flights usually. I mean, I know they do direct flights, obviously, to somewhere. But when we fly anywhere major, Portland isn't exactly known for being the most convenient. So we usually drive down to Boston. We usually drive down to Boston. And then once we get to Boston, we park and then fly out of Logan. Because Logan does a lot of non-stops. I got a trip to Boston for like $200. Sounds expensive. Although probably because short notice, huh? Like a 4-hour travel time. That's not bad. Honestly, I'd drive down to Boston. It ain't like, it really isn't that bad. It's all interstate too. You just hop on the interstate and then eventually the interstate like turns into Route 1 type shit. And then you just take Route 1 all the way in and then you follow the signs for the airport and you ball out. There's also, Carla would probably go down because there's a... Is it a Dave's Hot or is it a Cane's? I think it's a Cane's.
Defense, then offense.
I believe. I'm not quite sure which of the Chiquieras there are. But there's one of the Chiquieras that's on the way down. I want to say it's a Cane's, actually. So Carla would want to get Cane's. Raising Cane's? Wait, are you familiar with Route 1? Yes. Let's go. Yeah, we were driving back. We went to Tampa for a concert, and then when we came back in, we were driving back, and obviously we're on the Sonic side coming back into Maine. I call it the Sonic side because it's the only Sonic. And the Cane's is on the other side, and Carla's in the passenger seat, and I just see her go. As we passed it, like a full head swivel jaw drop. And I was like, okay, so I can clearly see that's about to be our pre-flight meal anytime we come down this way. She's like, yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, that shit, I don't even know when it opened, bro. But Route 1's just been getting juiced to shit. Every time we go through, it seems like there's more top tier stuff over there. Oh, what have we here? Last year, I think. That makes sense, because I don't really go through much, and honestly, now that I think about it, most of the times that we go through, our flights are either like super early morning, well, usually super early morning, or we're getting back like later at night, and then we drive like late night to get home. So it makes sense that most shit's always closed. I stopped at the Sonic once like 10 years ago. Literally like 10 years ago was the last time that I stopped at the Sonic. I haven't been there in a while. But yeah, Route 1's a fucking journey. Like, I think Maine to Boston commute can be described very simply as bridge to New Hampshire. Route 1 food of choice. Couple of rest stops along the way. And then you get there and you see the cool spiky bridge in Boston. And you know you've made it. I don't even know the name of that bridge. All I know is cool spiky bridge. And then they have like lights and shit on it. The one with the cables. It's like outside of the garden. But then you know you're actually in Boston. There's also false Boston, where you think that you're getting close to Boston, and then you're actually in like Lynn along like the, you know, the route into Boston. You're like, man, fuck this shit. Oh, my car doesn't break down. They're just looking like this, just running around as a big blob. I prefer it when there are equivalent sized blobs to fight against, if I'm being honest. Running around like this when there aren't, you know, equal levels of competition, it can kind of just be autopilot, so to say. And right now, I think we're encountering a lot of groups that are a bit smaller than the size of ours. I'm not quite sure, you know, what the reason for that is, given it's around peak time right now. But I am hoping that we run into a little bit more, you know, equally sized fights. That can be the big downside, really, that can make gameplay like this boring. The fun part about this is when you have two groups of the same size with blobs like this. There are so many buffs going out and debuffs and so much damage that there's this very like integral cadence to the fight where your supports, which I play as support, build up as many buffs as possible to go into a, you know, a full engage. And as we go into the full engage, we're trying to preserve and reapply our buffs. And the enemy will typically have classes like Necros, Spellbreakers, and prior to the patch, Untames that were responsible for stripping our buffs, and then they try to get damage on top of that. So when you're in actual fights that are, you know, competitive, there's this really fun movement where you're trying to keep this entire blob as cohesively together as possible and have everybody protected by supports, able to do damage, stripping the enemy's buffs. As soon as the buffs are stripped, your damage wants to capitalize on that. While the enemy's trying to strip our buffs, we need to, as supports, be reapplying. And then our guardian Clemming up here, our commander, they call it a driver over here, which I still don't agree with. But our commander, we all try to follow him, and he's looking out for, you know, big ability uses and stuff like that, where he can hone in on, okay, they've used, you know, the enemy may have used a lot of their boon strips. So if we bait those out and then we can go into another engage while they have stuff on cooldown, then we can find an advantage there. So it's a lot of a, I don't know, kind of a fluid dance when you have really fun fights that have a lot of small moving pieces, where if one thing is slightly off, right? If you have one group of 5 people that's out of place and they get their buff stripped, then it's over and they just die. So it's a lot of that, like, everybody plays their role well, and then the entire well-oiled machine should just kind of look like this amorphous blob of death. But when you're against smaller groups, it kind of breaks down as well. So with SPVP, the 5v5, you see a lot more of the, I think, like the individual skill on display, where it's like, oh my god, you can see the character's movement and the abilities. And here, I just play support. A lot of the time, I'm running around, and I'm not even doing damage because my most important thing is putting buffs out. Like right now, I have an ability on the ground that's really important, but you may never know that because my stuff is shown here. So with this, it looks like sometimes, especially for, you know, when I was new coming in, I'm still new in the grand scheme of it all, but before I actually played Guild Wars 2, and especially did World vs. World, I looked at it and I was like, man, everybody's just like running around and you're either completely invulnerable or like dead. And it felt weird at first to adjust to, but once you kind of understand the, you know, the flow and the movements and stuff, and you get some reps under your belt, it's really addicting, especially once you win your first outnumbered fight. We have 30 right now, and if we were to take out a group of like 40 or 50 and be completely outnumbered, that would be such a, you know, a fun thrill. And I think that's a lot of what I like, is either even numbers fights or even slightly outnumbered fights where we have an opportunity to cook. I'm in your group, why no stab? Well, because the gate's about to go down. So what am I gonna do if the gate goes down? Okay. Okay. Well, now you get stabbed back. Now you get stabbed back. But yeah, I gave you enough stab. Just stand in all of the fucking projectile absorb. What do you want me to do? Press my buttons while I'm standing there? God, that's the prep period for us, brother. More stab for everybody. Yes, yes, yes. I must pad my uptime too. That actually is good comms. I have to make sure that anytime that's about to tick off, I have another stability ready to go. And if I don't, then we're slightly down bad. Like right now, for example, I gotta get a little bit of cooldown reduction or something for some more blocks, because I'm gonna have a small window without any stability. And you really do hate to see that. Absolutely hate to see it. Good news. We ball now. I got plenty of time. All of the coolies are up tremendous. And then, after this wears off, I'll have another Radiant Courage, and then I can go into my forge for some CDR on it. Everything is beautiful. Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of a team. Oh no. Oh no. They're gonna kill us. Oh god, what are we gonna do? Everything's terrible. Chat, how are we gonna survive? I hope we see the rest of, you know, what one of these groups can provide. I don't know where people are right now. I don't know if it's maybe because it's the weekend, right? It's Saturday. Question. Just general question.
I confess, I did miss you.
Does Guild Wars almost see a little bit of a... I don't want to say like less of a population on a weekend, but less of an exaggerated weekend peak because there are so many dads that spend time with their families and bullshit like that on the weekends? Because I feel like sometimes weekdays around peak can almost like cook the weekend a little bit. It's a matchup. That's fair. Yolan's really peculiar in terms of like our play times. I don't know what red play times are looking like, but it almost seemed like they had an early morning presence. No, unless Viral's rest. I don't understand why either. If I'm being honest, I have really enjoyed fighting Rawls any opportunity that we've had. And don't get me wrong, most fights end up going pretty violently, but there have actually been fights that we have killed green stacks that are the very good green stacks. Now, it's not cat stacks that are doing it, but we've joined up with some better stacks, like shit, running with coin. We sidecard for a little informal with a few Woso guys one time and got some good kills there and some good fights there. And like, there have been really good convincing fights. I don't really understand why people bitch out. It's a link with BTD and Mag. And so hear me out. They are a group of players that can fit as many people on the map as we can. And they have the same buttons to press that we do. So what stops us from being able to actually do anything about that? There's degens. Well, I get that. I think their largest thing that I can see is that they just have near 24/7 coverage in terms of when they play. They have so many people around, you know what I mean? And I think that's the largest thing that I've seen, but even then, Callie's one of them. Fwick you, Callie, ruining the game. Getting high, by the way. But I don't know. I feel like, yes, their round-the-clock presence can be a little bit much, but there's also very much so an element of like, if you have an opportunity to fight against the best players, why wouldn't you want to fight against the best players and get the most meaningful reps that you can and see exactly where you stack up and what you can do with it? Because if you never go to that level and you never try to get the reps that are possible, then how will you push yourself outside of your comfort zone, you know? And I feel as though I shouldn't exactly be the person that's advocating for that as like someone that's been here for a month. I don't really get it, you know? Because most guilds don't have the mindset anymore. I definitely agree there. it makes me sad to see the spirit of PvP lost, where I think the spirit of PvP with games initially was really like, I want to take our group and I want us to try to improve, and if we're fighting up and we lose, then so what, it's a bunch of pixels. And I feel like over time people have become more and more worried about like, well, what if I lose the fight? Well, what if people see me lose and people say that I lost the fight? Who the fuck cares? Who cares? Like, it doesn't matter. And I feel as though people have turned PvP into more of a, and this isn't just a Guild Wars exclusive thing, believe you me, I've been around the block at this point. I feel as though a lot of people have turned PvP into a scenario of, I want to play against other players that can actually kill me, but only if they're not good enough to actually kill me. And I feel like it's become less about playing the PvP and more about winning the PvP. And I don't respect that. I have zero respect for that. It'd be like you're a basketball team that's playing against a team that has a better record than you, so you just walk off the court and refuse to play. And as someone that played sports my entire life, I just like, I don't fuck with that. I never have. I was a skinny Caucasian kid who broke both my goddamn wrists my senior year of high school ball and was told I'd lose use of both of my hands primarily. And I played years of college ball and had fun with it. I just don't understand the whole like element of, oh, well, they're better than us, so we might as well not even play. Wait, Shrimp, where'd you go? Where the fuck did you die? What up there? I think that in large part just has to do with the rise of social media. Everything is clipped to ship, so people's mindset has changed or reflected. Yeah, but who the fuck cares? Like, so what if there's a video that exists of you not being the greatest at something or making a mistake? That's part of the reason why I love live streaming instead of YouTube. On YouTube, I'd be a perfect creator. I'd never get angry. I'd never misspeak. I'd never make a mistake. I'd never answer a question incorrectly. I'd never misplay. I'd never die. And I'd look like the greatest goddamn player in the world, right? Anybody can put together a highlight tape. Thanasis Antetokounmpo has a highlight tape in the NBA. Far better player than me. But is he really ravaging the NBA outside of that one sham god? The answer is yes. Free my dog until it's backwards. But I do agree. I think a lot of people now, and like sometimes I try to say things nicely, but I feel like a lot of people now are just bitch made, and it's always like, oh, well, I have to protect my image. I have to protect my reputation. Brother, none of us are important enough for people to think about like that. And I say this as someone who is literally online 8 hours a day, putting my face out there, yapping, having people show up and, you know, be honestly so generous with their time to hang out. Nobody cares about me that much. Nobody cares about you that much. Maybe if you're an actual celebrity, I might get a passing thought every now and then where somebody sees something shaped like a penis and they'd be like, Dusty would make a joke about this right now. And I want you to know I would. And thanks for keeping me in your thoughts during that time. But like, I'm not out here consuming people's thoughts every day, and if somebody kills me in a game, even if they teabag me, it's not like they're going around calling their mom and they're like, yo, I killed DustyWhy. They're calling all their friends and they're like, look what I did, and they're sending the stream. Like, people have a sense of self-importance, and I feel as though you must smoke the ayahuasca, you must have the death of the ego, and you must realize that nobody cares. People stop themselves from going to the gym because they think somebody's gonna look at them and be like, you fat fuck. Who cares, brother? Everybody's at the gym to improve. And if you're a big back going to the gym, then people are rooting for you. And also, if you fall over, you're the first one that's gonna get help because everyone's keeping an eye on you, worried about your safety. So you actually have it better there. I'm shy. Let me tell you, my ego death and my moment of really, like, letting it all go was my first year attending TwitchCon. And this was 2 years ago. This year is going to be my third year, and there's a reason I'm so excited, and it's because TwitchCon really brought me out of my shell. My first day at TwitchCon, it was, I solo flew in from Maine to San Diego. It was from Boston to San Diego. My first ever flight, ever. My friend Douglas, Bitter Galaxy in chat, a dear friend of mine, drove me to the airport, dropped me off, and brought the car back and picked me up when I came back. But he dropped me off, tapped me up, gave me a swift tongue kiss, and I knew nothing else of what I was gonna do. Walked into the airport, didn't know where to go, didn't know how to check my bag, didn't know where TSA was. I ended up checking my bag in, and I walked into a line that I thought was the TSA line, and I sat there for like 20 minutes without the line moving at all. And I finally looked up, and it was the kiosk assistance line for people that couldn't figure out the, you know, the automated kiosk. So then I actually found my way to TSA after like 20 minutes. And once I actually got there, right, I ended up effectively knowing like 5 people. I had just gone full-time earlier that year. My stream streak had just started up, and it was like, you know, it was like 300-ish. So it's still good, but it's nowhere near the 1,100 plus big dick that we have now, right? And so I went there, and I knew my friend group, but I didn't expect to meet up with anybody else. I didn't know anybody else. And I was very comfortable with the veil that the, you know, the internet provided, where I could sit here and yap to people, but it wasn't really yapping to people. It wasn't like I had to walk up to, you know, 100 people and firmly dap them and, you know, find common ground in person with a bunch of people. It's very easy to just communicate in mass with 100 plus people through the internet. And the, you know, the level of comfort there, I think, for a lot of people is a big thing. And when that breaks down, it can be tough. So I'm at TwitchCon, and I'm seeing a lot of creators that, you know, I know and I followed for years. And many of them I didn't say hello to. Like fucking Tactical Grandma walked by me while I was charging my phone on the convention center floor because my phone died on badge claim day. And I didn't even say hi because I was like, oh, I don't want to bother her. She's probably doing something. When the entire purpose of going to the convention in the first place was to socialize. So over the course of the weekend, the more progressively fucked up I got, and the more my friends introduced me to more people there, it became a little bit more comfortable to just walk up to somebody and, you know, Firm Dupinski, hey, what's up? I'm Dusty. Nice to meet you. What do you make for content? What do you do? Why are you here? Right? In a kinder way, of course. But it was, you know, it was a common ground that I got comfortable with, just approaching people and starting a conversation without the veil of the internet. And my last day at TwitchCon, it worked out really, really, really strangely. But there was an event that was like a brunch, and it was like a brunch and recovery thing that was put on by a company that does merch stuff for streamers. And I don't work with them, so I didn't get invited to the brunch. I applied for an invitation, but my friends that do stuff with them got invited. I did not. I got waitlisted. So my friends were going over, and they were like, I was like the only one that didn't get in, by the way. And they were like, Dusty, we can totally get you in. It's literally just you. And I was like, nah, it's okay. It's okay. I'll just stay. I'll lurk around the convention. I'll yap to some people and whatnot. And so I'm walking around the convention. And keep in mind, day one, I didn't talk to anybody, man. A lot of content creators that I wish I would have yapped to and said what's up to that I just simply didn't. And so I'm walking around the convention floor. All of my friends are gone, just me. And I see, like, as I'm walking through, I see this short dude in a hat. And I'm like, I recognize that fucking hat. And I bend down, and I'm like, Summit? And he looks at me, and he's like, hey man, what's up? And it was Sum. And I just cracked up a conversation with Summit. I was by myself, he was by himself. Nobody else was paying him any mind, which we'll get back to this in a second. But nobody was paying Summit any mind. Middle of the convention floor, just by himself. Hard to miss that head, bro, like a goddamn bobblehead on the floor, I swear to God. I thought I was seeing an advertisement at first. So I see a big ass head. And we just started talking at the time. So basically he was playing Deadlock at the time. I had played a lot of Deadlock. So I just asked him about Deadlock, and I was like, hey, what have you been, have you been enjoying Deadlock? Do you think you're gonna stick with it at all? Where do you think the game goes in the future? And I was under the impression that a lot of people had just gone up and been like, hey man, you want to take a picture? And then they snap a picture and then they just go away. And I feel like Summit's not really like the celebrity type. And I feel like that would kind of make him awkward. So I go up and we're just shooting the shit about games. And he's like, I wasn't a partner at the time, so my badge said affiliate on it. And I didn't get partner until like just after TwitchCon. I was actually pissed because I got declined before TwitchCon. So I came back and I was just like, I am getting partner. 2 months later, I had partner. But regardless, I was an affiliate at the time. So he saw on my badge that I was an affiliate. And he was like, oh, it's Ustream? And I was like, hell yeah, I do. So I had my streak at like 300 days at the time. I think it was almost like 400 or something like that. And so I started telling him about the streak, and at that time I was streaming New World. And I basically, like, you know, I yapped his ear off about New World and about the channel and like how fun it's been because I had just gone full time. And we sat there for probably like 15 minutes, just undisturbed, having a conversation about New World, about my stream, about his stream, and we're just bouncing a bunch of questions off. And it was really at that moment where I was like, if we're sitting here having this conversation and nobody is like coming up to me like, oh my god, Summit, holy shit, what the fuck? And there's not an actual crowd around Summit right now. How few people care about me as someone that's not on the level of being known that some is. And it was like at that moment, I really had a bit, not like an ego death in a bad way, but like my anxiety about going out in public and somebody thinking a mean thought about me was, funny enough, completely washed away because of a short man with a large head just chilling in the middle of a convention center that had a 15-minute conversation. So it's a cool thing, and I think TwitchCon can also bring a lot of people out of that shell where you're uncomfortable, you know, you feel like you're in a spot that you wouldn't normally be in with a ton of people around you, but you also know that you're surrounded by a bunch of fucking nerds that just love video games and want to have a good time. And I think when you're able to go with a friend group as well, that can be the catalyst for you feeling comfortable to get out of your shell a little bit, which is what I needed. So I'm super excited for that. And I think that's something with, again, like relating it all back to something as simple as people not wanting to PvP when they think they may lose. The element of like, oh my god, somebody's gonna say something mean about me. Somebody's gonna be watching what I'm doing and they're gonna notice. Somebody's gonna look at their damage meter and see my stability's not as high as that other guy's. Oh no. Well, your wife could also just Google giant dick and see a donger that's larger than yours. You gonna stop fucking your wife? No. Because you'd be a dumb little cuck bitch. Just play the PvP. Stop being a dumb little cuck bitch. Just because somebody has a bigger dick than you doesn't mean you have to stop fucking your wife. Please, play PvP, fight green, get reps, VOD review, stop worrying about if people are gonna say something mean about you. Just have fun, man. At some point in time, we're all gonna be dead, and when we're dying, at 0 points in time, will somebody be like, here lies our beloved Noobtron. Here is a montage of his 5 worst fights ever in MMOs. I hope you enjoy. Everybody, please spit and piss on his grave. Thank you for showing up. Refreshments are in a cooler by the back. I don't think that people worry about the right shit. That'd be a sick VOD, though. That should have gone on for hours, brother. That should have lasted until you were in the goddamn afterlife. I should not have jumped forward there, by the way. I made a slight mistake. I definitely made a slight mistake with that jump forward. That was a tragedy. If I'm being completely real. That was a shame. I will say stability felt great there, though. I'd like to thank me. Oh, wait. And June Rain. I fuck with that. That is a goddamn hippie-ass name. They definitely smell like patchouli. But I'll fuck with them. I'll fuck with them. What time is the service? 4:20. So we can smoke on that noob pack, dog. But like, bro, I'm gonna be real. The number of times that I've lost in PvP on stream, bro, people cared about you losing in PvP on stream. I wouldn't have any viewers. I would have none. I've won a lot of PvP on stream. I lost a lot of PvP on stream. But I think the one thing that if you ask anybody what like the mark of me as a PvPer is in terms of the game that I've played and how I've got to like the level that I have in the games, it's just not going away. I and my community are so persistent in terms of knocking the door down. We are that like that community that if we show up to a fight and we know we're gonna lose, we will full send into the fight because you have nothing to lose at this point if you're already expected to lose. We'll get everything we can out of the fight. We'll review it, and then we'll go back into it, and we'll take the next fight and we'll try to make changes upon what we missed in the first fight. And then if we die the second fight, then we'll review the second fight, and we'll figure out what we can do there as well, and we'll just keep running it. And I have built a very untiltable community here. I have spread my untiltable rocks through untiltable avalanches to other small hills, and some of them have become part of an untiltable mountain range. And I aspire to have more mountains that form as the community continues. But part of the reason why we're here, part of the reason why we were in Ashes with a multi-100-person wait list to join the guild because the communities were full, and part of the reason why I got to the point that I did in New World, because we just didn't go away. And I don't agree with the mentality of going away. If I agreed with the mentality of going away when shit doesn't look like it's going to go in your odds, I would have gone away so many points through stream. I would be going away right now because sub count's low. I would be dipping and I would be panicking and I would be going away, you know, very, very, very quickly. But we don't go away in this community. We just keep pumping, we just keep improving, and we keep building. And through that, we believe that good shit will happen eventually. Got some copper rank? Wait, is that what I got for my latest rank up? Is that here? Some groups don't try once and always pre-dodge. Yeah, I really do hate that, man. I think if the odds are stacked against you and you're expected to lose, then you have literally nothing to lose. Like I said, if everybody's already counted you out, why wouldn't you show up and give it a try? Worst case scenario, everything goes as expected. Best case scenario, you surprise a couple of people. And I love surprises. You know, even Broken Clock is right twice a day, and I feel like at a certain point, you try enough, you might just get lucky. And you can turn luck with a little consistency and end up being pretty damn good at something. So, just keep sending it. Keep sending it, but also be critical. Also be aware when you're sending it of what is limiting your success on these sends, what is giving you a bit of conflict on these sends, what is limiting you from having the most efficiency, the most optimal output on these sends. Right now, they come out and they bomb through that. And then I just pop stuff, brother. Like, I keep stab up for the boys. I give everybody every single cooldown that I possibly can. And we try to repel this. We're fighting green, and hear me out. If we came into here with the community like a week ago, we might not have even been on this level with it. So, we just keep sending, and we fight until everybody's dead, and we'll come back and we'll fight it again. And I think every single fight's better, man. Again, you take us a week, 2 weeks, a month ago. Granted, this isn't a cat stack, of course. We're running with another tag. But even having our players in here, the experiences that we've got just from running it down and trying to take the most competitive fights that we can all the time, trying to, you know, punch up as far as we can, we get so much better because of it. We would be, we would be far worse at the game if we just stayed within our comfort zone, which I think is something very important to keep in mind. Like, the more you refuse to punch up, the less you can see the top. And it's a big thing. And I really want us to be able to see the top in a competitive manner. We have a year and a half to grow, which I also feel like people just aren't patient with growth nowadays too. I think that's a big thing. Everybody expects to start something and then be amazing overnight. Because guides exist, you should be able to process all the information and play it on the top level. Hold on, stay there, I got you. No cats left behind. Don't worry, brother. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. They don't see me. We ball. Everything is perfectly okay. We don't have to worry about jack shit. But yeah, I feel like a lot of people just want to see instant improvement now too, which is, I just think something that's incredibly hard to actually try to keep up with. And I feel like it's almost the, you know, the business mentality where you want to push for a record year and then you always want to have another record year, but you don't want that record year to be 5 years out. You want it to be now. And a lot of people want to hop into a game with a lot of complexity. and they wanna instantly be on that top level, and they're not, so they start crashing out. They start coming up with excuses instead of just being like, oh yeah, we're worse than they are right now. And the number of times that I legitimately said, oh, we are just not on the level as a guild to be able to fight, you know, what we're trying to fight right now, but we're still gonna keep fighting it because eventually we will be. I think that got a lot of our people set in the mentality that we are just going to ooga booga run it down. So, tag dead? Yeah. Yeah, hopefully we have another tag somewhere, because those are good fights. I mean, we do have the other pink tag too. So we could always join up with the DD tag and see what they have. Hold on. DD tag absorbing by chance. Maybe stand directly in front of him so he knows. You have no choice but to see. Yes, but we queued for EBG. All right, boys. Queue up for EBGs. You heard it here first. We can do a whole lot of shit while we wait, but I'm gonna go pee and fill up my water real quick. I shall return in just one moment, chat. Twitch Prime, or I go broke, please. Thank you. So there I was. Holding my dick. Shout out from Lion. What? Who? What? Oh. Hold on. I don't know if he's still online. Okay, he is. I always pick terrible times to piss, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I pick terrible times to piss. If we were to run with Lion, we could call it like the Big Cat Alliance. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be a dope ass alliance name if I do say so myself. E to you, Mr. Crackle. What'd you be up to, brother? Are you getting active on this fine day? I'm assuming Commander Tag went over to EBG at this point and ended up sneaking in. I'm 8th in queue. Y'all want to just group up and run around and cap a couple of things until we sneak over? Join up. Let's ride, brothers. I got no clue what it's actually gonna look like, but let's see, what are our better odds? We're blue. Let's go fuck up that south camp. Honestly, let's cook. I feel like we might be able to get some resources going for the lads. Star Wars game. Like an actual Star Wars game? What is Star Wars? Is Star Wars Galaxies? Or like what it has whatever. SWTOR? Star Wars The Old Republic. Okay. Okay. I fuck with it. I fuck with it. What brought you there? Just a primal urge that you had to satisfy? Because I feel like that's not one that you just like stumble upon in today's day and age, no? To become a Sith or whatever. Just feeling a little emo. Ooh, woo. That's fucking crazy. We can go up and grab this camp after. Who's up here? Kenna, what you doing? What a fucking tin are you doing? Oh shit, wait. Save our dog? Oh wait, never mind. That's another friendly. We're up tremendous. Everything's peachy. Everything's fine. When did SW2R come out? How do you guys say it? SWTOR? SWTOR? What do you guys call that? Like, is it all of the letters? Or like, what is the, I guess, accepted enunciation? You had it. SWTOR? Like sweater with a weird accent? Me and my SWTOR here. It sounds like SpongeBob saying salad. I'll be a buck. That shit sounds like SpongeBob with the salad episode, bro. I can't get behind it. I can't get behind it. SWTOR. Okay, SWTOR. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So, is that still active? Like, in terms of player base? Or is it primarily like single player capable? Sorcerer for the win. Does it receive updates? Or is it in like vegetative state? One of those MMO lights? Ah, interesting. So kind of like systems do well enough to support a low player base, but if you have people you want to play with, it's still accessible. That's interesting. Active but small. Ain't nothing wrong with something being a little small, Huffington. Ain't nothing wrong with something being small, and we don't need to call it cute just because it's small. Whatever years, none of them will like, at least it wasn't, they dumbed it down a lot. I mean, I feel like that's something that typically has to happen as MMOs age, though, and I mean, if you want to look back on that as something, you know, as a kind of a catalog, New World shows that really well in a very quickly cadenced manner. where everything broke down far quicker than it was supposed to in New World in terms of the population, with very violent upswings and then downswings, and, you know, it was never really in a healthy, sustainable spot. So, as the population dwindled with New World, you saw them adapt a lot of their systems, adapt a lot of their systems to the lower player base, and bring in a lot of changes that previously were not within the scope of the game. And they were things that made it feel very, I don't know, very MMO light at best, which was interesting. And I think it was a change that the game needed because of the lack of player base. But it was also one of those where, you know, if you were a New World enjoyer from the start, you probably wanted a survival multiplayer. If you were a New World enjoyer from the time that I got into it, then you were probably hopeful for New World, the MMO. And, oh no. We've got terrible, terrible news here. Everything is bad. Okay, never mind, we're okay. Everything's fine. But New World compromised so many of its systems for a more... We can grab these real quick. Just split up and everybody take one. Because as long as we keep them and then hold them, we'll get the buff over here. And then we can go down to South Camp after this. But yeah, New World really evolved a lot of its systems, some for the better, some for the worse, because of player base fall off and nothing other than that. And I think as games age, it's kind of natural. Why do I feel like somebody wants to kick the shit out of me back there? I feel like I'm being watched. I feel very unsafe right now. What are you doing over there? What are you on? I don't know why. It's just like, I am a support with a pretty staff that just wants peace, and I want to make sure all of my homies have an easier time throughout their day. And for whatever reason, there are people that don't fuck with that. There are people that want to see me fall. People that want to see me fail. Bro, I don't even get kills. I'm like a goddamn bumblebee in this bitch. And for whatever reason, motherfuckers trying to kill the bees out here. I just want to exist. I'm not even a roaming build. Peace through war. Iggy, as a fellow combat medic and enjoyer of peace and love being delivered to everybody, what the hell is going on this matchup? I thought we were going to see big dick matchups and like huge fights all the time. And it's like the opposite of that. I feel like last night it was okay. I heard it got good late last night after I logged. And then today, other than those like couple of fights that we just had, it's kind of tragic. Is anyone in Discord? Make sure you guys are in EBGQ. So squad, make sure you're in EBGQ. We're going with another tag when we get in. I'm just here so I don't get fined. Or up to minute. Oh shit! Boys, prepare. We must get ready for absolute violence. But I believe in us thoroughly. We just have to stay together. I have target call out if we can get there. And then if we stay up, then we're fine. Walk forward. Get in the point so I can actually heal you guys. If I can't support you in range, then you will die. Because I won't be able to do much. Thank you, my lads. Good fight, good fight, good fight, good fight. Soldiers. We're up tremendous. We're up! Paradise. Meet your match. A couple of strong soldiers from Cats with Abs. And this one guy from TPS. Fucking soldier. Hold on. Brave soldier. Hold on. Almost turned off my caps lock. Almost RP. And then we vanish. And then we fucking dip. That's it. Just demoralizing for the second place server to stay in T1 against a much more stacked server, unfortunately. Things are only demoralizing if you're a pussy. Listen, Eggy, how tall are you? I have a question. Just not related to Guild Wars, but side discussion entirely. How tall are you? Because I'm 6'5". Does that demoralize you because you may never catch me in height? And if you're taller than me, then that does demoralize me, yes. Yes. But am I going to let that stop me from standing up straight and walking as someone should, normally upright? No. I'm going to stay walking proud because I have every inch of what I need. Also, hear me out. Who gives a shit if we're dying? Who gives a shit if we're losing fights? Because if you never improve, then you'll never get better. I'm 5'3", but also gain love tall men. It's demoralization, but in the best kind for you. Yo, you're actually almost as small as my girlfriend. My girlfriend is 5 foot nothing. And with boots on, she's about your height. So, like, I'm just saying, I don't know if you're going to TwitchCon, but you take your shoes off when she has boots on. Mistakes can happen. I gotta learn some things about World vs. World. We'll just put 2 and 2 together. Secrets have to be exchanged somehow, and if politics taught me anything, every Bill Clinton needs a Monica Lewinsky. Taller than him with shoes on. It depends on the shoes. Like, you have everything from... Is there a faster way I could do this? Oh, shit. Is there a faster way I could do that? Hi! Who this? Get him. Get him. Thank you, lads. What did you do? Did you interrupt their 1v1 or something? I like that they're just fucking chilling over here. World vs. World is so fucking peculiar sometimes. Got ganked by 5. I love that they just nuke the ever-loving shit out of you. And then they just let me hang out in res like nothing ever happened. What a fucking crazy set of circumstances, bro. I swear to God. I love this shit. I have no idea what is going through people's minds half the time. And I wouldn't be shocked if I just got the shit jumped out of me after the res. Like, there is no rational decision making in World vs. World. It's like everybody is an orange cat without a thought behind their fucking eyes. And I love it. It's either just people running around with no direction whatsoever, or a blob where half the people have brain turned off just pressing whatever button isn't on cooldown. It's so sick. I'm still giving the low short man. Hello. Wait, hold on. Watch this. Oh, I was... Wait, I thought we were still teabagging. Hold on. I've been led astray by this. I thought we were friends. All right, all right. Gonna make me break out the 0 DPS on you all. I had reason to believe that everything was chill. On this day, I learned that snakes are green for a reason.
Help me out.
You really hate to see it. I swear to God, if you guys let me res here. Don't do it! Why are you here? Why are you the way you are? We could have had something. We could have been friends. We could have genuinely experienced something together. And that something could have been love. We could have chosen love. And on this day, we chose hate. I will remember that if I'm ever on a build that does more than 20 DPS. I think the craziest part about this, like, playing a full support build in World vs. World, I have kill potential, but it's like my kill potential is over the course of about 6 minutes. And it's contingent on who I'm fighting not having any form of self-sustain. And the second they do, it's just a matter of like, do they get reinforcements before I do? And I'm almost at the mercy of others to experience their kindness. And sometimes I do. Sometimes not even close. Copy paste. Ooh, copy paste would be slightly faster. Is there a direct sit bind that I could hit? Takes me 6 minutes to kill an NPC in World War Sword. Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes when I'm at a camp but I'm just running around and we own the camp and somebody comes and tries to hit the camp, I bring them over to the guards because the guards do more damage than I do. Oh! Sorry, I have hiccups. I don't know where they came from. No fucking clue. I legitimately... Chat. Somebody scare me by activating my scary donation goal. My donation noti. It's very, very, very scary. It scares the shit out of me every time. It's crazy. As you need to invest back just for the sole purpose of killing NPCs. Okay, so I have a gear swap that I could throw on. I could always switch over here for my PvE set. But it's just like, you know, the NPCs will die at a certain point in time. I feel like I might not need to worry about it on that, you know, that deep of a level, right? If the NPCs will die, then it's like, what's, you know, what's the rush? I feel like there is no rush. Excuse me. I'm just gonna support from the low ground here, I think. Perchance. Hold on. Slash squad. Any chance of a port for low ground?
I cannot lose my
so we
pet.
don't get cut. Never mind. They're getting pushed already. You know, we're just gonna follow the green. No, don't build the fucking catapult. I have no suppies. We just work our way over. And we just assist with this, sir. Sir, please. Let's see, build swap too. Yeah, I feel like I've definitely underutilized this. Primarily because I feel like I have to click it. Which I'm not sure that I enjoy. Am I RP walking for a reason? Oh, it's a chilled. Damn. Chilled is really 66% reduction? Jesus Christ. Like 66% is a lot. Trained shark. Bro, they got fucking sharks in you? What the fuck do you mean they have sharks? What the heliante is this? Where did we get in from? I am so fucking confused. Super, you know where the hell... Wait, can we get up here? Super, use my shoulders. Use my shoulders. I don't think it's here. I'm not quite convinced. Yep, nope, not looking the greatest. Bro, the good news is green is not going to kill us because they will probably look at us and deem us 0 fucking % a threat whatsoever. I think this is the least threatening that anybody has ever looked in the history of this game from a PvP standpoint. Was the gate knocked out by that first shark? Is it? Those sharks should one-shot. I'd like to not find out.
Quickly.
I don't know if they do or don't. But I'm not gonna fuck around with it, Aggie. I'm not gonna do that. Where the fuck did we get in? Hello? Hello? Bro, I'm gonna start knocking on the goddamn door. This is some baby back bullshit. This is the worst part. I feel like I should have like a pole vault for these situations. Just a large cooldown or a siege ladder that we could build. I don't know if they have climbing animations in the kit, but a siege ladder would solve an ungodly amount of my problems. I think we're cooked. I don't think we have an entry out here, dude. Like, unironically, Super, I think we don't have an entry. We might just have to... It was the gate? They fixed it? Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the worst case scenario, if I'm being completely honest. Jesus Christ. I think the fucking upstairs neighbor just like RKO'd their floor or something. Getting hit by 15 arrow carts. Listen, people tried to tell me that arrow carts were not the meta. And they simply did not drop 30 arrow carts out. And I feel like if they had, then they would have experienced greatness. But because they have not, they haven't embraced it, then they simply haven't been able to experience greatness yet. Death for them. Where are we going? Why are we running? Guys, it's really not that bad. Like, we're slightly outnumbered with the 4 of us out here, but it's not that bad. We could have turned it. All we have to do is confidently ball up. Wait, did they wipe the rest of our group so we can relink? Oh, sick. Never mind, we're there. One thing to note about arrow cards is you can only be hit with 1 arrow card at any given moment. Stat Katas is a lot more cancer. What's the damage difference between a Kata and a Trebuchet? Would a battery line of Trebuchets from distance be better than a Catapussy? You stack Trebs too? So theoretically, if you had a relatively centralized location at, say, a tower, where you could Yas Trebuchet projectiles from the top of aforementioned tower, or like over here, within the walls, then you could 3-2-1 Trebuchet launches and coordinate where they're landing to potentially have them land at one of the entryways of the castle and control a gateway with artillery fire. Well, that to me sounds like we might just have to do it. Game 420. Super, no. Super, what you smoking on tonight, brother? I have a dispensary trip in my future soon. I think I'm gonna pick up Eddie's when I go to the dispensary next. I'm trying to cut back on smoking as much because it's not very healthy. And I don't know long term. I mean, Eddie's are gonna be obviously the way healthier choice. But I'm also scared of Eddie's. It's like I can take a bong rip and know that I'm not going to die. Every edible that I've ever had has hit me far differently, to the point where it's like, okay. What happens if one gummy just absolutely goops my shit, you know? I worry. Last time I did edibles, I sat there for an hour thinking I had no bones. So, my edible and gaming story relates back to when I was playing New World still. And it was actually after I came back from my first TwitchCon. So, first TwitchCon, first COVID. Yay me, fucking awesome, love that shit. But you know, the streak must continue, the show must go on. So I, being a real motherfucker that I am, continued streaming through COVID. I couldn't really smoke for natural reasons, you know. I was already getting fucked up by the Viddington. So I got some Eddies. I had a chocolate bar that was 1,000 milligrams total, and it was 4 rows of 3, so it was a little under 100 milligrams a square per chocolate bar. I think the math on that is like 83 or some bullshit. I don't even know what the math is on that if you do it evenly. Regardless, I wasn't familiar with Eddie dosages. I had a New World War that night. I was point bruising, which means like I'm in the thick of it playing melee, and when I was point bruising, I would be the one communicating to my caller tempos of abilities, cooldowns, collapses, stuff like that. At one point during that war, I took the Eddies a little bit before the war, and at one point during the war, I hit my collar with the brother on God. All I can see is a bunch of red health bars blobbing around right now. I remember vividly that I was like trying so hard to like focus on one particular thing, but it zoned me out to the point where it was actually really sick for playing Wars in New World, because you just saw the blob moving as a whole and you saw the clump moving as a whole instead of hyperfixating on one player. So it worked out well, but I was like, brother, I'm gonna be real. I'm playing my abilities off muscle memory. I can't give you much other than what I'm already giving you, big dog. And they just had to work around it. Think comp's done? If I were a blue tag. Come BBO. Are you telling me that there's content within a BBL for me? Because like, I'm not saying that sounds like a bad thing at all. What's going on over here? We have 2 comms up here. That's 16. This is... Oh wait, Twin Soul, I know him. Who's he from? Join Orange. I ran with this guy. This guy's a fucking psycho, I think. Like in a good way. I'm pretty sure he just dub keys. DTF? Yeah, I want to say last time we ran with this guy, I really enjoyed running with him. Because he just ran like an absolute fucking crazy man. I feel like I should not be the one accepting the invites. I feel as though I should probably allow them to. Wait, so what's going on Blue Borderland? Because I can queue up for that if there are good fights over there. Do we have a stack over there that's actually fighting? Because I'll be real, I would absolutely adore that. Because so far, it's been... Oh, shit. You have blue groups against green? What do we have over here? And who are the blue groups over there? That was a fast queue. I know, it makes me think someone just tagged down. Usually when queues go that fast, I feel like somebody tags down. So I'm a little bit concerned. Blue group is invite only. Who's the lead? If we can see name on that. Because that should tell us whose group it is. And like what guild it is. Because I would definitely love some consistent fights. I feel like it's been... I don't know, I feel like it's been a little quiet so far. Link. I don't know if I've run with that before. Bag still on BBL. I feel like there might be. Is there anything over here? Anything at all? Let me believe. I don't think there is. I think we're just sweeping across the map right now. Alright, it might be blue. I think I go peep. Because this might be a little, how do I say this? Might be a little quiet. A little uncontested. So I'm gonna give it a peep. Whatever the wow. Red is gonna have content soon. Motherfucker! So what's happening with red when that happens? Oh, blue Borderland red? Oh. Oh. So is everybody on blue Borderland right now? Or what are we at? Oh, so follow, what up, dude? What up, wow? I got very bored. if I'm being completely honest. Join squad / whisper link does damage. Hello, sir. Am Lumi stability giver if you have. That's usually. Oh wait, should I send the smile as well? I feel like when I don't send the smile, I have a lower success rate than when I do. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We going BBO? I'm gonna see if I can get into this group and see what's up. Because he says Lumi, Spectre, Druid, or Para, Reaper, Zerker, or Kata. I don't know what that... I thought that was a recruitment, but I think that's just an actual message that he threw out for grouping type shit. I don't really know what's going on there. But I'm gonna swing over and maybe see if I can get myself in the first place. Because if not, I might bounce back over to that other group. Let me know if the group that you're in gets fights. That's Fortnite Glider. Thank you. It has a smile. Look like you. But yeah, Fallen, in terms of WoW, I found myself kind of not enjoying the day-to-day of WoW very much at all. It felt like I was doing things that I had to do instead of things that I wanted to do. And it felt like if I wanted to play any form of optimally or do things optimally, it was such a laundry list of things to accomplish just to, you know, be effective on a baseline. And everything was meters and parses, and everything was add-ons. And keep in mind, I was main tanking Mythic Prog without add-ons. Wait, do they have a range comp, or are they just watching right now? What are you guys doing over there? Is that where your supports play? Or is this like round 2? Intro Classic? No, I played Classic as well. But keep in mind, I also played TBC the first time and the second time. And every time that I played, I completed raid content. I parsed my 99s. I did what, you know, I did what there was to do within it. And I just kind of hit a point where, like, oh shit. I kind of hit a point again with that too, where, you know, weekly raids, just for the sake of doing the weekly raids, like, they start to feel empty. And people in WoW generally, I find, and again, this is a little bit of a generalization, but I find a lot of people in WoW have a mentality of like, let's go in and get this shit done so we can all get our gear and then get the fuck out. And they don't really, I don't know, they don't really play for the journey as much. And I think the sense of like, let's go in and enjoy, you know, playing content in a game together, I think that's kind of gone to the wayside. And that kind of, I don't know, that kind of killed it a little bit as well. It's just chores. A lot of it does feel like chores, yeah. I mean, a lot of it just feels like shit that you've kind of got to go out of your way to do if, you know, you're not doing exactly this most optimal set of things. Then you're led to feel like that's suboptimal. If you're pushing a certain level of mythics, then you're, you know, you're led to believe that you have to, you know, you have to push a certain level for it to be valid or anything. So, by the way, so does work on professions and explore. Yeah, that's a big thing. And like for me, working on professions and exploring, like it's a cool side thing if there's a reason to do it. But also a lot of the reason why I worked on my professions and ashes so much was because of the community. There was a reason for it. My benches were always filled with, you know, with refining and stuff. So I was doing something as a part of the system, you know, a cog in the wheel to actually, you know, bring in meaning with my profession usage. And from that standpoint, it felt really, really rewarding. And I don't think a lot of games manage to make profession usage feel rewarding at all. And I don't know that I can really form up like my whole gameplay loop off of just professions, but should I don't want to ask again in case they have 50, but I would most definitely like to sneak into this group with bags. but I do not want to bug them. Wait, 20, I'm in? Oh, wait. I'll send the smile this time. Ready? The smile's undefeated. Literally undefeated. It doesn't fail at any point in time. And as soon as you send the smile, you're good. Let's go, baby! The smile is like 7 for 7. Literally, it just... No smile means I get ignored.
Concentration.
And then smile means that we are legitimately... Did I just wipe us? We might have... We might have got beta there. I need to put my personal target on him. But there's no time to stop pumping. Must embrace the blast. All right, that's fine. 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 Everything's fine. Everything's okay here. I think we actually had a little bit of... Oh my God, Red's here! Whoa! Oh, we gotta go Link. Buddy, we're in a bad spot. All right. Yo, hey, can you guys scoot over? I don't know if you're in here or not, but like, I'm gonna need... Uh-oh. That's not a good spot to be in. That's a very bad spot to be in. Wait, I don't have anybody else in my group. That's so tragic. Bro, this is gonna get me cucked out of so many groups that I try to join, you rat. God fucking damn it. I'm in a solo group. And we walked in. And I immediately got strip yoinked. You hate to see it. This is just a group. That's fine. I just don't really like, without permission, I don't like blasting out people's comms on stream. So I always am willing to tank that. I also just don't wanna, you know, I don't want to step on toes with stream where I just join and then there's not a level of like, oh, we'd like that. So, and we're gonna be able to join up with them all. Oh, we'll be fine. We'll be chilling. You're group 5 and 1. No, this is Dusty Who. I think I was the overflow group until they got a little bit more. Which is a goddamn shame because this fight is such a fucking slapper. I definitely should have realized I was solo and played extremely, you know, stability based. Who's Dusty Who? An imposter. I go to the world. I always have that Discord muted in OBS on stream because most don't want comments on stream. Yeah. So a lot of the time I just like, I follow along with tag and try to not step on a lot of toes like that. Cause it does feel bad. I've had scenarios where I join comms before and people have told me, oh, hop into comms. And then it wasn't cleared with people. And then certain people feel upset about it. So I try to avoid that when I can. I'm so sad I missed this fight, actually. I try to avoid that when I can just because it is an unnecessarily awkward scenario. But for the main character, I know the only thing that matters is me and my content. This is what I mean at the comms on stream though. I have everything grouped up in terms of like routing because it's all dual PC. So I would have to mute as of right now the entire like channel coming from my other PC, which makes it a little bit weird. But yeah, I can just set it up on a different track so you guys don't hear it and then lurk in there. I could also, if I'm being completely honest, hold on, let me find out some tech. Whoa, wait. Want to pull back some old tech. Ready? I'm gonna open my Discord Canary. And then I'm gonna turn my incoming volume from Discord Canary to 0. And then I can just sit in the channels. The only thing is I'll forget to move out of them. I might have just solved the problem. Listen to read your commander's movements. Well, that's what I do. But some people won't put you in a group unless you're in Discord, which I've always said from the start, like, as long as I stay on commander, then we're chilling. I'll be honest, that time I was talking to chat and did not pre-stab going through a doorway, which is careless on my part in any scenario, and I should definitely have pre-stabbed the doorway. And then I just got immediately, like, ooga booga pulled. So that was, like, my own fault, if I'm being honest. And probably should not have done that. Probably should always have my stability ready to go. So that's a me thing more than anybody else. But again, yeah, reading commander's movements, being familiar with the fights in general, knowing how you can get the most out of your abilities and what you can do to give your group the most benefit is quite nice. And I think there's just so much within the game, right, that you can do to have small things on display that are large impacts overall. This isn't going the worst so far. We just gotta keep the movements tight, and then we're good. But our tail, no. The tail just got fucking devoured. That is a goddamn shame. Yo, it's actually just me and a true buff sharing here, though. So that's quite nice. I do love this group now. We're fucking cooking. Our stab up time has been like 700% this fight. So I got no problems there. And we died together. I fuck with that. I fuck with that. Stab feels good, Mr. Esplendido. Stabilitio es esplendido. Indeed. Indeed. This is nice. Reaper's fun. Now to learn how to get good with it. I don't think there is getting good with Reaper. I think everybody's just equally dog shit on it. And like, really just an inconvenience as soon as they start playing it. I don't think anybody's ever like actually good at it. I think it's just misery. No matter how you look at it. But from what I've gathered, if you're curious, Shrimp, I believe it is something along the lines of like, get in range, press shroud, smash face on keyboard over and over and over again until everyone near you is dead. But Merc! Aww, shit. What the frick is that cursor? This cursor is the start of a movement. Let me tell you what, this cursor is going to change lives. So this is no add-ons. This is within the creative suite of the game. And this cursor is, I think, one of the lowest hanging fruits for improvement for most players in PvP. PvP is hectic. There is a lot going on. And with PvP, it's very easy to lose your cursor. Now, imagine if your cursor literally had its own gravitational pull and it was impossible to lose it no matter how hard you tried. Welcome to the world of commonsensical improvements to your gameplay, starring DustyWhy. Why wouldn't you just want to be able to see your cursor easier? Well, because old men use it. Shut the fuck up, you're playing an MMO, old man. Why don't you go try to play some Fortnite competitive with your I can't build ass and then get to me about cursor usage? Because I feel like there are other concerns for you to work out, and it might be your geriatric arthritic wrists. So let's get past that and use the big cursor. Because it's actually pretty fucking dope from, you know, a standpoint of benefit. Boomer cursor. It is boomer cursor. But hear me out. Boomers not being able to see, and this cursor making it so people can see, is quite nice. Quite nice. I thought we were going back in there. I ain't about to lie. We are consumed. The tail was om nom nommy nommed. I feel like we're getting good kills at the start of these, at least. It just feels like we move and then tail gets nom nommed. And we keep tail safe. We probably Gucci. If I'm being honest, we're probably in a solid spot. I just think we need to try to make sure that tail is good. It's the cursors that the add-ons add. I like showing off that this is like in the creative suite of the game though. Because some people don't like downloading add-ons and shit, right? So being able to tell people like, hey, you just turn this setting on in game and then you're good to go. It's kind of nice. And I feel like it's really low-hanging fruit that for whatever reason, some people advocate against instead of for. And I don't know if I fuck with that. I don't know if I fuck with it. I think we must start a movement to embrace Giant Cursor, our overlord. One game away. Do you feel as though you would already be Emerald if your cursor looked like this, Carla? Because, like, I do think there's validity if your cursor looked like this. Yes, actually. This shit's dope. It's so cool. Like, chat, by the way, confirmed, that's a girl. Like, real with boobs. Seen them myself. So basically, this means that chicks with boobs will think you're cool. Iggy, you like my cursor? Because at that point, if Iggy also fucks with the cursor, this is global sex appeal within a cursor. Chat's undeniable. Maximum aura and Riz simply off of a cursor change. All within the creative suite of the game. I need to up my drip. This guy looks like he just got back from a goddamn mining expedition. Oh, hello, friends. Good to see you guys. I never said I liked it. Wait, what the hell? But you acknowledge that it's clearly advantageous. You'll probably get banned. No, bro, deadass. One of the breaks that I took, she was starting a game and she was, oh no. She was about to type in chat, like in the pregame lobby about her matchup. Something about like she can't play like something lane-wise into something else. And she was about to type and I was like, just be careful with that. Just choose your words wisely unless you, whoops, unless you want to find yourself in the Doom Chamber again. Because, like, the Doom Chamber will find you. It always finds you. Stab up time from the group has been really good so far. We just need to keep it going. And as long as we can stay with, we're actually getting some kills out here. Can they do it, chat? Oh, no. I think they just got a huge spike on our head. I'm not even gonna lie. That was like 5 people, and I don't think we had the 5 people to lose there. I got a stab stripped there. Nope. It would appear that we cannot. Oh, maybe. Maybe we might be able to close this out. This is real back and forth right now. They're pulling back a little bit. We might be able to get it. Iggy! Iggy! I'm coming for you! Oh yeah, that's worth like, wait, that's a turtle with the Aggie tag. Aggie, are you a turtle? I thought I was killing you, that was an imposter. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no, my greed! I don't want to talk, Aggie. I don't want to talk about it right now. Excuse me, guys. Excuse me. Gotta link back up with my team. Sorry. Too busy memeing with Iggy. My bad. Hold on. Everything's fine. We get linked back up. I'm a turtle duck. Wait a second. You're a chicken away from technically fitting the bill of a turducken. Thank you, my good man. I appreciate you. Truly a legend. Truly goated on this fine day. Nobody else had the saves for me. My strong commander stood over me and rezzed me like the hero that he truly is. Oh, lordy. This is a little bit of a scrappy, if I do say so myself. I gotta get through after this cast. And then we pop a couple of moves, keep our stab up. Bro, we're brawly, I will say. Like, this is a good fight. This is a really fucking good fight. I don't understand. Why would people not want more of this, like, all the time, no matter what? Like, this to me is peak fucking content, no? I might be crazy, but this to me is absolutely insane. and I would probably do just about anything to have more of this all the time. These fights are actually wild. Ego. Yeah, but look, I'm literally getting kills. I could just clip all of these small kills, and then I could put together a montage of 300-hour player farms #2 kills all time, and then I could just clickbait people. What do you mean, Ego? Like, I cut this part out. See? Montage. Fight ended right before that jump. Never seen anything like it before. Literally never seen anything like it. Thank you, my good sirs. Absolutely appreciate you, lads. Yeah, I feel like so many people miss out on great opportunities. Another digit on your numbers? No, my numbers are stability. So, like, everything's fine there. Although, hear me out. What if I pop my Forge Streg and then there's just like a 20,000 damage pop up? I just add like 3 zeros to the end of all of my damage numbers. Screen shake as well. Just... I drop one singular cast. Fucking intercontinental ballistic missile, brother. Goodness gracious. We might just be there. Look at all of the names. Oh my fucking god, dude. It's just name tags in there. Literally just name tags. 8 druids. Oh my god. The druid per capita is fucking ridiculous. That shit is heinous. I don't know if I can get behind that. Alright. Alright. This is about to be absolute fucking chaos. They have 52. We have 23 brave soldiers. Chat, this might be the move. This might be the craziest fight of our young existence yet. It is in such a crazy choke point that we have to stay directly on top of our commander everywhere we go, where it's just insta-death. The only thing keeping me safe is the immense ball of soldiers that we have lined up right now. They're trying to push through. We gotta get on tag, more on tag, stay on tag. Oh god, tag back. We're good, everything's fine. Stab's weak right now, low on stab, out of stab. This is bad, this is very bad. We're fine. We recovered from that. Bro, they have so fucking many. So many. Oh, what the fuck? Hi, friends. Pleasure to see you. Fancy meeting you guys here. Hi, Iggy. See, the fight ends right before we go outside of that door. Montage. People just don't understand, dude. I'm getting the clips that we need. You just gotta know when to cut the clips off, and then you're the best player in the world. When World was for map completion, never left. I found it so fun. I think once you really start to, you know, give World vs. World a shot, and I feel as though a lot of people don't get to experience what the peak of World vs. World should be, which is running around with a group that has an idea of what they're doing, fighting against another group that has an idea of what they're doing. So you get these amazing standoffish fights that seemingly never end until there's just one spike. And keep in mind, that blue versus red was, according to their meters, 24 of us versus 52 red. So, with that in mind, these fights aren't just determined immediately by like raw numbers where we have no chance of it. There's so much that can be brought in of value simply by... Yo, Teddy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you, brother. Just, there's so much that can be brought in from playing together, from experiencing an organized group at least once, and even just seeing, you know, even though it's really chaotic, there are so many small... Uh-oh. Uh-huh. Can I come in? Because, not in the best spot right now. Not in the greatest of circumstances. I think I shall find myself out of this area, if I do say so myself. Green so deep, everyone's insane. Yeah, they have a large alliance, but That's what this is for, man. And I think every single community should be looking at green and the numbers that they can pull up with and saying we need our 50 of just as committed players. And I feel like there is potential within what we have, even on blue, to round up a very strong 50-person raid. And I feel like there is absolutely the validity in bringing in strong players, bringing in sidecars, putting a goddamn map on queue, having every single player coordinate, and just running it down at green. And a big part of it is that green is organized. The numbers are the same. If we're on queue with this map, which ready, we're on queue with this map, and if they're on queue with this map, then guess what? We got the same exact numbers. Literally same exact numbers. So, there's no reason for us to not be able to organize enough people to compete with any other team on this map right now, other than the fact that, you know, they're a bit more organized. And that's literally what it is. As we get more reps, as we get ourselves in a spot where we can, you know, pull more people and compete with larger groups, we'll see it come together. And again, I want to remind everybody, we first came into T1 by force, basically. We were just re-rolled into here at the start of the month. We came in with Streg leading our Cats with Abs tag, and on reset night, came into T1 and we were like, fuck it, we'll tag up with whoever we have. We had 35 brave soldiers and we got our shit rocked. But by the end of night one, our fights were far better than they were the first fight that we took. It was a substantial difference that you immediately noticed as soon as we started to get repetitions and started to get a little bit familiar with things. And really, I can't, like, reiterate enough how important it is to actually get fights and keep trying to push. Right now, shit, these fights, again, at the start of this split, probably dying in all of these things way quicker. This is just this is a really high tier fight. The fact that I'm being pushed to keep my stability up in the capacity that I am. Last matchup when we were in T4, I was not worrying about protecting my stability. This matchup, if I don't protect my stability and have it buried as far to the right of my bar as I possibly can, then I'm cooked. I'm not gonna have stability and I'm gonna die. I have become a far better player, not just in World vs. World, but also in PvP, like SPVP, because of the World vs. World matchup this month. And I feel bad for everybody that hasn't just fully started running it down against the people who are super organized, because you just miss out on a fucking ton of content. Hi, Dad, they're here. What you guys thinking about doing over there? What are you gonna do with them there hands? Are we gonna touch each other? Looks like we're gonna touch each other. I'm walling. Everything's fine. Call me fucking Walmart, the way that I drop those crazy ass walls. Better hope all your people have stability. Yep, no, you're good. You pass the stab check. As far as I can tell, at least. Everything's fine, though. Everything's fine. Nobody needs to die here. And I can keep all of our Aegis up. More Aegis for the boys. More cooldown. More stability for the boys. And we'll get a little bit of CDR out here. And we're dancing, baby. We're dancing right now, and it's a beautiful, glorious dance. Oh my god, wait. We just need to protect the tail, dude. If we protect the tail, then we're actually set here. This is such a good fight so far. We've just got to protect the tail. And as long, like, I'm literally lagging behind the commander for like half a second, just so we can try to protect the tail to the highest extent. All right, we got stab out there. I got to cover this very quickly, but I think we're good. I think we're good. I've had pretty much 100% stab up time this entire fight, which is fucking stinky, brother. Absolutely stinky. We might be doing it. We might be doing it, baby! We have so many people up right now, and I think it's possible. Oh my god, they just have so many though. Keep the stab up for the group. I don't want to get a jump forward, but I need to get the jump forward. Nice, good little bit of cooldown reduction there. Keep heals up. More quickness. And then, a little bit of a walk forward. Cooldown reduction's up. Oh my god, boys. Oh my god, good fucking fight, baby. Good fucking fight. Oh, they're back! Oh, it's wave 2! We've advanced around, I think. Oh god, it's like zombies. It's literally like zombies right now. Holy shit. Alright, well, what about second breakfast? Where the fuck did these guys come from, brother? Was the first one a Trojan horse to get more of them in? Oh no, that's not good. That's okay, we have stab ready. The immediate stab re-up is good. You see, as soon as my stability goes down though, like how hard it is to stay up and how quickly you can find yourself dead, brother. It's scary hours out here. You drop fucking instantly. Instantly. Very, 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 very scary. Man, I am terrified right now. We have heals. We're good though. I think we might be able to keep it going. It's just the healing that we need to keep up. We might get fucking reinforcements in. Oh no, that's not good. That's not good at all. Perma CC back here. Ay, 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 brother. How I live that? Genuinely no idea. Like, actually none. I just caught an emob and just about everything else that you hate to catch all at once. But we should be back in the CC cycle now. Oh, no, never mind. Never mind. That's not good. Oh, dude, it lasted so long. Oh, that was such a good fight. Oh my god, that was such a good fight. Holy fuck. Bro, we just went back and forth for so fucking long. Oh my god, what a fight. Like, how do people see that and not just be like, I need to get more of that all the time? I don't understand that. This is a group of 24 of the bravest soldiers from Yolan's Haven. And bro, it's so fucking good. I think you're fighting Bubblecar BTD group. Yeah, we're fighting Iggy's guys. I don't know all of who's in there, but BBC's only 25. No, I know. And what I'm saying is, like, so many people look at... Are they actually called BBC? God damn it. God damn it. But, like, so many people on blue look at the matchup. And keep in mind, I'm new to the game. I have 300 hours total, and a portion of that is in World vs. World. I come in from a lot of other PvP games where we joined T4 our first link, which was last month. We got placed up in T1, and I immediately said, strap in, boys, because we're about to get our asses kicked, but we're about to learn a whole lot this month. And what really annoys me, grinds my fucking gears about Blue, is that we have so many bitch-made bitches. Not these guys, by the way. Not these guys. But so many people that are just like, oh no, well, we can't possibly beat green ever. Whoops. We can't possibly beat green ever. Oh no, what are we gonna do? How are we ever going to overcome this massive deficit? Oh no, oh woe is me. Oh, we need to not get a singular fight ever. Everybody just needs to throw so we can go down and win fights. And I'm like, man, why don't we just fight them and improve as much as we can for this month and just slam dicks into their dicks? And then next month, maybe we all relegate somewhere else and we're a little bit better because of it. But no, everybody just wants to sit in the cuck chair and watch everybody else play World vs. World for whatever reason on Yolan. So here I am with one of the newest communities in World vs. World, showing up to every single tag that we can, with every single person that we can muster. And I think people have really, like, I don't know, really starting to notice that we don't go away. Which is nice. Really, really, really excited for that. Just want my pips, I don't want to work for it. Listen, I understand people that want to roam and stuff like that, right? And I understand not everybody wants to be like rank 1 best player in the world, but it's like you opt into a PvP mode, right? Why would you, when opting into that PvP mode, not want good, highly competitive PvP? You know? Why wouldn't you want to at least have an opportunity to compete with and learn from really good players if you're opting into that PvP mode in the first place? Like, why wouldn't you just, I don't know, play PvE where the stuff's designed to die to you if you don't want to experience that actual PvE content? I don't really understand why people shy away from pixels on a screen in a video game. You know? Rank 169, I already noticed one of the biggest problems of World vs. World. Oh no, I've noticed that unfortunately far before today. But it was really, if I'm being honest, when we joined T4, it was kind of cool because our first month was in T4 and we ran with Blood Pact a lot and a few other people that were down in Tombs of Draskir last month. And it was really fun. They were great teams to run with, and they understood we were brand new. They helped us out a lot with comps and shit, and we got a lot of love down there. And we were expecting everybody in T1 to have the same camaraderie, except like us fighting against, you know, the bestest of the bestest of the bestest and getting the most out of it. Oh yeah. And I feel like it was a completely different set of circumstances where instead of people being excited to fight against the best of the best, it was instead a matter of like everybody wanting to run from the best and only fight if they were going to see themselves, you know, catching a W with it. And it was really, really, really sad to see and hear when my community was so excited to get the level of content that we were about to get. Like, we were fucking pumped. And immediately coming in, it was just like, oh, you're telling me that half our team doesn't even want to play because of why? You know, we don't even really... I mean, obviously I understand people don't want to go in and just lose after lose after lose all the time, right? But at the same time, how are you ever going to get better if you're only putting yourself in scenarios where you're winning non-stop? You're not going to get better, you're going to feed your ego. And if you want to feed your ego, I don't think PvP is the place. I think PvE is the place for that. And for me, it's always about trying to improve, right? And trying to, you know, stay on this commander tag without hearing every single one of his comms. A month and a half ago for me, impossible. I didn't understand how these fights were moving. I had like a crash out my first week playing World vs. World because I was like, it makes no sense. Why are we so non-committal to fights? Why is it just like we're going in, touching tips and swirling around each other? And like I saw the meta, but I didn't understand it. And it was really fucking weird for me. But instead of just saying, oh, this sucks, I'm not gonna do it, I bashed my head against the wall until I fucking learned. And now we learn. Oops. When you touch tips, how long was the tip you touched? It was pretty long, if I'm being honest. It was kind of a longer donger. World Wars World, a lot of egos. Shit, honestly, PvP in a lot of games, man. And I think I let the overwhelming hospitality of the Guild Wars community almost convince me to a certain extent that the ego side wouldn't be as present over here. And I will say it's a lot less bad over here than it is in many other titles, like many other games. But man, it is still so crazy to see to me that even with something like this, with such an old game that's had so much consistency for so long, that the, you know, the element of we're not gonna win, so we're not gonna fight still reigns so true. It's actually fucking remarkable is the way that I would describe it. And it's something that never fails to amaze me in terms of like just how fragile the ego can be for some. It is really, I think, something to beholden in every way, shape, and form. And when I say awesome in a sense of like, you know, the word, I mean it quite literally, where it inspires awe. Not in a sense of like, wow, that's super cool. I mean, it is quite literally awe-inspiring how delicate some egos are in such an old game. I've heard about so much within, like, you know, not just the modes that I'm even completing right now, but like with the SPVP content and shit. There's so much. This might be the largest. Oh my god! Chat, look at this fucking fight right now. We have 100 people just at the tip of this rampart mashing dicks. What is going on right now? This is absolutely chaos. Oh my lord. And I think we might just slowly be... Oh no. I think we might be pushing them off the edge. That was such a bold leap in for me. And I don't think it was a smart one. But it ended up working. Holy shit. What is this fight right now? Brother, that was insanity. If green still has 50 and we each have 25, that is 100 people sitting directly on the edge of that. Just blasting the shit out of each other. That is so wild. Is commander's cracked? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The commander's cracked. The group is moving well. This is nice. This is real nice, baby. Like, I'm loving this shit, if I'm being honest. My favorite Link was when I was with Link in bags. He fights anything. Yeah, there have definitely been a few commanders that I really have grown to enjoy running with, if I'm being honest. And definitely like running with this guy, running with Lion is nice. Oh. Yep, that was my bad. Running with Lion is fun. Running with Coin is fun. Super no! Super no! Pour one out for my OG! Yeah, no, that's my bad. Should I go DH first for Guardia then, or Lumi? I do plan to unlock all. I was having beers. The feet hitball sport. Wait, you're all watching football. How'd that go? Watch this fight and tell me what you want to go. Because I think it's either Firebrand or Lumi in terms of what we need, if I'm being completely honest. Guardian, or I should say like DH specifically, is more of a one-off as a block DH. So with that, I would almost say out of those, like if you don't want to Firebrand, I would almost surely say Lumi over the other alternative with a DH, just because DH is so much more of a, you know, a lower use case. I think a lot of the time it's like a one-off comparatively. So, but this entire fight, I am stab all the time. Oh no, my Merc died. That's so sad. I am stab all the time, no matter what. And that is my, like, one goal over anything else. Well, and stay on commander. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I think this is revenge for the last one. I think it's all downhill from here, boys. Link's got to try to scoop. Yeah, we started losing a lot. We started losing many. I think it might be a reset, though. Let's get running back so we can hit the reset. Lumi it is. Yeah, so with Lumi, the biggest thing, like, people argue that Firebrand has better stability uptime than a Lumi. My argument is just be better on your Lumi, run a Valor Lumi, and get your R reset like absolute crazy, and never have an Aegis that's wasted. In that fight, I wasted one Aegis, precisely. So you know how, like, in New World, it was never miss a pre-pot? For me, it's never miss an Aegis. So when I'm on my mace, my priority is always cast R whenever it's up, because it's resistance, so all non-damaging conditions currently on you are ineffective, right? And then off of that, it's also stability, 3 stacks, protection, resolution, and Aegis, right? With Luminary's Blessing for 3 seconds, reduce incoming strike damage, heal when it expires. But that is also uncleansable on the Luminary's Blessing. So, with Herald Luminary in particular, or sorry, Herald Luminary, Jesus Christ, Valor Luminary in particular. Where did I just read Herald? I read Herald somewhere. What the fuck? Anyways, with Valor Luminary in particular, gain Aegis when you're struck below 50% HP, right? Cast Lesser Smite Condition when you use a healing skill, so Cure Condies. Oh shit. Cure Condies, it's a cleanse of 2. And then off of that, you also... Oh no, not like this. You also reduce the cooldown on your R by a second every time that an Aegis that you issue blocks, like an Aegis that you generate blocks. So you want to be putting out as much block or as much Aegis as humanly possible for your stack at all points in time, and you want to be just playing off of that. This is a never-ending toilet bowl of doom where I think everybody is just getting split off and staggered constantly, and this is not ideal. This is not the best. I think we might need a full regroup. Because I think just half of our... Oh, that's where I read Herald. Jesus Christ. Literally where I read Herald. Anyways. So, the big thing for Valor in particular, it is... Blocking attack grants Aegis to nearby allies. 5 on a 15-second coolie. This one is gain protection when you block an incoming attack with Aegis. And then over here, last but not least, Aegis you grant reduces the recharge time of Virtue Skill 3 when it blocks an attack. So while that's normally a 40+ second cooldown timer, with all of the Aegis that we're generating and how quickly that's consumed, 5 stacks of Aegis, 5 stacks of Aegis, 5 stacks of Aegis. If you're casting things properly, that's already 15 seconds. And then on a 15-second coolie, whenever you block, you're generating 5 stacks of Aegis as well, and that's even off of Aegis that you don't generate. So if you get an Aegis from somebody and then you block, that's 5 instances of Aegis. So you can basically work your Aegis coolie down to be right on par with your Stand Your Ground, your Feel My Wrath, and your other stability, you know, abilities. Stability abilities, your stab abilities. And those all add together to be a very stinky, you know, uptime if you're managing them. Someone's available. Can I get an invite to the guild? Valcrone, what's your in-game name, brother? We got you, dog. We got you. No, we're speaking of Herald. I don't know how well it's needed, but seem cool. I think Herald sees play. I know there are spots for like almost everything to a certain extent, but Herald's dead. Did Herald get hit with the balance patch? Nerfed after being a problem? That makes sense. That makes sense. So Herald saw play before, but Herald pretty cooked now. What was Herald's big thing that it was good at? It used to be the DPS. Got it. Got it. So what made it so sought after? We're gonna just blast everything. Hello, sirs. Absolute pleasure. Happy to see y'all on this fine day. Just kind of did everything. So kind of like what Untamed found itself in for a role overall, where it was just like a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of everything really, really, really well. And then it got the nerf bat because it was seeing too much utility usage. Where are our people? You know, the carts are crazy out here, actually. The carts go fucking insano style. I love that. We fight them in the pass! Jesus Christ. Bro, I love arrow carts. Like, I unironically might be #1 arrow card enthusiast. Alright, we got buffs up. And we're in, boys. We're immediately in the thick of it. No KSI. We've got to try to get all of our Aegis out. Make sure we don't burn any of the stacks unnecessarily. Did I just see some red in here as well? Because I feel as though I saw some red in here as well. Oh. I saw that out of the corner of my eye. We may want to find our way back into the Fortinsky here. I predict a slight issue for our assholes in approximately 12 seconds. Give it about 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yup, there they are. Everything's about to get real hairy, boys. It's about to get real fucked up in here.
Concentration.
Let me be. I'm just a documentarian. I am not here to cause any harm. I simply want to exist. Oh my god. This is active as fuck. The cannons! If I get an arrow car up top, I might be able to sneak a couple kills here. Because, like, somebody's gonna die, right? Just like, at the end of the day, one of the sides will die. My FPS is 36 right now. Jesus Christ. Bro, I feel like I'm at 30 FPS. I'm hitting hard as shit, though. I'm going crazy right now. You think I'm too far away for them to, like, get me? Or can I be pulled from here? Because we might just be in a spot where we can regroup and then we can get a nice Swanton Bominski on them. Because we can glide or deploy down, too. I'm with you, my commander. Until the very end. Oh my god, look at all the kills. It's starting to happen. Wait, green just came in and absolutely smoked them. Holy shit. Oh my god, they've ascended. They got fucking Soul Eater going right now. Every kill empowers them. Oh my god. I feel like that's like a Terminator level turn for green, where we just fully expected them to probably die there. And they just showed up and came out the fire type shit. Fuck that one guy in particular. Whoever that was that just died, you know what you've done. Uh-oh, it's gonna be me next. Okay, everything's fine so far. Everything at this point in time going relatively okay. Stab is up. We're good there. Just gotta keep it going just a little bit. Got 14 stacks right now. Might be a little bit too heavy. Oh no, never too heavy. Never too heavy. Those grabs happen fast, boys. Those grabs happen real fucking fast. Like, they will come in and they will just yoink you out of existence. Very scary. Very quick movements with commander tag. And you've always got to be directly with him. I got to get better at, like, canceling some abilities sometimes to catch up to. You lost? Not like this. Not like this. It's okay, though. Sometimes you have to lose so you can grow, Carla. That's been a big topic of discussion today for this stream. Sometimes, not you in particular. You're doing amazing, and I love you, and I'm proud of you. But sometimes, loss leads to more success than anybody could possibly imagine. Look at us getting some kills on this massive dick green entity out here. Absolutely remarkable. It is capable. It is doable. They can die, and if they just beat red and we beat them, then that means we beat red here. We have air superiority! We need like chopper gunners coming in here, bro. I swear to god, if we had chopper gunners, we'd be so up. Uh-oh. I don't know what it is, but red might have our number, brother. I don't know exactly what they got cooking up, but it's getting scary hours out here. We might have been off more than we could chew. Eggy, get in here and heal us. Eggy! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There is no god. God damn it. We had so much going our way. We had so much. It's the only thing in my life I can look forward to. Oh, but pure fries are so good. Like, I think as soon as we get there, we should start with a box of pure fries and a couple slices of pie. And then maybe like a Korean... wait. What if we get pure fries and a couple Korean corn dogs to start, and then we get pizza later? How should we organize the trip? Because I feel like we definitely have to have a plan when it comes to managing this. I want Korean corn dog. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. So, pure fries and Korean corn dog to start, and then boba. So we can have a nice relaxing sip on the beach, and then we can go to the beach and enjoy our plunder. If we get there early enough, we might have time to hit the arcade as well. Which, the arcade's pretty fun. I will say, arcade fucks. Fun fact, Link uses double tap to dodge. What? How can I... What would that be under? Because that is absolutely something. He's also your second highest damage as a driver. Where am I coming in on the damage side? I'm sure I'm doing a little bit. Second last. Woo! Yeah, baby. Who's behind me? Who the fuck is behind me? I don't think any streams have meters that go that far. Haha. But can you guys see my stability uptime on your end or not? Because I feel like my stability, like how detailed do your meters go? Because like stability uptime goes crazy, I think. You can. How's stability looking? Am I absolute ass or are we doing okay with it? I do need to get my own meters so I can start reviewing, if I'm being honest. That would be, I think, a pretty large help. I was watching other people's streams because backstream comms. Oh, do they? Okay, word. I was not in comms because I still don't know who is okay with their comms being streamed and who's not. So I always err on the side of caution. I'd rather, like, you know, I'd rather be safe than, you know, than offend people, so to say. Or, like, you know, get myself in hot water with that. So I do feel a little bit of that ability lag y'all talking about, by the way. And my FPS are going crazy right now, and not in a good way. Not in a good way at all. Bro, if I'm second to last in stability uptime, then we're cooked there. Probably second to last as well, though. Dusty. Where's the squad at? What squad? We got squad. Thinner character limit down, unit frames are good.
Concentration.
But it's weird not seeing the actual players and just seeing invisible frames going around, you know what I mean? Like, I feel as though I can't really get behind that quite as much. It's a weird thing, but why is green popping off? Well, because green's nutty. We're fighting. We're fighting against a very, 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 very good group. And I like the reps that we're getting because I'm able to practice and learn so much. And like any small thing that I do that's like out of position, like the stability downtime right now is going to get shown off very heavily because they will be in a spot where they can take advantage of that. And I have to make sure that I'm protecting the group's stability as much as possible. I had to make sure that I'm in a position where I can get casts off without getting myself cooked. That was a really dumb cast. Like, effectively there, I just shouldn't have stopped to hold that cast. It was a very, 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 very greedy empower that I should have interrupted a little bit. A little bit sooner. So I stayed one tick too long on the empower, and something like that just cost me. But I was trying to bury my stab as much as I possibly could. Because I want that shit to be as far right as possible. You got still bound? Wait, still weapon? Like, put weapon away? Is that important over here? Comes into play a lot. Why haven't you guys told me? It's gonna cancel. That's how you cancel? You can still cancel reses. Bitch, I've been dodging! My stand management's terrible! I've been dodging to cancel everything. That's why I died there. I just thought we had to fucking dodge. I tried to jump originally. Like, bro, I swear to God, I'm out here like, I'm trying to get the moves and the jumps and everything like that. The dodges, it's just, why? Because sometimes you just don't know what the fuck to do. Now, in terms of cancels, keep in mind, some things you can move cancel, like an empower. Some things you can't move cancel, like, you know, Hallowed Ground, which I can cast while I move. So that, I either have to, like, weapon swap, or I have to, like... Okay, Stow is our cancel. If I were Stow... Where would I be? Hold on. Squad? No. No. Oh wait, I will say, I did want to do this while I was here. Except, there we go. And then, miscellaneous bottom. Miscellaneous. Stow / draw weapons. Overwrite. Oh. Oh, that's, oh shit. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. I appreciate you guys. That is absolutely glorious, if I do say so myself. That's got me a little excited in the pants. Yep, that's going to save me a lot of dodges, if I'm being completely honest. Bro, if you looked at my gameplay tonight, you could probably find 20 instances of me dodging to cancel because I didn't know that stow existed. And that's my bad. That's actually, hear me out, that's your guys' bad. 4.5 stars. What does stow weapon do for us now? It's an interrupt. So basically, if you're casting something with your weapon and then you, like, cancel it, right? Then you no longer have that weapon out to cast. So if it's ever, like, a heal, if it's ever anything that you're trying to cancel that you're not going to get the most out of, it goes on the 5-second coolie with a cancel still. Or a 4-second coolie, I think it is. But, like, it allows you to not have it go fully on cooldown. So, like, reses and shit like that. Really, really, really good for cancels. Same thing with, like, you know, if I need to get myself out of an empower, I can get myself out of that empower. You can kind of like pump fake things, but I'm assuming that cooldown is, you kind of want to avoid that, but yeah, it's quite nice. Character limit on lowest is an early warning system, seeing allies start disappearing. Yo, ain't no fucking way. So, y'all ever play like Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance? Where there were the, like, the flaming weapons that as soon as enemies would be nearby, they catch on fire and start flaming? I feel like that's basically what you told me. A lot of animations, if fully play even when canceled. What, in terms of just, like, fully playing out?
Might makes me right.
I'm gonna be looking for those now. Used highly in PvP for that. Oh. Excuse me. So, like, certain casts, you'll actually see the animation if you cancel it. So you can, whoops. So you can pump fake a little bit more and you can sell the animation itself. Necro has a 3-second stun elite that can be baited just by stow canceling it on cast. So if you're a Necro, you can basically go to cast, stow cancel, they dodge, then you actually cast after their dodge. Freeze all enemies around you, inflicting conditions on them, game boots for each of you freeze. Oh, yeah. So you can pump fake that to get people to roll it or pop their oh shit buttons. That's actually kind of crazy. Now, is that also something that has like an audio to it? Because I can only imagine that that's absolutely insane with things that have, like, audio. Can I get my bitch to save my wrath? Nope. Sounds like Spinal. Spinal! Interesting. Interesting. Also, timeout after this one. I need to get a Bull Rapinski in. We must have the proper gamer fuel for this. We'll take a quick 5-minute regroup.
Choice. Freedom. Liberation.
Kill Iggy, please. I like what that guy's saying, if I'm being completely real. Like, I'm picking up what Big Dog's putting down, and I fuck with it. I really, really, really like that. That guy's a fucking visionary, if I'm being completely honest. We're fine. We're okay. Everything's fine here, if I'm being completely honest. We must remain strong. And we must keep all of the Aegis out. Little projectile invuln. Stab's looking good. Stab's buried as fuck. I cannot let our stab drop. If I let our stab drop, our stab's about to drop. That's not good. That's not good at all. I don't have my coolies for it yet. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Red came in to start to bully as well. We're up tremendous. We do love to see that shit. Stab dropped right at the end of that fight, but I think we're still chilling. We didn't lose too many. And if we keep playing like that, we might actually be balling. Okay, so red's over there. Green's working their way up. Green's probably gonna try to like portal in on red if I had to guess.
Nothing can bring me down.
Or maybe on us. Okay, red's going green. If red goes green, then I think we also go green. Actually, I think we go red and then fight green. Because for whatever reason, green's wiping red. But we're getting better fights against green than we are against red, I think. I don't know if we're just playing like ass every time we fight red or what. But I feel like we should definitely be able to deal with red as well. I feel like we definitely have the capabilities to win against either one. You dare kill me? Well, it's a high value kill. Listen, one druid is effectively 4 normal players right now anyways. And it's very, very, very important that... Uh-oh. Excuse you.
Next.
You got him, rats. We drop down. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Are you... Shall you follow? I think it may be time for the follow. Oh, it's about to get messy in here, boys. It's about to get really, 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 really messy. Thoughts and prayers. Because I think we're about to need them. It's just going to be a bunch of like chicken the entire time. We're going to be just pecking at each other right now. Nobody's going to full commit. Red's going to sit on the goddamn bridge like they're a fucking troll. Green's going to be sitting out there just vibing. We're going to be like puffing our chest out to both. And I don't think anybody's just going to flop their cock out on the table yet. If I'm being completely real. Maybe. Maybe it'll be us. Someone's got to fucking do it though. Ay. Dios mío, papi chulo. Down we go, and it is about to get crazy. Pirate ship is what it's called. Nah, that's crazy. Literally just pass by and then turn to the side and start blasting shit. Bro, honestly, it makes so much fucking sense. And I hate that it makes as much sense as it does, if I'm being completely real. It checks out. Bro, the ability delay is actually, it's hitting a little bit. On certain abilities, I think you can feel it pretty noticeably. More than you can some others. But let me tell you, it's definitely there. Definitely there. But like, how do you have no delay as even a, you know, even a concept with PvP this large? If I'm being honest, I simply don't think that you do. And I think that's something that's kind of a long-term pipe dream, which I do love rooting for it. I do. But I think even if they work on a whole shitload of improvements, it's still going to be relatively rough to try to get input delay down when you can have this many people in. And I will say, even with this being something that people will say has input delay, when numbers get large, shit feels better than a lot of the time in New World did, if I'm being completely real. This shit feels quite splendiferous, if I do say so myself. Oh god. No water fight, please. I want no water fight at all. Water fight, worst fight. Alright, we move right. Total meta is my favorite World vs. World meta. I know no other meta. And let me tell you, it's an interesting one. But I do understand why it exists in the way that it does. You know, I totally do. It makes a lot of sense. And once I got a little bit more familiar with everything, I actually started to have a bit of an appreciation for it. But let me tell you, man, it is fucking weird at first to start to get used to. Why is everyone in the water? Oh my god, not like this, dude. What the fuck is going on, man?
fixed.
Oh my lord.
Concentration.
It's fucking chaos. It's all just breaking down. This is the craziest night of World vs. World that we've had so far, man. It's so good. This is so peak. I just gotta get more Aegis out. More heals out, always. Cannot stop pumping heals. Cannot stop pumping stability. Cannot stop pumping Aegis. Cannot stop looking at red behind me. Everything is scary. Everything is potentially terrible. Any move could be my last, boys. Uh-oh. We're in the dip set. All right. I guess we're gonna let you two go at it. Have fun, boys. Have fun. I guess we're back in. Holy shit, this is crazy. This is absolute insanity in the finest descriptor of the word humanly possible. And I think I might be in love. Longer Commander is known for underwater fighting whenever he can. Fuck that guy. I don't even know who it is. I don't know his name. Tell him I hate him. Just send that along. He might not even know me. Just tell him DustyWhy hates him next time you see him. He ain't do nothing to me directly, other than me hearing that baby back bullshit. And I don't fuck with that. I feel as though that's unnecessary.
Back to the fight.
All right, we gotta bury this stab like very, very, very quickly, or we're gonna be in a pretty upsetty spot, if I do say so myself. We keep bubble up, Aegis up, and then we get a little bit of smacking out, just a smidge of the smack. We'll pop out. More heals. I gotta pad the damage numbers, Pete. Oh shit! Wow! That's what I get for padding, bro. Chat, y'all ever stop believing in karma for a second? Watch one of my streams as soon as I decide to open my dumbass mouth. I swear to God. Do not pad. No padding allowed. It's just you get instant karma as soon as you pad. I swear to God, everything was going fine until I said I just wanted a little bit more DPS. Underwater GVG #1. Bro, the second I get SEAL Team 6 by somebody, I'ma start saying some mean stuff. What do you mean? I don't even think I've set up like a proper underwater build. Oh, I gotta tell us off because our DPS were padding. You had the talk of efficient damage over damage numbers on that day. And to talk about how in PvP, Iggy, if you're ever trying to explain it to new players, the way that I always did it for New World, because New World was one big army-wide like collapse on one area with all of your cooldowns, right? And it was a full committal. And it was a little more spread and slow pace than this. But what I always said very simply was, I do not care how much damage you do per second. I care how much damage you can do in 1 second. And I want to see the highest amount of possible burst that you can put out as soon as my commander, your caller, your driver, whatever it is, says damage now. I want every single button pressed optimally at that time. Poke damage, great, get a kill here and there. But if you're missing collapses because you're trying to just throw out damage, then you're fucking over all of us because you just want to pad. Oh, excuse you. Excuse you. What for the DPS meters downs contribution? I'd be so high on that. Or is that like kills?
Defense, then offense.
I'm assuming it might be the kills. So it might not be the highest on that. Might not be. Although, damage to contribute to someone going downstate. All of my damage would be that, so that's sick. I don't do damage unless people are dying. If I'm doing damage and people aren't, then something's terribly wrong, because I don't really do that much damage in the first place. I won't lie, damage is the least of my concerns with this. If I was dead last on damage meters, but dead first on stability, then that's everything I could ever ask. Now, I don't think I'm going to be first in stab at any point. But,
I do love the fact that my uptime feels far better in these fights than I think it's felt in pretty much any other fight that I have hopped into. It's something where I actually feel in real time like the learning, the knowledge, the, you know, the growth over there on a very real level. And I like that a lot. I'm cooked here. I'm so very cooked here. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Commander's down. No, we're actually cooked here. I think. Everybody run! All right, hold on. Hold on. We get a quick reset. I believe this is a good opportunity for a quick Rapinski. Hold on. Everybody, blue, red, green, quick 3-minute timeout. Everybody smoke him if you got him. A quick regroup. Let's all get fried real quick and keep the fights going. Chat, check your Twitch primes. I have to get a 9 to 5 if you guys don't prime. T1, T2, or T3. And that means I can stream less for you. All right, hold on. Un momento. Bitches. Dr. Chef Ron, the goat. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the gifty. Much love. Oh my god. I can see my tag from a mile away. That's kind of what we need, boys. That's what we're looking at here. Mr. Chef Ron, what'd you be up to on this fine day? I myself am quite possibly having one of the craziest nights of WoW that this stream has ever seen. Do we have a way in? Attack on Titan. You're consuming the animes. Yes. Yes. Is this a regroup angle? It's because I wasn't there. Excuse me, lads. Pardon me. Some kind spirits over there, I won't lie. Honorable soldiers. Honorable lads. Ron, have you seen Odyssey yet? Gone to the movies for it? Not anime, but I feel as though all of you, if you haven't got to see the Odyssey yet, need to go see the Odyssey. Dude, it's so fucking stinky good. Like, it is absurd, if I'm being real. Glad you're enjoying it. Oh, dude, this shit's peak. And I really hope that a lot of new players are able to see the content and understand, like, especially just from a standpoint of, like, Guild Wars 2 in particular, it seems like this giant ball of chaos, and it seems like something that the average player wouldn't be able to keep up with at all. But I really want to show people, especially being as new as I am and coming in knowing absolutely nothing right at the start of my journey, and already being at the spot that I am with it, where I've definitely progressed a bit, really showing players that, like, you can absolutely hop in and learn on whatever level you want to with Guild Wars. You can get up to any level that you want to. You just got to put in the work. And it's not as complicated as people, you know, as it may seem from the outside in. It's a lot of small moving pieces that when you understand each of the moving pieces and why the things are the way they are, everything starts to make a little bit more sense and the fights start to move in a little bit different of a manner. And I think the journey so far, at least for a lot of our players, has done a pretty solid job of showing that, if I'm being real. There are times where I'm getting absolutely cooked, and there are times where I'm making some pretty solid plays. See how radioactive, thank you for the follow, dude. It's easy to learn if you're blind. I mean, probably could be, if I'm being honest. If your commander tells you one step left and you go one step left, even if you're across the map, you're already doing better than half of the people that aren't moving properly. So then we just gotta kind of like start you in the right spot. 100 world versus world, are you? I have 300 hours total in the game, and I would say, I don't know if I have a way to check, but I'm ranked 171. I'd say I've probably spent maybe 100 to 150 hours in New World, Jesus Christ, in World vs. World right now. You can tell the brain's elsewhere, and it's not on New World. It's on making sure I don't misplay. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what it takes to get to rank 171 with some boosts, but like, very new would be the way that I would describe how new I actually am to it, if I'm being honest. I just learned about stowing the weapon today, dog, like a few minutes ago. I am immensely new. The 300 hours on this character is my, you know, my total time played in Guild Wars 2. I didn't really come in with a lot of mentors or a lot of information. I've kind of, you know, I've been very lucky to find some along the way that have helped contribute a lot to, you know, my personal progression as a player. And the Guild Wars comm is amazing in that sense too, where so many people always do want to help so much. And I'm immensely grateful for that. But yeah, it's definitely one of those, I learn every single day. I misplay daily. I look back on my VODs and I'm just like, oh shit, like my stability dropped here and I could have kept it up. I died because I was a little off of the tag here. How did I even miss that? You know, just small things. I think it's really important. I think it's really important to constantly be, that was a huge spike. They got such a big set of strips there. Such a big set of strips. I tried to switch back over to my mace because I had mace coolies up that I could have cycled in to get cooldown reduction on my R. Because that strip just cooked us. Like, absolutely cooked us. NFPS games where you holster the weapon to run faster. Yeah, but instead over here, it's for like canceling abilities. So some abilities will have cast times. And if you cancel the cast, then you can, you know, stop yourself from using the ability and it goes on a partial coolie. So say I go to drop my Symbol of Swiftness and then we're about to move, then I could just holster and it would cancel the cast. Or say I'm using my Empower, which has me stand still. Empower, holster, and then I'm immediately out of that. So there's quite a bit of validity to that. Not only like pump faking abilities, but also getting out of something early if it's a channel if you have to. Just a really clean way to cancel that without having to worry about like movement bind first or anything like that. But ESO, what up, brother? How it be? How it be? What you been doing? You been playing Monsters of Memories still? I keep tabs. I know what everybody's doing. Yeah, how it be? It's fun. Really, really, really like classic, right? Like retro-y type shit. Question for you. It is actually as small as it's advertised to be, yes. Any advice? I don't know if I'm the best like advice giver, but I'm happy to lend my opinion. So let's just happy to have you. Man, since Ashes died, my community has been looking for a home, like very, very, very heavily. And it's been something that, you know, streaming is an immense joy in my life. And the thought of stream dying is pretty much the only thing that brings stress to me around streaming, because I'm not rich enough to guarantee it for the rest of my life, right? If it goes, whoops, sorry. If it goes to shit, then, you know, it goes to shit and that's the end of it. I don't have like a never-ending nest egg. So for me, as soon as Ashes died, I went through really like, you know, New World. I left New World before New World died under my own free will to go to Ashes because I knew New World was going to die. So I avoided the stress of that. But Ashes was the one that was really like, oh fuck, it got me, right? I dodged the New World bullet, hit that shit with the Neo, and then Ashes was just like, psych, bitch, heard you like bullets. And then it was just bullet hell, you know? So for me, it was really, 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 I don't know, a tough feeling of overall, like, I don't know, homelessness and uncertainty, right? Where I didn't know exactly where the community was going to end up. I didn't know who was going to be there. Oh, shit. My stand your ground just did not go off after that pull. Curse you. That's tragic. I actually had the stab there. I literally had a stand your ground. And I shift moused, and it just didn't go through, and I blame myself entirely. I gotta have that shit out sooner. I'm gonna press after AOC. Oh yeah, dude, it's a real thing, and like this shit's my, you know, my job. I don't really have YouTube as a backing. I multi-stream on YouTube, you know, so for me, I don't really have, you know, large YouTube presence to fall back on with something else. I don't have a whole shitload of money to fall back on or anything like that. So for me, stream is, you know, it's entirely crowdfunded. I'm not large enough to get sponsors that are paying out the ass like that, where I can live off sponsorships. It's not a majority of my income, and it's very, you know, small chunk of it, if anything, because I don't really get offered many sponsorships. I'm not represented by an agency. So from there's, you know, with Ashes, post Ashes, when I was doing variety, it was just kind of sick that it was working. But like, I don't know, it felt like the difference between, you know, fucking around and being married type shit and settling down and having the 4 kids and a wife and a picket fence, so to say. And, you know, I really want to, with gaming, have that place where I go to every single day. And I want to be able to bring myself and my community somewhere and not say, oh, here's what we're playing this week, but say, here's what we're building in for years. And that was something that, you know, while I was doing variety, even though I loved the indie MMO projects and I really wanted to continue supporting those and will, it's hard to see any of those that are smaller scale as the big, like, forever home, especially from a side of, like, you know, I've got to be able to make enough money off of this because it is my full-time job to actually be able to pay rent type shit and to be able to, you know, put money away to invest for the future, so I may have a way to someday retire and take care of myself, right? And even on top of that, just taking the money that I have and having that make money for me is such a good way to ensure that I can stream for longer. So for me, I'm trying to think of every movement that I have as not just myself, but also the weight of all of our people on my shoulders. And it was a real stressful thing not knowing what the next thing was. And it was something that, you know, as soon as Guild Wars 3 announced that it was going launched, as soon as Guild Wars 3, like, the announcement came out and it was the news of the beta within the next, you know, hopefully year and a half-ish, we instantly knew what, you know, what the plan would be a year plus from now. We knew what we'd be looking forward to. We knew what we'd be getting into, what we'd be playing. And I think a lot of our community sees that now. And, you know, a lot of people finally feel like we do have that, you know, that home to look forward to and to go home to and to take part in. Especially when we look in terms of like a longer term, in terms of the next couple of years. Even if Guild Wars 3 comes out, right? And for whatever reason, Guild Wars 3 just isn't it for us. There is still going to be Guild Wars 2. There are still going to be yearly expansions for Guild Wars 2 and routine content updates because they have full teams. It's one of those where, you know, the announcement for us represented more than just a new game. It was an opportunity for us to have something to really call home again, which is, you know, since our game ended up in a literal fucking federal court case, we haven't really had, and it's a nice thing to finally have. And I and many of my people know that we are hopping in far further back than a lot of the most experienced people in the game, but we still have so much to learn, and I think, you know, fresh legs can run quite fast sometimes, and, whoops, not fast enough. And, you know, at a certain point, no, I don't want to die. That's so tragic. That's so tragic. We just ran out of it towards the end. The tail's starting to go. Yep. The coulee started to hit. Everything's falling apart. The war of attrition got to us. Everybody's finger cramps started to hit. But I think at a certain point, you hit the ground running with a lot of passion for something that currently exists, and it can be daunting to hop into something that is years old, 13 plus years old, game-wise, and try to, you know, catch up on all of that knowledge. But the Guild Wars community also has a lot of people that help so tremendously with understanding all the complexities of the game. So many people that I think help us bridge the gap. And there's a reason why, you know, we're even fighting in the fights that we're in right now. Keep in mind, this raid is under a different tag, but we got quite a few cats up in this bitch that are just showing up to the fights and getting reps. And every single fight that every single one of us gets is just building out our core so that way we can be stronger as well. So, question time, what a dooski. Knowing Guild Wars 2 will receive support is comforting too because it's backstop of Guild Wars 3 and bad. Yeah, absolutely agree. How do you handle people who join your community with a ton of suggestions and opinions about how things should be done? Decline leadership roles where they could actually help out, help put those ideas into practice. Like, are they good ideas or are they just being a cunt? Like, is it cunty little, like, here's how you do this? The backseat leaders. Oh, I mean, I think at that point, it's just a matter of, like, establishing how you run your comm. Like, there were so many times, keep in mind in Ashes, right? A lot of people came in and told me that there was no way that I would be able to keep cats clean of exploiters and shit like that. And so many people told me that regardless of how hard I tried, somebody was going to come in, somebody was going to get through, somebody was going to ruin our reputation, and we might as well just embrace that it happened over there. And I defended that time and time and time again, that we were going to be able to do things our way and maintain that. And I still say to this day, we were the top guild in the game that had nobody banned. We had 0 bans. We had absolutely 0 connections to banned guilds. We had no alliances with banned guilds. Us and our entire alliance was clean. And we maintained that through literally everything. And it was because we set the standard whenever people came in and they were like, hey, why don't you just do this, that, this? Why don't you guys just mob train back, blah, 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 blah. But this recurring problem of people coming into the community. I'm trying to make me change things and run things differently. Then get upset when I don't do what they say and then they, oh shit. I'm gonna get upset if you try to kill me again, you goddamn little saboteur. You fucking rat. I mean, I think at that point, you know, you can take some things and that people say, and advice is always advice. I think some people really want to give advice in the same way that a grandmother really wants to make sure that you have food before you leave their house. And they almost think that even if you don't want the advice, you most definitely want the advice. And I think at a certain point, I have had no problem, especially with Guild Wars, right? So many people in the Guild Wars community mean the absolute fucking best, right? And mean absolutely no ill will. But sometimes, you know, especially when I was learning on just a baseline level, people would bring in some very, very, very complex, like, scenarios and terminology and situationals where I wasn't really on the level to comprehend those or get the most out of them. Okay, truce, motherfuckers. Rats. I'll remember that, by the way. I know that was you, Aggie. I know you ain't got a pull in the kit, but I know that was you. I know that was you. But there have definitely been times where I've had to be like, guys, I'm working my way there, you know? Sometimes people bring in advice and it's like, oh, why don't you do this, this, and this? And I push back and I'm like, well, because I want to do it this way. And there are also times where I literally get overwhelmed because there's so much to process and I have to be like, guys, please slow down a little bit, right? I want to take all this advice and I want to listen to everything you say, but I physically am like at capacity with comprehension right now. And it took me a while to be able to communicate that to people in a really strong way. I also think in terms of like, I don't know, in terms of community building and internet side things, brother, you got to realize the longer you're on the internet, the more opinions people are going to have. And for every one person that comes in and says, oh, it's flawed, you should do it this way instead, how many people have you had within your community that have been happy to stay and have been a lasting part of that? I think that's something to keep in mind with everything. The number of times over the course of, like, you know, New World, when New World was declining, and part of the reason why people saying scam game, dead game for Ash is why that didn't bother me was because so many people said dead game for New World when I was building something great in New World as well. And at a certain point, I think if you believe what you're building, then you have to realize, you know, there will always be people from the outside who will provide feedback. Some of that feedback will be amazing. Some of that feedback will just be people blabbering, saying, hey, why don't you do this, play this, say this, act like this, you know, instead. And to that, you can always just be like, hey, I'll keep that in mind, thanks. And at the end of the day, if it becomes a larger thing, then I have no problem telling a motherfucker to worry about themselves a little bit more. Because if they're not worrying about themselves, then what the hell are they worrying about? Because it seems like it might be me at that point. Oh, God. Oh, God. My troubadour, I need you. Nah, bro. We got stripped hard there. Everything was fine. And then they just came in with demon strips on me. Hold on. I might be able to get up. They don't see me over here. I can turn this fight if I get up. If anybody from Red turns, they're stream sniping. This is the game-changing play. Hiya! All right, everybody's dead. Never mind. We're fucking cooked. I turn this. Ready? You just gotta get everything up and you gotta hop in and send it, chat. All right, we go. Got him. Got him. Got him. Your 3 heals. Yeah. I usually save it for when I'm like about to pop back up, and then I use it as my little top off when the coolie comes up, because if I am using my 4 and then I 3 and it doesn't get me up, then there's a little bit of a cooldown in between the 4 being usable again, where people can come along and I'm just sitting there kind of like a, you know, like a baseball runner that slid short of the base. And I always feel like when I do that, it's just this awkward like, oh, I'm still dead. So, I don't know the exact threshold of how much it is, but I've definitely come up short on it a few times to where I use it as like a last little 15% top off now. I save the 2 in case anybody wants to come over and try to X me, or I guess you guys call it stomping. And then my 4 goes on as soon as I go down. My 3 is a little like, oh shit, I'm almost there. Let's get the rest of the way up. But yeah, so just in general, bro, I think if you believe in what you're doing, 8% 4 times. It's like 50%. And that's my 3 instantaneously, because that shit sounds like it goes fast. So that's like 30, 34, 30, 30, 36%. Wait, 32%? 32%. Sorry, it's late. 32%. 70% should finish the res. Technically 68 would. Sorry. That's my bad.
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
I don't want to hear it out of you right now, fucking peanut gallery. I don't want to hear it. You still bleed a little? I bleed a lot. I got a lot of blood up in these veins.
Nothing can bring me down.
Figure downstairs skills on the hero tab. Why would I read abilities? That's for fucking nerds. Jesus fucking Christ. Goodness gracious me, oh my.
Concentration.
Okay, weapon skills in build tab. Weapon skills, down skills. 35% per pulse. Pulses.
Damn. That's strong. That's very strong.
So, with downstate,
could I theoretically like heal somebody just with healing abilities fully out of their downstate? Is it just normal healing that applies? Because I always just res, or if it's SPVP, I use my signet. But is it just like normal healing and I can heal somebody back up to 100% through downstate? Needs to be down specific most of the time. That's what I thought. Okay. Because I've never res somebody just with healing. I think like my staff stuff will heal while people are down. I don't know much about like what else will, but downstate also like double your normal health bar or something. Right. So is resing somebody just like a super heal basically on the single target? Pretty sure the healing's more powerful in PvE compared to World War Sword. Right, which brings in the emphasis on druids and warriors for WoW, right? Because that do make sense. Because druids and warriors, druids get their res, and then warriors, theirs is an elite skill. And then warriors get banner. Is banner also an elite skill? Which is why theirs are both so impactful, and like Guardian Signet is just kind of ass. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Uh-oh. Hold on. Talk soon. Alright, everything's fine. Everything's okay. We ball out. We ball out. We're just fine. Everything's okay here. I believe in every single one of us. We get heals out. Bro, I'm running like slideshow right now. Is there a memory leak with Wubba? We don't want to get involved there. I would like to just get Aegis up for us, perchance. And mayhaps get a little bit of CDR. And then we'll get everything ticking. We'll get some absorb out. Beautiful. Absolutely exquisite, if I do say so myself. Oh my god, red just came in like fucking crazy. Over time, the game gets slower. Nobody knows what causes it. Probably a memory leak. Come under the water. What are you wearing, Mr. Shark? Because last time I did that, dorsal fin was doing some poking.
Might makes me right.
Guys, right now and I feel incomplete. Why? Well, not why incomplete, but why can't you stream? Nothing at all. Oh goodness gracious me, oh my. We're about to have a sword fight in the water. Everybody's got the rapiers out. Goodness gracious. Excuse me. Pardon me. Pardon. This is... Link, I'm with you here, big dog, but like, I don't know if we should be. Yep, no, I'm catching this vibe. Where the fuck is that shark? Oh no.
Focus.
Oh god. I hear the Jaws theme. I feel it in my butt. Oh my god, the shark. Takey in disguise. Holy shit. I feel like they need to put lasers on the sharks for April Fool's 1 year, if they haven't already, and then just make the sharks absolutely decimate people as soon as they get in the water, and just have like a day of World vs. World with absolutely no water because they're polluted by sharks with lasers. Damage! Oh my god, I just moved up to third from last in the fucking meters, baby. Let's go! Holy shit, we're so up, man. Oh, that was not the best drop there, but I'll take it. I will not say no to it. We gotta get some Aegis out. Oh no. Oh lord. Oh Lordington. We just got our shit run over. That was a little drive-by. I'm not gonna lie. Can I restart my game in World vs. World without getting kicked? Sub name, thank you for the follow, dude. I appreciate you. Welcome in. No. Boo! What if they made a streamer client that didn't have this stupid fucking memory leak? Actually, I wouldn't get it anyways. I have no motion here. Gosh dang it. Hear me out. What if we solve the memory leak, chat? The gang saves World vs. World. Where do we start? Because hear me out, Ash just had a few memory leaks, and I will say they were actually quite good at finding them. They had a few that really degraded the performance of the game over time. What's your Q? 6. Good luck deciphering ANET spaghetti code. Why is it every single MMO that I play, everybody always says that their studio has the most spaghetti code? Like, everybody said Amazon Games had spaghetti code because they did. Everybody said that Ashes had spaghetti code because it probably did. Now everyone says ArenaNet has spaghetti code. Like, what do we need? Pirate software to come along and save us? How bad is the MMO community right now? Is there a way that we can go through and, like, optimize this shit? Short of a miracle? It's a Guild Wars 1 engine? So you're telling me over, like, the last 20 years since the inception of this engine that people have got better and more efficient at writing code? Sounds dumb as fuck. Doesn't make any sense to me. Doesn't make sense. 20 years old and none of the old devs are still around. Oh god. So it's like, it's effectively a language that has only been passed down. And since it's a proprietary engine, they run into the same problem that New World runs into, where if for whatever reason there were, like, you know, a transfer of things or whatever, you know, God forbid, ArenaNet falls apart or something, people wouldn't be able to just acquire this code and then build off of that because it's a language that nobody else understands, and it's been passed down generationally with none of the original authors of the language being here to tell us about it anymore, right? What is Guild Wars 3 on? Unreal Engine 5 point something. I want to say 5.6 was last that I heard, but I also don't know if they would go over to a newer engine or anything like that. Apparently not Unreal Engine set a dev. Okay. All of their job postings have been for Unreal. Maybe it's just like sharing similarities with Unreal or something? Hasn't every indicator been Unreal so far? Didn't their trailer say Unreal? We can check, cause like that, I think they literally said Unreal Engine within their announcements and shit in dev streams, right? 99% sure they're doing Unreal. Yeah, who, do we have a source on who said no Unreal? Time to check Guild Wars 3 sites. Yeah, check Guild Wars 3 site real quick. I got my hands full a little bit right now, but I'd love to get like some confirmation. Because I am also 99% certain that it's Unreal Engine 5. And I want to say there were job listings specifically. Again, I can't pull these up right now, kind of occupied. But I want to say there were job listings that cited 5.6 in particular as the version. But hard to remember right at the moment with, you know, what we got going on. So I'll let you know when I know more. This stab has been up for so fucking long, brother. Oh my god. We're cooking right now. We're actually blasting. We just need to keep burying the stab. Dude, it's so deep, I can feel it. Oh my god. The stab is so deep in their chat. Golly. And it's gone. That was one of the longest stab up times I think I've been able to chain off in a fight that was like this calm in a hot second. That shit felt nice. That shit felt real nice. All right, we might be able to play around this just a little bit. Maybe able to get a little something going here. Get some cooldown reduction out. Switch back. We'll get a wall behind the boys. Hoo-wee. Bro, these fights are something right now. I ain't about to lie. These fights are keeping my heart rate elevated, and I think I might need eye drops with the lack of blinking that I've been throwing out during these, if I'm being completely real. It is constant, all the time, non-stop, no matter what, bro. This shit's wild. Oh my god. How'd you kill me? My mace has a bias for the prettiest people on the battlefield. It does discriminate. Jazz, what up, my go? How was the stream tonight? I'm sad to assume that it was League of Legends. That genuinely does. It brings me immense sadness. But, you know, I still love you nonetheless, dude. I hope you're doing well. League tourney, winning loser's bracket. Yeah, but if you win a loser's bracket, you're still a loser in the first place. Just keep that in mind. And you're playing league, so like double loser. So, you know, it is what it is. I'm proud of you still. Carla is still on her emerald push. She is slowly but surely getting there, flirting with it once again. So she got as close as to within one game. And then I think she dropped to like 5 away or something like that. And then clawed back. So she is like right on the fringe of greatness and glory with it. And soon she shall ascend. Soon. And then tomorrow I go beach. It'll be nice. They have a job opening for senior engine programmer that says one of the qualifications is professional experience developing games with Unreal Engine. So, I mean, maybe it's just Unreal Engine derivative or Unreal Engine adjacent. Get fucked, you idiots. Sorry, that was mean. Unreal Engine adjacent or Unreal Engine derivative, where it's like a variant of that that's highly, you know, highly customized or something, because they do seemingly have a propensity for customizing their engine and being a little, you know, a little fancy with it. So perhaps that is something that I don't think would be too far-fetched, given what they've done before, and maybe wanting to have a custom feel to their, you know, to their game with an action combat system as well. You can always take, you can take parts of Unreal Engine as well and just modify the shit out of those and customize them to what you want them to be, so to say. And a lot of Unreal Engine developers have said that it's a really great, like, palette to paint on, so to say, which is kind of cool. Kind of cool. I don't know much of game dev, nor do I pretend to. Cooked here. We're all falling apart, baby. But that was nice. That was nice. Issue with that is it could be using Unreal as an umbrella term. I mean, they very well could, and also Unreal could just be a similarity where, like, the language that's used in a primary majority of Unreal Engine could just translate to what they're trying to cook up, right? We don't really know, and, you know, Colin had said that I believe Colin said it, in one of the last dev streams, that they have had the teams working on progress within Guild Wars 3 while Guild Wars 2 has been maintained for years already. So, looking at it from that standpoint, if they're developing an engine from it, that shit's already made. We don't know exactly where they're at with internals, whether they're playtesting something that's like a, you know, a semi, I don't want to say playable product, but something that has terrain and shit, or it's all gray boxed out, or it's even just like in ideation. But even having teams allocated in ideation in the baseline phases is something large for a few years, and they have something tangible. So I think at this point the decision has more than definitely been locked in for a bit, and I feel like we would have heard by now if it was most definitely, you know, proprietary. Quote from the job posting: who we're looking for, you, our ideal candidate, are proficient in C++ and Unreal Engine. You routinely spelunk into the depths of Unreal code to build games with Unreal Engine rather than against it. Did you get Emerald? You got it? We were just talking about your struggles. Holy shit, we're up tremendous. We are actually too blessed to be stressed on this fine day. I am incredibly, incredibly proud of you, my love. Chat, check your primers to celebrate Carla hitting Emerald in League. And if we get enough primers, I will satisfy her dream of eating at an Applebee's. She has never eaten at Applebee's, despite bothering me to eat at Applebee's a lot. Because I used to work at Applebee's, and I can't warrant spending full price on that shit. So, we eat at Applebee's for Emerald. We don't have the money for that. Kiddo, oh my god, thank you for the 5. Holy shit. Can't support League addictions. Well, it's also supporting me and providing me with a meal. Now we do. Almost. But another, like, you put 1 and 2 zeros in front of that thing, and then we would. Then we'd be set. Kiddo, thank you for the 5, dude. I appreciate you. Much love, much love, much love. You are an absolute legend. But yeah, no, why would I buy my bitch a Birkin bag when I can just buy my bitch some bougie food? She can't eat a Birkin bag. That shit don't really matter. However, we can definitely enjoy a succulent meal and a delicious experience. We have traveled and we consider ourselves to be food tourists as much as we are going to beautiful scenic areas and, you know, taking in the rest of what's offered. We are extreme food tourists that will go somewhere and bask. Oh, wow, that strip was huge. Holy. Bro, that was so well timed, too. My buffs just started to drop off, and I got hosed with the strips as soon as that came through. Golly, my brother. That shit hurted, man. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 ay. Uchi mama, that shit hurts. So yeah, anyways, that's how quick it can happen. Someone buy me a League skin to celebrate. Do you want a League skin or do you want a 2 for 25? Is it still a 2 for 25? Because if it's any more expensive than a 2 for 25, we're not getting Applebee's anymore because that value is just hosed at that point. I can't. I don't know, I can't in goodwill branch out any more than the value of a 2 for 25 for Applebee's food. Otherwise, it just starts to feel slightly inorganic. It feels like a little bit of a bad value. A little bit concerning to me, so to say. All right, we're beautiful. Everything's fine. I can get my casts off. Jesus Christ, brother, there's so much going out all the time. We just have to stay on this for like 5 fucking seconds and get a little bit of a stack up, for the love of God. All right, we got more stab out. Our stability's running a little bit thin here, though. I got another cycle up, at least. Every time I can get a little bit more stab up, that means we get a little bit further in the fight, boys. As long as I can keep stab up for the group, I keep Merc happy. But we're getting to the point where there are getting to be a couple of stab gaps. And this is usually where it starts to fall apart. The war of attrition is a tough war to fight. But I trust my troubadour friend as well. We are 2 stability bots. Oh no, I got stab out for the group before I died. No! Oh, that's so tragic. Dropping goods off of the guild hall. Anything specific we need off the top of the mine? If you go to the market and look at the market, it's southwest when you go in off the main platform. The 3 upgrades to do the market are our next 3 upgrades. I can show you before I hop off, but we need 250 cotton, I think, refined, Some form of wood and some form of metal. Oh, excuse me. So yeah, that's like our immediate needs. And then from there, that gets the guild to level 18. And once we're level 18, we can upgrade our mine again. So once we upgrade the mine again, that's going to get us more speed, which will open up even more upgrades. That was such a good fight. Oh, dude, these fights have been unbelievably fun. Like, genuinely unreal levels of fun. And I am so happy that we have people that are able to experience these fights and get reps with them. Because this is actual, like, this is peak world versus world content. And this is when moving with the ball feels really, 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 really fun. Also, how's stab feel for you, Merc? You feeling good in the fights? Because, let me tell you, their strips are huge. But I'm trying, buddy. I'm trying. I'm good. I love to hear that. Here I am loving the guild solo. Hey, saying, exclamation guild, buddy. Discord.gg/cats with abs. We always got room for more, big dog. Sometimes I get yanked and dead. Yeah, I can try, let's see. I can uncheck view as grid, and then I'll be able to keep a little bit better of an eye on everybody's stab in particular when I'm in world versus world. Usually I have the full raid on, so I can just see more of the frames, but this allows me to see everybody's stability, like, in the group as a whole. So if you get ripped, then I'll be able to potentially see that. But I feel like everything's been solid overall still. I just like being able to see when people are low HP versus full HP, but I guess I don't really need to see the frames for that. Like, being able to see party stuff, probably likely more important. So we'll try this fight on party frames and see if there's any difference there. Let's just make some of those mats for that, so cool. Oh yeah, that's perfect. I think outside of that, we have all of the mats that we need for the upgrades as of right now. I'll probably bring people in tomorrow when I get on stream before raid for a little shovel farm. So we can get out to Silver Waste, knock out some more of that, so we have that just, you know, ready when the time comes. But other than that, I mean, we've been doing pretty well with keeping up with it, I will say. So I think we just, you know, stay on path. We're at the point now where we've got a really good startup. We can hold 5,000 Ethereum. And thanks to knocking out the guild missions for the week, we got a ton of shit. I'm gonna tell you the settings for World vs. World so frames don't drop. No. Are there better settings? Because, like, having fewer bodies feels weird to me. Let's turn off models. That feels so strange to me, having everybody just be invisible. Like, get used to it? I guess. But I feel like the pop-in would just be so strange. Hold on. Oh, I guess oh. Oh. See nameplates though, so it's not bad. Where is it? Cursor contrast. Uh-oh. Alright, we'll worry about it in a second. I hate it too, feels too weird. Dude, I tried it one day and it was actually like, ooh, salad, thank you. It was actually driving me fucking bonkers trying to play with it. It literally drove me insane. I wanted to like it. I wanted to embrace it. I'm dead. Yikes. Those strips go crazy, brother. Oh, why'd I do that? That was a fat finger. I ain't about to lie. I did not mean to go into my forge there. I did not at all want to go in the forge in mouse 4. I wanted to switch to my mace. And then I wanted a mace 4, or mace mouse 4. So I could get my Aegis up. And I went over to read chat. And we got cooked. Stay on medium, unless it's really laggy. I think I'm on high. Graphics. Animation. I could also turn this down. But that would reduce my drip. Reduce my swag. Highest model limit? Yeah, I don't like pop-in. Go medium. What are the caps? Like, how many? Medium's still good. How much smoother is it going to make it? Low stars. Yeah, like, I turned it to low at one point. It felt like I was fighting Danny Phantom. So that shit was kind of buns. But please don't like have an opportunity to live. Yeah, sorry. Sorry. Also, I just don't like the party view. It feels weird when I'm in a raid. Fight through the frame rate loss? It's to balance me. If I don't give myself bad frames, then I'm too strong. I simply go unchecked. Okay, let's see. Hide ally visuals. I don't think I need that. Although, that might be nice. Party view only really required for support roles. I mean, I quite literally play a support. But I feel like, I don't know, like the party view is nice. I just hate not being able to see what's going on with my raid. I wish there was somewhere in between. And usually I've been just basing my uptime off of my own buffs because I figure if I have stability and everybody's directly on top of me, then they should share my stability. So logic would state I keep my stab up and then, you know, they have stab and we just GG from there. But party frames do be nice. I hate it. It's foreign to me. And I like to know how the raid's looking as a whole. I like to know, you know, if I'm throwing out a heal, right? If there are 5 people low instead of just 1 in my party, then that's a big heal. That's huge. That's great value. Or otherwise, I may just, you know, throw like a 2-3 instead of my 1, right? Or my shift 1. If I don't need the cleanse at that point in time, then I may hold that for a second till I need cleanse or something. But I don't know. I should definitely embrace the party frames. I'll turn it back on for this. I'll force myself to do it. I will. I will. I must. If I don't embrace it, then I am down horrendous. And I will always remain down horrendous. Golly, here we go, boys. Here we go. Let me tell you what. Whole lot of information on those frames. Whole lot of stab to try to pick out. That's a lot of buffs. Immediate first thought. That's a lot of buffs. I didn't know we were doing it like that out here, boys. I wasn't aware that it was like on that level of constant boofing. Oh no. The de-evolution of our stability. I need 3 seconds of life, 3 seconds of happiness, 3 seconds to glory. We're up. Okay, we're good for a sec. But I gotta bury this. Oh no. Oh, that's bad. No, we're up. Everything's fine. I don't know how I lived that, but I probably should not have been able to live that. Everything's okay for right now. We're not okay for right now. Everybody's dead. The fights are so good, though. The fights are so beautiful. Oh, wait, what were my frames during that? Because that wasn't bad. Like, that really wasn't that bad. I didn't notice much of a difference there.
Abs is absolutely
Yo, Ducrates. Sorry if I said that wrong. Ducrates? Ducrates? Appreciate the follow, dog. Welcome in, much love. I think I want to try healing my rev. Don't know if I want to boost after you get to level 30% story. I'd say just level. Like, leveling's kind of fun in this game because you're just exploring the same way you would for world completion. So you just do world completion stuff. Don't take too long. But all depends on how excited you are. Do you have effect LOD ticked? Is that on graphics? Effect LOD. Yes. Limit detail of particle effects. So if I turn that off, are all the particle effects strippier? Because like... Oh my god, my bags, why? Bro. What the fuck? If you uncheck, you go blind. Hold on. Hold on.
Cat with abs is
Fiber, thank you for the follow, dog.
S tier.
Is it really like that bad? Whoa. Low res character textures.
Nothing can bring me down.
Is it on any of like my abilities?
Stand your ground. Defense.
Oh, that is a little bit more low. Everything transparent is no longer. Oh, fuck. Wait, I look sick. What the hell? Do it for a fight? I'm down. Are things gonna blow up? Should I be prepared? Is there anything else I should throw on before this just to get the most out of it? We've got the effect melody off. PC will be fine by your eyesight. I'm prepared. We had a thing in Ash the Creation where their lighting system led to very random flashbangs pretty much all the time. And no matter where we were, we'd always find flashbangs, you know, finding their way to us. Which, quite unfortunate, if I do say so myself. Uh-oh. Alright, I guess I back up. That's fine. That's fine. I just stop this. Just find out around these ones. If I do say so myself, just I choose. Oh my god. You guys remember when, like, Amazon's rocket— oh my god, I can't see shit! What is happening? What is this? Where's my commander? Oh, he's over here. Holy shit, what is happening? Bro, everything's like red, everything's on fire. Oh my fucking god, where am I? Oh, dude, it's all so bad. It's all so bad. This is so cooked. Why did I let you guys convince me to do that? What the hell? I'm just gonna give myself the unrelenting joy of this just back once again. If I'm being completely honest. Just a smidge of joy. Smidge of joy. Okay. That, not the most conducive to victory, if I do say so myself. Not the greatest. I feel like it definitely increases the particle effects just by a little bit. Like a smidge. I feel like I saw the Matrix in the middle of that fight for about 14 seconds. My retinas were singed to the point where I saw the roof of the Sistine Chapel, but made into the interior of a tube slide at a McDonald's play place. Which actually would be a crazy drippy slide now that I think about it. Nobody steal my idea. That'd go fucking hard though. That'd go hard as shit. Hollow, we're in a squad on Yolan Borderlands. He saw the end of the rainbow. Yeah, that was rough. Call it, says how good your PC is on Guild Wars 2 feature. It survived. Exclamation specs. This thing's kind of a beast. And I run dual PC. So the only thing that that this gaming PC is running right now, that's literally just Guild Wars 2. I don't know if I have anything else up. I might have Steam up. Because I was talking about... hold on, do I still have my Steam up? No, I don't have my Steam up. I was showing the Embers of the Uncrowned trailer to chat. That trailer looked like it was going to be a really good game. Unfortunately, not the craziest. Not the craziest. But man, oh man, was I excited when I saw that trailer. Looked like it was just going to be such high quality content. If I'm being completely honest, really just exciting content, riveting content. So, you know, I was just pretty hopeful about things. But unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. Come on, man. What if we just
What if we just give him the deep dick pizza? Delivered in 5 minutes or less. We just feed it to him. Hot and ready. I think they want it then. I think they want it! Okay, we're in. I hope they're ready for us, because they're gonna fucking feel us. Or we're probably gonna feel them. Regardless, we fucking ball. And everything will be just featured. As soon as we get more stab. Because right now we're slightly low. Very slightly. Good there. Stab's about to come back up. What am I looking at? Absolute beauty. A 40-person raid versus, I think, a 50-person raid. And it is absolute chaos, and I play support. My goal is to stay directly on top of our commander at all times. Oh shit, we went up, didn't we? I'm with the wrong team. My goal is to stay directly on top of the commander at all times and throw out as much support as I possibly can for my group. Make sure everybody is alive. Oh yeah. We're up. Eggy, thank you. I never realized the EWP gets pulled. I feel like there needs to be like, when the EWP gets pulled, I feel like there should be like a bow, 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 bow. You know what I mean? I feel like that should absolutely be a thing. Oh. Yep. Any more EWPs in the chat? Or are we getting full wiped at the EWP? Uh-oh. Tower might be down. Tower might be down. People are just playing in a team chat. Yeah, it kind of nerfs me that after every death, I try to take a second to be retrospective on what I died to. And just be like, oh yeah, I definitely could have done something different there. I just try to take a little bit of time. But we fucking ball. Okay, I think I might have to dip out on that one, if I'm being completely real. Because I gotta get up early to go to the beach tomorrow. And it's incredibly sad. Because I'd love to keep pumping these bad boys forever. Forever. What profession even are you? I play a Guardian, and my elite specialization is a Luminary. So I put out a ton of stability, which gives us anti-CC. I strip conditions off. I put out heals, offensive and defensive buffs, and I try to facilitate a lot of cooldown reduction for myself. So one of my best abilities, if not my best ability that I try to get up, is Radiant Courage. So this gives CC immune for 3 stacks, resistance, so all non-damaging conditions are ineffective for the duration of that. Luminary's Blessing, which is unstrippable, reduces incoming strike damage. Aegis, which is a block on the next attack, protection and resolution, and it breaks stun for everybody. It's absolutely insane. And then I try to put out a whole shitload of Aegis, which are instances of block for people. So that way, because of my Valor tree down here with Force of Will. Oh wait, not. What the fuck? Oh, my build switched. I was like, where'd my Force of Will go? Jesus Christ. Or Tenacious Defense here. So I was like, that's not right at all. It's not supposed to be Force of Will. So with Tenacious Defense, Aegis you grant reduces the recharge time of Virtue Skill 3 when it blocks an attack by 1 second with no internal cooldown. So anytime that I block an attack with my Aegis, or anybody else does, I get -1 second. So 5 instances here, 5 here, 5 here. Blocking an attack grants Aegis to nearby allies, so another 5 there. When I block an attack on a 15-second cooldown, something terrible has happened to me. If I, get hit under 50% HP, then I get Aegis as well. So that's another instance of block. So I can get 20+ seconds off the cooldown. Live in this world. Oh, I am, because I have to go to bed. You guys should definitely stay and get more reps. I have to cook dinner still, and then put a load of dishes in, because I got a lot of dishes to do. And then from there, we wake up early for a beach day tomorrow, so I can get back in time for stream. So I'll be coming back tan as a motherfucker. I will legitimately be the bronze god of all bronze gods. And I will be unrecognizable. It'll be up tremendous. Boys, if you guys are new to the channel. Do me a favor real quick. See if you're following the channel. If it's your first day here, my name is Dusty. I stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST, usually 2 or 3 p.m. Usually stream 8 hours a day. I've streamed over 1,100 days in a row. I quite literally just exist and stream. I've been in Guild Wars 2 for a little over a month and a half now. I have recently passed the 300-hour mark, 318 hours as of the end of the night tonight. So I continue to try to get more familiar with things. We're doing a little bit of everything. So today we got the Dungeon Rush event pretty much taken care of. A little bit more of that tomorrow. Got to do some Silver Waste farming tomorrow. Another Guild Hall upgrade will be ready to blast tomorrow by the time I get on. So just constant stuff, but more World vs. World tomorrow. Probably some more SPVP as well, so I can just keep improving. And I think that's a lot of the goal out here. Let's see. Who would I like to raid tonight? I need to find somebody that I haven't raided before, because I like to keep shit fresh. I like to spread the love around a little bit. Let's see. You know what? This guy's teaching his community fractals. He's just straight up. He's running some shit. Legit just slammed on the Harpy. They better put respect on Harbinger. Well, Tuna, you be slamming on anything, big dog. You be slamming on anything. Boys, I have found the raid target. I believe he literally just started his stream a minute ago. So this will be a wonderful intro for him. We're gonna go say what up to Bat Boy. He is doing fractals and raids with new players tonight with his guild. So we're gonna go check that out. Show a little love. I am going to cook up some lemon pepper chicken that I have marinated. And I'm so excited for that. Some mashed potatoes and whatnot. Gonna have a nice dinner before bed. And then tomorrow, beach day, I will take some slutty pictures for you all. I'll make sure Carla gets a nice one of my cheeks. And then we're back. We're blasting once again. And we are continuing to cook. My dudes, my lads, my guys. If you're World vs. Worlders, please feel free. Vaughn review tonight. Come back out with some tips and tricks for me. If there's anything you guys notice, happy to help out. Happy to, respond to coaching. I love getting better. So please feel free. Peep the VODs. Let me know what you think I can do a little bit better. But I will be back tomorrow. We'll be cooking once again. And hopefully, better stability uptime. Boys, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.